Someday somebody's gonna make it wanna turn around and say goodbye till then, baby. Hey man, how's it going?
I'm gonna get up and stop talking for a second. I'm gonna get up. That was very rude. I'm gonna get up at like 3:30 in the morning and wonder why that song came out of your head at that moment. Like it's literally gonna be like I'm gonna wait like Inception. Like I'm gonna like a dream within a dream is gonna go. Why did you think Wilson Phillips? Like did that mean something? What did I miss? The twist.
No. Popped up on my Peloton ride this morning. I'm like that brings me energy and joy and positivity.
There is nothing better than whether it's a workout or just a great feel-good song in the morning, something you wake up to, and then that plays throughout your head the whole day, and you'll forget that. Like, at 6 p.m. tonight when you're talking with the roommate, you're going to be singing that, and you're going to forget that that's where it came from.
I know. Jason Rossi, Emerson Lotzi here with you guys. So the Madden holiday season is now a thing in the past. It is in the rear view mirror, but the Sims must go on. And what better way to kick off a fresh, brand spanking new season than with Wild Weather Wednesday? Woo-woo. And it's the Browns and it's America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, in the rain down in Duval. We have producer Madison with us. We have Andrew on the ones and twos. We got Kyle and Asher from the ops team kicking it with us. And if you missed all of the festivities yesterday, you guys are all looking at Rossi for the first time and being like, this is not like you. You look less disheveled and more put together.
Listen, everybody was wondering why, what was the moment? Where was that pivotal point when 2020, we moved on to 2021? It's not just going to happen at midnight. It was when I decided to shave the beard. Now we're all good. We got all the bad juju out since Santa came last week, granted all the wishes. And yeah, now I'm just regular, just me, whatever this is. But no, appreciate the compliments and anything bad.
Dude, about me. People are loving you last night. People are already loving you now in the chat.
Listen, all you have to do in life is look really bad for about 3 months, and then you just do anything. It's like females when they dye their hair in the summer. You're like, damn, girl, like, what'd you do? And it's like, went blonde. So like, great, you look great. As guys, you can't really do a lot. It's not like just one snap of the finger and you look different. So, anyways.
No, I feel that, dude. I grew the beard out early on in the whole pandemic and quarantine, and then Meg was like, you look like a crackhead. That's when I decided to shave it.
Yeah, it's a good look, but not for everybody, just saying.
Mars Bright is like, yeah, Rossi shedded a whole person.
Let's not
like
go
you
too
look like a
far.
completely different person.
Let's not go too far.
But you have a nice face and like your haircut and everything.
Oh, this is what happens when you go to a barber. This is the first time I've been to a barber in 2020. Fact.
Wow.
I have not been to a barber. I didn't know what to expect. It was actually really, really great. And I'm excited to, the colds is a little bit much. It was really cold yesterday, but aside from that, it's good.
Perfect way to wrap up this crap show of a year. So we've got 6 games on this slate today, everybody. It is Wild Weather Wednesday, as you can see. So this one's in the rain. We got rain coming up at 2 o'clock, wind at 4, snow at 6, rain at 8, snow at 10 o'clock. I know what you're all thinking. I have been campaigning to end this day the entire year, and I'm thinking 2021 will be our year. Everyone who's on the anti-Wild Weather Wednesday train with me. Rossi's not one of them. Rossi enjoys this day.
Bring on the weather, baby. Listen, when I play my video games, I want it to be the wildest and craziest experiences, and the weather brings it out.
What did you do with your lineup? Did you build a lineup?
Oh, yes, I sure did. I wasn't invited to the Emerson Latzia Elitist Club, but I was invited to the DK Sim Fan, the whole shebang there, the 500. So I went with your guy, formerly of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Heard the Patriots are going to take a stab at him. I'm making that up right now. Gardner Minshew in my captain spot. Odell, Landry, Mayfield. Put those guys all together with David Njoku because he was cheap. And Chris Thompson. That's my lineup. No defense, no kickers, no messing around.
I know. I was hopping on our Zoom here, and there's your boy hooking up with Chris Thompson. So his first complete pass, 5 yards, 34 coming up. I was hopping on our Zoom call, and I'm like, there's 8 minutes until kickoff. I said to myself, hot damn, I forgot to make a contest. And so that's why I went ahead and was like, well, I need this thing filled up. I'm going to go an elite 10-man contest. So if you are in the America's Team 10-man showdown, congratulations. I would like to point out that last night, Gardner Minshew, come on, guys. Looking for D.D. Westbrook, coming up a couple yards short. So bring out the gimp. We'll have our first punt of the day. I finished second. Yesterday.
Wait.
In the 100-man contest that I made for the Madden Holiday Sim Championship.
Yeah, I finished in 45th with a kicker in my captain spot. Bad call, but good on you, dude. That's how you end it, right? That's how to like leave them being like, yo, that Emerson, he's a goofball. He's smart. He's handsome, and he's also pretty good at the picks. A triple threat.
I screen grabbed the hell out of that
you better.
last night too. When it was over with. Maybe I'll post it on my Instagram later, _Emerson. It'll be buried in a bunch of Winnie LaPooch content. Oh, my God! First pass of the day for Gardner Minshew. And it's intercepted. Hell yeah, Jaguars, America's Team.
Baker Mayfield, he meant. But yes, first pass.
Baker Mayfield.
You just got Minshew on the mind.
I do have Minshew on the mind. You're damn right I do.
Now, obviously, I'm passenger here, but I'm going to play with the radio a little bit. I have a couple of questions that I'd like to potentially talk about. One is, obviously, America's Team, when we talk about football, when we get there, like 2 minutes left in the fourth.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I want to, yesterday I was very thankful, and this whole year has been great for sim purposes, to jump on with my tag team partner in the podcast sphere and one of my best buds, Billy. But us, the Sack Bros, being back together here, I wanted maybe you as well could expand upon some of the other memories of this year, because I still see the sim fan just dropping off what a year it's been and all that stuff, because you've been there since day one.
It's been a ridiculous ride. It really has been. I remember back when we started this, when Reed and I, that's you. I hear you and all your Slack notifications. Turn it off. It's distracting.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My brain can't handle that. Damn you.
I'm going to do that every
3 for 3.
Don't worry about that. Every few minutes, I'm just going to like really aggravate everybody. I apologize to all those. I am a fool.
But yeah, dude, so Reed and I, we mentioned it like last night during the show, and we were on that first one between the Saints and the Texans. It's like you couldn't even see us at the time as Shark Week is here. First and goal from the 2 coming up, his first catch for 15 yards. But I had no idea at the time it would turn into what it ended up turning into. I didn't know how popular it would be, if people were going to embrace it. Did people really want to have a bunch of schmucks calling Madden games as easy peasy into the end zone?
Armstead, you gotta be kidding me.
Yes.
I want to see the ownership on him. Like, where is that dude? That's the second time I've called America's Team here, and both times this guy has scored. He literally costs like $0.0.
That's like a straight up just vulturing the touchdown. So he's in the flex in that free showdown in 1%.
Honestly, kisses to the 99% of us who didn't roster him.
Yeah. I don't know what he's done throughout his Dream Stream career, but yeah, man, it's been pretty cool to see like what it's grown into. I don't want to have to repeat everything I said last night, but it's really nice, the family, the community that it's become, and the fact of there were some and a lot of you in the DK Sim fam too. Like I talk with a lot of you guys like on Instagram outside of these Sims, and I think we're kind of all in the same boat that like there were some pretty dark times for a lot of people during this pandemic and during quarantine, because it's something none of us have ever experienced before. So it kind of really challenged, especially like mentally, it's challenged a lot of people physically. And it was nice to have like an escape, and you're kind of in an area and you're talking with people who are going through the same thing as you. And it was nice to kind of support each other. And I always joke around and say it became like a therapy session at times, and it really did. But a lot of us picking each other up and making each other laugh and being like, okay, there's going to be reminding each other there's light at the end of the tunnel here, as difficult as that is to see at the time.
No, I completely agree. And just on top of that, it also gave you like something like else to do. And I don't mean that to sound weird, but like, listen, when there was that especially that early stages, when I just saw this, when I was an outsider, it's like, hey, this is cool. This is something to check out. There's something happening here. And like you said, the DK Sim fam has grown. The numbers go up, they go down throughout the day, and like people pop in, they pop out. They like apologize when they weren't here. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
Same thing. Like on Twitter, some of these dudes and dudettes have like reached out or sent me some slide in the DMs with whether appreciation or tell me how stupid I am about things.
Yeah, that's fine too.
I'm open, like 7-Eleven, baby, 24 hours a day. Or as I like to say, 7-Eleven, 7 days a week, like, 11 hours.
Rossi, I'm with you. Even like when people would take dumps on us, I'm like, oh my God, someone's talking to me. Like I need this so bad. I'm like, all right, hey, tell me what else you hate about me. Let's talk more.
Yeah. And just as someone who has quote unquote a day-to-day job, which is currently in a 3.5-hour meeting, this has been like the highlight for me, like when it comes to this, because this is what I always want to do, like some form of like entertainment media, whatever you want to call it, what we do here. But obviously then getting to work with everybody, it's been so much fun. And this is what the last 36 hours of 2020, and we're gonna rock this thing. You got a whole day full of wild weather sims. You got Emerson here, and you're emptying the tank here, right? Is this your last one of the year?
No, I'm doing the noon tomorrow with Sweet Reed T. Fowler. And tomorrow, guys, New Year's Eve, it's just a 3-game slate. It's the noon, it's the 2 and the 4, and then
I thought I was doing a midnight stream. I thought we were doing the midnight.
Oh, that would actually be sick. But then that would also involve all of us like working a little later.
I could just picture.
I don't know if I'd make it to midnight. Yeah, I know.
There's no way I'm making it.
Andrew's like, hell no, I'm out.
But honestly, and then like also just one last thing about like, teaming up with someone like yourself, like creating like sack bros, creating little things. Like when I team up with Christian, we have our own, like, you have your own little like bonds in these separated twosomes, let alone all the banter that goes on behind the scenes with our production crew, which again is aces. It's just like, that's the cool thing. And I love how, some of the people say, oh, these are my favorite pair. And then you're in the same sim the next game with a different person. They say the same thing.
Yeah.
But I love it. I love all the energy that has been brought out here, and just dude, it's been great. You've done it awesome.
I have to be involved in these as much as possible because it's healthy for me at this point. But what's up, Justin Lee? I see you down there. He says, what's up, Emerson? Been gone a while. Well, it's good to have you back. We see a choker here. Steven says these sims better never end or they're gonna hunt me down. So I know, right? I'll find you. Jimmy B, I talked to him quite a bit. Good dude. As Baker is sacked by Miles Jack, who in the December update was given some superstar traits there on the defensive side.
That's a sack. Good to see you. Got to give him a little love. Give him a
Bruce. Brandon Garcia's here. All the usual suspects. I was like, all right, well, everyone thinks we're done and no one's going to come back tomorrow. But now we have almost 500 people watching. So I'm glad everyone got the memo. Glad everyone got the alert that the contest in the league is alive and well. And these babies are not going anywhere. Baker Mayfield on 3rd and 16, incomplete pass. His first pass of this game, if you're just tuning in, was intercepted. So the Jaguars had the opening kickoff. They go 3 and out. The Browns take over. They drop back to pass in the first play of the drive. And Baker is intercepted. And the Jaguars then march downfield, turn it into 7 points. Raquel Armstead, who, was rostered in just 1% in the free showdown.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
And he, by the way, 7 touchdowns. That's crazy for a guy. I don't know how many games offhand that the Jaguars have played. Let's just say 40. I think that's good odds. And Armstead just throwing in there is one of those, stab plays at the bottom of your budget.
Yeah, I was like, I mentioned before, he vultured the touchdown, but really, he's actually scoring a lot more than I thought. So I don't know if I'd necessarily call that a vulture. But you're right. Yeah, he's probably one of those dudes you just want to throw in there for crap and giggles.
Yeah,
it could pay off.
Yeah, I paid for David Njoku. He's done diddly squat, and I don't even know if he'll get involved. So
I know it's a little early here, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'll probably jinx myself, but then the America's Team 10-man showdown, your boy's second place right now.
I'm giving you, well, how many points? Me and you will go head to head in that. Yeah, right.
Okay, so I like that. I have 13.53 points right now, and my lineup looks a little different than yours. I have DJ Chark in the captain spot. Then I have Minshew, Chubb, Chris Thompson, D.D. Westbrook, and Austin Hooper.
Okay, so you're beating me because I have 9.6. Sorry, 9.06. So far so good. All my players have points aside from Odell and David and Njoku, which hopefully that will change soon.
Well, hold on. On YouTube, Sheck Sanders says, damn, I'm going to miss you guys once school starts on the 11th. Not going to be around as much. No, I will not accept that. You will take us with you on the YouTube app, or you can watch us in the game center. You can watch us on Twitch. Just have us on the phone underneath the desk. Break all the rules because we're totally worth doing that. The teacher tells you, hey, what are you doing like on your phone? You tell your teacher to shut up and that you're watching the dream stream. And then your teacher will be like, oh my God, I love those guys.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, she's doing it too, or he or she. Listen, bring us with you. And it's all day, all night. The 6 Sims. But I don't know what the schedule looks like, but we have to remember, NFL action is coming to its end within the next 6 weeks. So keep that in mind.
It's true. Like these are actually going to blow up a lot more here on the Dream Stream. People are going to be like Jonesing for football. And these, like we've said a million times before, guys, they're not going anywhere. And it all goes back to you loving these, enjoying it, coming back, showing DraftKings love, showing us love. You're literally the rock of the Dream Stream. Look at that gun. Chris Thompson, who can run the football, has leading in the receptions department. He has 2. Then a bunch of people with 1.
And that's why he's super dangerous and somebody you want to get in your lineups. He's on the ground. He's catching the ball out of the backfield. Highly, rated in this game as well. He kind of does it all. And so far, not really showing that, but it's been a quiet quarter. Just 7-0 Jags.
Let's go. 2nd and 3. Thompson on the carry. 12 yards on 4 totes. Good morning, Giggle Pegs. It's a pleasure to have you here, Jason Mack. That's right. It's the van down by the river shirt. Matt Foley, motivational speaker. What's going on over on Twitch, too? That we got to
Twitch homies.
Remember to show them some love as well. That's the first incomplete pass of the day for Gardner Minshew. 4th and 4, so the punting unit once again will come onto the field. CBM Senior, 17, who got the Jags tutty. Raquel Armstead did, my dude. 2nd drive of the game for the Jaguars after they intercepted Baker Mayfield. But what's going on, X-Silence? We see you guys. Yogi, what a garbage game, LOL. Absolutely, it's Wild Weather Wednesday. I wouldn't have it any other way. A+, T-Mac, Dracula. What's up, Germ? We see you guys. Tag. That's a family. When we first launched Twitch, I remember we all got together on like a Zoom call and they said, all right, big announcement. So it's going to be crazy. I said, all right, we're going to launch a Twitch channel. I said, that's beautiful. That's a brilliant idea. Another platform to put our product, another platform where people can go and enjoy these Sims. And it started off like a handful of people, and now it's, in the hundreds at its peak.
Yeah, I will just say, I think they said to themselves, listen, Reed's team needs a new platform to talk. We need to open up Twitch. We need to open up the account, get them off of YouTube, put them over on the Twitch platform.
There have been... What'd you say?
I said I was in the meeting. That's what they said.
It was... like one of my favorite parts too of the chat. We didn't dive too deep into it last night. We were on Michael. Producer Michael was keeping us really tight. We had like basically 5 minutes for all the segments when you guys joined us. But one of my favorite parts of this in the chat are all of those tribute accounts. Like there was Reed T's like Quaff for a while. I think like you've had a few. Maybe you were Chicken Nugget Toes. That's one for you.
Oh yeah, there was two, like during the Santa Claus era of last week. I know you were traveling. There was a couple then, but yeah, the chicken nugget toes. I think it was my guy James Farrell. That was a side conversation that bled on the air from me, Madison. I want to say might have been Glash, but I don't think it was one of the goofballs. But yeah, that's one. But yeah, there's obviously the baby gift. Like Emerson, you have like every part of your body, I believe, has a count.
Yes, I am extremely blessed. Extremely blessed for that. If you have decided to bend it like Beckham Jr. and throw him in your lineup, you no longer are sad, and you are starting to feel awesome as he has his first catch for 10 yards. And Kareem Hunt carrying dudes. He's got a couple totes. 9 yards, 2nd and 4 coming up. 7-0 game here. Wild weather Wednesday. You know, would love to ask you guys as well in the chat over on YouTube and on Twitch. You know, I asked all the analysts and commentators and broadcasters last night what their favorite moments and memories are. Feel free to share with us what you have enjoyed in these past 9 months since we have done these things. I know a lot of it probably has to do with good Glash being all sorts of characters, dressing up in his girlfriend's clothes and shaving something. You could go there, you could take it another direction, but there's a lot of moments, and there's a lot that I forget, and then someone will remind me, and I'm like, oh my God, that was an incredible time.
Yeah, because think about how many of these you've done. Like, you've forgotten some of these things that stand out to people, which is like the point of it sometimes. Like when you do something like, I'm not saying this, take this the right way, Glash, if he was listening, if he's in there, is like he knows when he's dressing up as Andy Reid what that, like, the impact that will have, and that is great. He's so good at it. But like, you'll say something one time, Emerson, that will stick with people. Or when you know, someone like Koff, even playing like a buy stream trash, yeah, that might have been a little something fun, but then like people now have like turned that into like a big conversation piece on there.
Yeah.
But like even for you, like just some of the ridiculous things you said without going into it being like, I'm going to say something crazy here. And then they'll remember that forever and ever.
Yeah. I just kind of say what comes to mind a lot. And, you know, most of my life that gets me in trouble. You know, I've had them come to me and say, let's not say that again. And that's fine. But this is where I feel very comfortable.
You should. This is a good one. Formerly, the chicken nugget toes you mentioned. James Farrell says, what's up, Emerson and Rossi? We've had laughs, we've had cries, we've had children, we've dog farts, and new loved ones added to the DK Sim fam, all in less than a year. True. We've loved and we lost as well.
Demetrius Poindexter. It's Emerson begging for likes for me. Hey, you know what? While we're on that topic of conversation, if you guys are here, today I don't want you to hammer the like because of, you know, just us being here. I don't want you to do it because maybe you like what you are watching and witnessing. I seriously want you guys to hit the like button today for yourselves. Because it's been almost a year, and I'm not kidding you. If you don't hit the like button today, it's because you don't like yourself, and you got to like yourself if you want others to like you. And I love you. Every single one of you.
I want to just bottle you all up. I can't wait for this to be over. Taking a little sip of my SimFam tea. I have all of this sweat of you all here.
But, okay, all right.
Hold you.
Stuff you in my back pocket.
Honestly, just take you wherever I may go. And I promise you, I won't sit too hard with these buns of steel.
But damn right, I just became like 86. Andrew on the ones and twos says, who brought Joel Holstein onto the sim today? I know, man. I'm on one today, dude. I'm feeling good. I knew that like after yesterday and after the championship, that it's just a fresh start. And Kareem, the Dream Hunt, dialing down in the middle, dialing collect, an extra point away from tying this game up at 7 with 2 minutes and 2 seconds to play in the first half.
Kareem and Coffee Hunt, unbelievable. What a score there. You know, we talk about Nick Chubb. You know, he's obviously the highest owned running back in this contest. You know, outside of the top 5 is a guy like Kareem Hunt. So far we've had 2 scores. No 7 years ago, none of that malarkey here. We've had 2 scores, both by quote-unquote backup running backs here. So, you know, the fade game is strong right now.
Giggle Pig says grocery gate. There was a time where I seemed to have groceries delivered every time I was doing a freaking sim. I was eating a lot for a time there. So my wife's like, gosh, dang, I have to get groceries again. And then the doorbell rings and I'm like, son of a bitch, who is ringing my doorbell right now? Oh my God, it's the grocery dudes.
I remember when I first joined, this is similar to that, is Christian was getting a lot of like Amazon packages during like Sims. So he would just straight up like leave. Like, I think it would be like Billy, who I was watching, because at the time he was obviously like, oh, what is this all about? Like, it was the week before I joined officially. And it was just so funny how, like, I'd just be like, it would just be Billy for like 6 minute stretch. I'm like, oh, his thing must have went out. And then he'd be like, all right, I'm back. Got a package there from the Green Bay Packers underwear and headbands that my girlfriend gave me. I was like, it's so funny, like how different things, like how serious the nature was.
Oh, Ken. Yeah. Speaking of that, there was one that I really enjoyed recently. It was with Kenny, and it was his girlfriend, his roommate, for crying out loud. You kept hearing Kenny's doorbell like ringing in the background, and I'm like, it actually may have been on a sweat.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, you need to go like let her in. Like this was when it was like 10 degrees outside. There was this cold snap overtaking the Northeast. I said, you gotta go get her. And he's like, it's fine. It's a covered like area outside. And I said, dude, go, or you're gonna be like, your ass is gonna be sleeping on the couch tonight, dude. And so he went in his typical quarter zip sweater and he went and rescued. His
What a hero.
outside.
What a hero. Seeing a couple other people drop in their moments as we have this Jags driving with less than 2. 2008 says Rossi's Ducey impression.
Yeah.
I just scream. I'm not even going to do it. We're too positive right now. And then another one, and I don't know if you heard any of this, but me and Glash, there was one, I don't think we stopped laughing, and I think Madison might have been on this too, where it was just all, like, it was a roast of me. It was literally like how short I am, how disgusting I am, how chubby I am, how beard. Like, we had literally, I think it was an hour and 15 minutes of just that, and it was hilarious. So Steven pointed that one out. What else?
Bro, there's never, like, the best laughs are almost like when you can't stop laughing because someone else you're with can't stop laughing. And so you're laughing at them laughing. I had one of those over the Christmas break, and I'm like, I could not stop laughing. And I don't even know what I was laughing about. I'm pretty sure it's just because, like, my wife couldn't stop laughing, so I'm laughing. I'm like, it felt so good and so healthy.
It really is. There's something, those natural laughs, there's nothing better.
Yeah.
I got one.
Flagrant Foul says, big, sexy Christmas. Oh. That is a top 5 moment all time on the Dream Stream for me.
And got to give you credit because you're the one who made it. It was a Saturday. It was a noon sim. You made him bust out the sax for the first time. I then did the 2 o'clock with him, made him bring it back out, has yet to bring it out again, said he's never doing it again. He retired that day. So there was the whole the sax moment, and then him singing "Sexy Christmas." Like we've learned so much about LaMarca. We kind of all assumed, and we hit the nail on the head, where it's like the guy only leaves his room when he wakes up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He makes the long half-block walk to Dunkin' Donuts. I didn't know. I thought he got Grubhub Uber Eats.
And he has them walk through his front door, upstairs, and knocks on his bedroom door, he's one of those guys that has foil on his windows so that a single ray of light can crack the bedroom.
And he's got beads, he opens the door, the beads, just to make sure that, he knows where he's going. It's pitch black in that bedroom.
Yes, absolutely. Midwest Heather's just broadcasting from Emerson's bed. A lot of us were doing the bed thing for a while. I know Gary and Thorne, who will still do these, I think, every once in a while, was also a guy who was shunned and forced to the bedroom because of the roommate doing real work outside of it.
Oh, that's too funny. Our guy Billy D, by the way, a big guy who kind of launched his puppy off, St. Glash licking the screen, which they showed in the highlights yesterday. Oh, unbelievable.
Ooh, incomplete pass, Minshew. Now 10 of 14 this game. So the Jags have 2 timeouts left. They're on the 15. Here comes 4th and 8. So Josh Lambo, bring it on out, dude. The Lamborghini.
Actually, Lambo's purr.
Yeah. We're driving a Lambo here from 32 yards out, and the Jaguars take the lead once again in this game. But yeah, gone fishing 12-20. Still to this day, everyone on this team is ridiculously pro first responder because one of the big reasons it brought us so much joy to do these was when we would show first responders and the men and women who are working like on the front lines, and even all the men and women working in like grocery stores and just essential workers. What brought us so much joy early on, and still to this day, is when so many people would check in with us and be like, yo, I'm out, like I work in an ambulance, or work at a hospital, I'm at a grocery store, I'm a delivery dude, and I bring you guys with us, and you guys really help make my day. And there is nothing out there feels better than hearing from that. Someone so much more important than you saying you help them, and like that makes me feel good.
Completely agree. And I remember when I first came on, the question I used to have a question in between quarters, and one of them was like, where are you right now? Like, what are you doing? And I remember there was one guy who said, I work at Walmart, I'm bringing the carriages in and out. So obviously, especially this was like, let's just say July, and this whole pandemic has had its ups and downs and curves. Like you can check out the news, but like this dude was like, I have like the job that is like the most, I don't want to say like at risk in a sense, because he was going in and out so often. And he said, I just have you guys on my earbuds and like, you're making this a flyby, like love it. And it's like, that's unbelievable. Like that to me, and just shows again, the power of the DK Sim family, like what you're doing into it. Like you said, pro first responders, pro anybody who's been out there grinding, going to work. Like I have had my lazy butt in my house since like March 12th. I have not gone to an office. I have not gone anywhere. So I'm completely in awe. Every time I go to my grocery store, I thank them for doing what they're doing, which sounds like crazy go back a year ago, but literally I wouldn't do it. Like I shouldn't say I wouldn't ask, but like that's like they're awesome. These guys and gals and everybody out there, completely 2 thumbs up, and appreciate every single one.
Already a 4th and 4. That was, it was like a quick little 3-play drive for the Browns. So the Jaguars are going to receive this punt with 19 seconds to go. We've seen crazier things happen, especially on Wild Weather Wednesday. Over on Twitch, Nuke says, Emerson, the best part of last night was the shots Glash and Koff were throwing at each other. I don't think they like each other. They love each other.
I was just going to say family.
That's why we have those fun rivalries behind the scenes. That's why there is drama. Oh my God, I told you guys. Oh, Thompson. They're out of timeouts. So that's it. But that's nice of you, Austin, and you were smart enough, like yours truly. But yeah, that's why there's the drama. That's why there's guys like Billy and Samir who are trying to sabotage friendships on the team and other, every little corner you can find. Billy just sneaking in there and delivering news to someone about someone else. Say, hey, dude, did you hear like this guy or gal was talking mad crap about you? Can you believe that? You should stand up for yourself. Billy is the destroyer of friendships and families.
I can't confirm the families, but I can't confirm the other stuff. He lights matches everywhere he goes and just walks away, boils some gasoline, like right behind, like, oh, innocent old me. You all have that people in your friend group or like that.
He's evil. He's evil. And at the end of the night, he goes back to his bunk beds, top bunk, looks at the ceiling where he's got a poster of John Ross III on it.
Yeah, that's it. And has his 3 PlayStation 5s because he's that kind of guy, just hoarding all the PlayStation 5s.
I love David D's. Like, my favorite moment was that one time you guys called a game. Those are long gone, dude. Toodaloo, baby.
I brought that up literally joking. Like the first 6 or 7 I did before me and Emerson teamed up, it was like hardcore, like play-by-play, ins and outs of information. This guy's statistics, which we'll still do here and there. But then I realized, let's have some fun. Emerson is definitely the guy who has led that train. Like, enjoy this. We only have an hour together. Let's make it as fun as possible. Well, I'll tell you.
Oh my God, Billy D is in the chat. So he's doing he's doing his best Glash impersonation and just kind of creeping. He's not maybe like Team Always here, but he's definitely, Team Always creep.
Oh, he's saying you're the one who does all that stuff. He's saying you're the one.
I love to Mars Brightburn is like the real Rossi is just going to come walking out from the back. Like
someone else.
You are some younger, handsome, more handsome doppelganger.
If someone goes, Rossi got fired. Bummer. Earlier, I saw that. No, still me. Just a little. So, and then who's this? Rossi got attacked by scissors. B. Kent, I see you. Yeah, it's probably very jarring for people. I think the first time I saw myself, I was like, oh, crap. But I'm just trying to, I'm pulling a Kenny trying to be Emerson. That's my goal.
It is good to have you here today, Billy D. I know he's enjoying, I think, a nice week off.
Good for him.
Yeah, he's really earned it. You know, my wife really likes him because he's delivered lunch to us like a few times. Oh. That's how you win over the Lazias. Just give us food.
Okay.
That's it. We don't care about anything else. But if you give us food, I'll be like, that is one of my favorite human beings in the world.
Okay, so people can buy your love, is what you're saying.
1,000%.
Fair.
Third quarter getting ready to kick off here. Jaguars with a 10-7 lead. Not a whole lot of points, not a whole lot of action. So how is your lineup looking? I have fallen to 8 out of 10 teams in the America's team.
How many points?
10-man showdown. How many points? We are looking at 28.21.
All right, still beating me.
Damn right I am.
I have 21-44. I stink. Stink out loud.
You may stink in these, but you're great in real life. Baker winding up, and he completes the pass. So 9 of 13, 75 yards. He goes to Landry, who already has his third catch. And, that reminds me, today I got to do my laundry. I got to fold some clothes.
My wife was doing the laundry while this was happening. And we have a Heat guy coming at some point, so I might pull a Christian here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know.
That's fine. That's fine.
I don't know. I get a text message. She's like, left the garage open, texted, I'm not going to say the guy's name, let him know when he's here. She just deuced with my son. She just literally just left and
she's out.
She literally just sent a text, says, left garage open, texted insert name of heating man to let him know, let me know when he's there. So she wants him to know. She was taking the boy to my mom's. Okay. See ya.
I can't wait to be calling this game, and there's going to be some large dude in a Michael Myers mask with just a huge spoon or like a fork, and he's going to be creeping up behind Jaguars. Pick off Baker Mayfield for the second time in this game. This is one of the more underrated defenses in the history of football.
Get out of town.
Show them some love.
They're so underrated. They're so underrated. They're not rated. It's like the Patriots offense.
They're so underrated. They're terrible. Exactly.
Yeah. While we're talking about the Jags, obviously, since this past weekend, it is official. Light up the whole world, Jacksonville. Khan family, roll out the red carpet because you're getting your savior, your prince is on his way, and his name is not Blake Bortles. This isn't 2000, whatever that was, 11, or whatever year that was, 13. I don't remember. But you have Trevor Lawrence, barring an injury. You want them to lose, right, this weekend, I'm assuming? No championship game for them?
Well, I don't – are you talking about –
the college football. Okay. Clemson plays Ohio State. Do you want to see Trevor Lawrence lose, have no – just play one more game?
I want him to just please stay healthy.
Yeah.
I don't care if he wins or loses. Just don't get hurt, which is kind of crazy because you see a lot of guys in college. This has been a weird – college football season, obviously, for obvious reasons. But even this bowl season, in the past, guys have either said, all right, I'm not going to play in the bowl game, or I am going to play in the bowl game. These are guys who have a clear and obvious future in the NFL, so there's a lot of money on the line. But you're seeing a lot of guys who are saying, okay, I'm going to suit up for a quarter, and then I'm done. Or I'm going to suit up for a half, and then I'm going to throw in the towel. To me, it's just play or don't play. I don't understand what that's about because you're still risking. If you're thinking, playing a quarter and then I don't want to risk too much. I don't want to put myself out there and risk injury. It's dude, you're playing a quarter. You could easily get hurt.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole retirement thing. If you're thinking of retiring, you're 1 foot out the door, So I just was curious from a fan, like an actual fan. Like for me personally, let's see what he can do. Let's see how he can wrap up. I think Ohio State kind of stinks. I'd like to see Bama. I'm a big Notre Dame fan, but I think there's 0.0 chance if they even are within 30 points in the fourth quarter.
They're 20-point underdogs.
It's because every time, you know this, like every time they have an opportunity at a big game, they get absolutely trounced. But back to Jacksonville, having the locked-in number one spot, like this is like now being like this is like the new normal for like a Patriots fan. Like a part of me is like, oh, that sounds like fun to like know there's a bright, beautiful, long-haired, luscious, strapping, great armed quarterback coming your way.
Dude, we were listening on our drive back from Buffalo on Sunday. We were listening to the Jaguars game a little bit. Once I knew that got out of hand, I switched over to the Jets game. It was the Jets and Browns, right?
Correct.
And so
I think it was just the Owls because they didn't really bring their team because they were all like there was no.
Yeah, that's true. So I was rooting hard for the Jets, but at the small time we were listening to the Jags game on the radio, it was funny hearing every time the Bears scored a touchdown, you'd hear the crowd there start going nuts because it was a lock. If they were to lose that game, they had the number one spot. And you know what? I'll never say another bad word about Adam Gase because he was able to coach the Jets to 2 wins, which gave the Jaguars the top pick. So America's team, yes, in a great position here. Doug Marrone's likely going to be out after this weekend. They already have a GM opening. It is a good spot for him, for Lawrence to kind of take this franchise, hopefully from like a laughing stock and actually build something there, maybe special for the next decade with a coach and a GM. They can all do it together.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, Jacksonville is like a harmless team. I think, even going back a few years when they had that run, like I don't think there's people that really hate Jacksonville. So this could be something that, really, this is huge. Like, think about this. I think their offense, aside from the offensive line, there's some good weapons there. We're talking about here, D.D. Westbrook, Chark. These are like quality receivers. You have James Robinson, who I still believe is not getting nearly enough love for Rookie of the Year. Just the conversation. It's going to go to Herbert, but like this guy has been outstanding. Their run blocking has been great. Pass block, well, there's some suspects there, but like I think this is a good position for him to come into, Trevor Lawrence. Like I would be excited to be in Trevor Lawrence. I understand what New York means, but their team's an abomination, and there's no cap there. You know how much money America's team has? They have like the second most to spend next year. So get the kid some protection, draft some offensive linemen. They have tons of picks as well.
Dude, it's a smorgasbord. So as long as the right people, and it goes with any franchise, you just got to have the right people come in there, and sometimes. Lightning's got to strike, dude. Like a lot of luck goes into it for sure.
And also Madison dropping straight facts in our now silent chat because I don't see it because you guys yelled at me. Anyways, but yeah, it's warm. Just a bonus. Like go to New York right now, we can't open our windows, Emerson, because it's freaking cold. So,
and he's a Georgia guy, so like 100%. It's going to be kind of feel like home because Jacksonville is essentially South Georgia.
Yeah, true. But no, so let me ask you this. Just one last thing. We'll wrap up the 2020 version of Jacksonville talk here. But as a fan, like a legit fan, like is there a GM and coach? Like is there somebody you personally have like your eye on? Like, hey, as a fan, I want to see this guy be our coach next year.
Whoever it is, I want it to be offensive minded. You know what's funny is I've heard, I saw the report. They reached out to, what are you doing, Minshew? Oh my God, that was
trying to throw me
down. It's funny because Fantasy Hawk just dropped it in there, and I did see a report that the Jags reached out to Urban Meyer. Not a huge fan of that move. I'm just not. The way that he's like left teams like in the past, and
dude,
and even like Nick Saban, who couldn't cut in the NFL, ended up quitting like when he was at the Dolphins. It's just like no. But Dabo Swinney, who currently is the coach at Clemson. With Trevor Lawrence. Someone mentioned that to me. And I mean, if that is going to help Trevor Lawrence be the best quarterback he could possibly be, when the ceiling is the roof, I don't care. Then do it. But he's come out and he's been adamant that he's not leaving. But of course, they're supposed to say that.
No, I don't think there's any chance. Like these college coaches, it's becoming rarer and rarer for them to jump to the pros because shorter window, not as like they can make as much, if not more, money being a college coach, especially in like the SEC. Like these guys, Dabo Swinney, could you imagine what he's making outside of just being a coach from endorsements and like these guys are legit gods. Oh boy.
Okay. No, 4th and 14. But this is a situation I've never seen one. But this is a situation you could possibly have a blocked punt. Your back's against the wall, back of the end zone. I'm all for it. I know it works against America's team here, but let's go. Give it to me.
Give us something weird. Give us something new as we
look at this. What are they doing? They should just run a straight up block punt formation. That wasn't it.
When I first started playing like NFL video games and Madden, that was like I didn't know how to play, so that was like my defense every time. It was just punt block. Yeah. 11 guys in the box, dude. They throw past your toast. But you know what else is very unique with Jacksonville is that think about it, what was the last time the GM, a new coach, we both believe that will happen, and you have the number 1 pick, and you know it's a franchise style quarterback. Like that's going to be the first time in like a really like all those positions, all those things are open. So this is like a new day for Jacksonville.
Yeah, Eric Bieniemy would be awesome too.
Yeah, see, I'm going to say it. I have a lot of fear. I think people said that about Matt Nagy, and 3 years later, obviously he's looking good right now, currently.
Yeah.
But Matt Nagy came out great with Trubisky, and then everybody like turned on him. He should be fired. Listen, it was the same type of offense they were running with him, in Kansas City. So I'm just be wary of Eric Bieniemy, everybody. Like I want to see him get a job. He deserves it. But
sure, and it may be in Jacksonville. Like who knows? Again, offensive-minded guy.
You want to know who I don't think it's going to happen, and he shouldn't have anything to do with the GM role. But I think I know he's crapped on other organizations, especially in the same division, but no one's talking about him anymore as a head coach because of what happened with the Colts. But I think Josh McDaniels would be really great with a young quarterback, with that offense that they have. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think, after what happened with the Colts, no one's ever going to talk to him again until Belichick rolls over.
Yeah, he's another guy. I'm a little hot and cold on, too, because of that. You see him, he's like going to commit, and then he kind of pulls out like last second, and maybe has some commitment issues. Or it would be an opportunity. I mean, they'll hire a GM, I'm assuming, first. I mean, that's an opening they have right now. On 4th and 2, Chubb picks up the first down. So he's got 12 carries, 62 yards, under a minute to go here in the third quarter. But yeah, I mean, he'll be able to, if the GM wants to go in that direction, he'll have a brand spanking new quarterback, and you could build something special. It could be a team that you call home for the next decade if you really want to do that.
Yeah, especially for fans that are looking for like another team, like those like underdogish rooting teams. Like I think that's what Jacksonville can turn into. Like I don't know. It's fun to have more teams to talk about. I think because realistically, Jacksonville's been no reason to talk about them for the last 3.5 years. Like they had that nice run to the AFC Championship game and then fell off a cliff after that.
Can you do 5 push-ups?
I could do more than that.
Really? Okay.
I don't know if you can
Andrew was just saying you can't do 5 push-ups.
I bet. Yeah. I wonder if I could do it. Hold on. Like I wonder if I could do it from my chair to my couch. I'd still be in view. I think I could. Like just balancing the chair could be the base.
Yeah, that'd be fine. You want to
try it? Want to try it right now?
You want to go give it a shot. I want everyone to see this. I want to see how many you can do.
You got to let me know let me see. I'm going to tilt this down a little. This is screwing up.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yeah, I just unplugged your headphones.
Okay, great. So yeah, hopefully, a lot of it's going to be on Andrew here. Yeah, I can see you. I can hear you. I can see you and I can hear you.
I'm going to turn this because that was really tight hands. I have my John Cena chair, by the way.
All right, go back. Can you go back near the TV, actually? Can you go back near the TV? Then we'll be able to see. Yeah, right on that mat. Yeah, perfect. I'm looking at the framing here on Twitch. Okay.
Is this good?
Bang them out. Let's see them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many am I doing?
That's it. That's 7. You
want me to keep going?
No, actually, I don't. I want you to come back. We still have another quarter to play. So I think you've got about 9 or 10 total. So there you go, everybody. First time playing Fortnite 2 says, holy bleep, this ain't Jason D. It's his teenage brother, Damon J. Oh, God, now you have people not fans of your form.
Oh, what do you mean? I had those things tight to the ribs, elbows tight to ribs. What do you want? You want diamond push-ups? What do I have to do here, people?
No. I think it was great.
Not a push-up. You know what that is? Jealous. That is jealousy. Not a push-up.
Fantasy Hawk is all over you, man.
What, Fantasy Hawk, tell me. I'll do them again at the end of the game. What do I not do right?
But then Jordan says Iron Man Rossi. Hey, good stuff.
If Jordan's being positive, I must have done it right.
Right now, DJ Chark only has one catch for 15 yards. You could say the same, I think, about OBJ. I think he's only got one catch.
Yeah, one catch. I'm getting crushed. Butt's too high.
You are getting crushed. This is hilarious, though.
Everybody, my butt's not too high. I got a tank back there. All right, what am I supposed to do with that thing?
It's a trunk, man.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
That's where all your power comes from. Like, you have some of the more larger glutes of everyone on our team, and your toes are extremely muscular.
Honestly, I kept them covered. The overly calloused, strong, muscular toes. I didn't want to intimidate anybody. I didn't want anybody's wives walking by, like, what are you watching? And like,
oh my God, can you imagine? Dude, if someone's significant other just walked behind them and we're like, there's me calling play-by-play of your, does he get in? No, he's down at the 1. So I'm like calling play-by-play of you on your like baby toy mat in the background doing your push-ups.
It's true. It's safety for my son over there. I'm kind of now getting offended that people are saying that was bad form. I don't think it was. I feel really good about myself.
Yeah. Well, I am Big Doja. Says I am over 50. I can do 40 straight with good form.
Oh, please.
All right, Nick Chubb. That is way too easy peasy.
Yeah, not a good day to fade Nick Chubb. I absolutely getting trounced in the $500.
Yeah.
So I got 30 points. Ugh.
Everyone hop in the hot Chubb time machine because the man has given Cleveland a 3-point lead with the extra point pending, just under 7 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. We have 5 more sims coming up on everyone's favorite day of the week, Wild Weather Wednesday. So Rossi will slide into my chair here. So you guys will have a whole nother sim to berate him and tell him how terrible his push-up form is. It'll be Rossi and Zach for Steelers at the Giants at 2 o'clock. That's in the rain. Kenny then is going to have back-to-back games. Everyone's favorite analyst here. Kenny and Geoff in the win for Panthers at the Bucs at 4. Ravens at the Broncos is in the snow at 6 o'clock. That's Kenny and Christian. And then Kaufman and Brandon will have you for the final 2 sims on the final Wild Weather Wednesday of 2020. Patriots at the Bengals, and then Jets at the Bills. Pats at the Bengals in the rain, Jets at the Bills in the snow.
Ooh, love the snow games. Be honest.
Me too. I'm a huge fan of that. And you know what? 52% of the people in the free showdown are a huge fan of Nick Chubb scoring a touchdown. That's what his ownership was. Baker is the highest owned, 76%. Going back to DJ Chark, just that one catch, 50% owned. OBJ, one catch, 50% owned. Chris Thompson, 50% owned.
At least Thompson's got some stuff going for you, but these guys, it is a bad look right now for some of the stars. As we'll see there.
That's Chris Conley on the reception. Shout out to Smashburger, which is currently leading the America's Team 10-man showdown contest. Rashawn Sermons in first place in the free showdown, 13,000 plus entries. And he's got Nick Chubb in the captain spot. Chris Thompson, Kareem Hunt, Landry, Jags and Browns defenses.
Got it. You know what? I just realized my wife said she left the garage open. I'm just going to go quickly close that. I'm freezing. I got no heat.
You can feel the cold air?
I'm down so where the door that you can't really see, it goes around the corner. It leads to my garage. Okay. I got a heater next to me, but it ain't doing nothing because my wife is crazy and leaves the garage door open for some reason.
Okay. All right. You go do your thing, my friend. Yeah, no.
I'm going to go do 15 push-ups, do off-camera, perfect form, unbelievable, shirtless, Speedo.
Okay, yeah, take it off. Let's go. I thought, you were cold, but do your thing, my friend. We saw Tyler Eifert get involved, so sorry. Eiferted. Let's go. 14-10. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to play. Rossi's back, everybody. Incredible form on those push-ups.
Oh, yeah, thank you. But by the way, you were talking about this game has been kind of like this odd mess of like, right now, obviously, it's 14-10. You had the touchdown. Both running backs scored for the Browns. You have Armstead for Jacksonville. Lambeau with the kick. Player of the game, there's no clear-cut person here. The Babysitter Billy, I'm going to destroy your family award, that's not clear-cut either. By the way, and Chat VP is going to literally everybody because you guys are amazing.
Yeah, it's a good squad today. Ooh, first down. Chris Thompson on the screen. That was on 3rd and 10. Everybody is here today. That is the conversation cooking on Twitch currently. Goofy has joined the program. Possum Grape.
Awesome Grape.
Smash Lanta. Confusion. What's up, dog? Ooh, Nuke. Man, who knew your push-ups would get everyone so fired up? Everyone was in such a loving mood.
They crushing me?
Supporting each other, and now everyone has channeled their inner Billy D and just wants to destroy one of their family members, which is you in this situation. Oh man, baby. Let's go.
Tyler? Eifert?
Yes, it is Tyler Eifert once again.
Give a little positivity in Notre Dame, Florida Notre Dame tight end. That's a tight end factory, by the way. Offensive line and tight end factory is Notre Dame. But yeah, big catch there. Gardner Minshew, by the way, threw that ball, led him down the field. That's a touchdown. But throwing across his body.
Yeah, it was rolling out, throwing across his body. Yeah, but A for Eifert there. 1st and 10. Under 5 to go now. Jaguars in Lambeau territory, but you don't want that. You want to visit that 10-yard area known as the end zone. You need 6. You want the lead.
Let's see, you have 4:40 left. People, by the way, everyone crapping on the push-ups. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'm going to do a few more before we leave.
Listen, it could always be worse. You could always be Kenny.
Honestly, I've said that to myself a couple times just to just check myself.
Yeah, when you're having a bad day, you're like, I could always be Kenny Ducey. 2nd and 3. That's an incomplete pass. We do love him. 3rd and 3 now coming up from the 8.
Big play here.
Wow, we got people calling on for Armstead. People want Armstead there right now.
El Paso number 1. He must be the 1% that owns him, but this is where Chris Thompson should play a bigger factor.
Yeah, he's that 3rd down running back. He's in there in those passing down situations. We'll call Armstead is listed as the power back. And, Minshew, incomplete pass. So, I mean, what do you do here with 4:16 to play? I guess you could kick a field goal. It's safe. And then you've seen your defense kind of stop Cleveland a few times. Could happen again.
Yeah, in reality, they probably would actually take the shot here. Oh, they're going to here in Simland.
I love this. This is why this team is in my blood, because they have marbles. And, never mind. I'm so upset and disappointed.
Okay, pivot question. Pivot question.
No. No, I'm done. That was
they have marbles, all right, and they're very small.
Oh, that's right, because they were in the pool. That's why.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think that's what shrinks, but
they're in the rain. Come on.
It is true. It is wet. Serious question for you. Do you want Minshew back? Do you think he will be? Do you think he'll be Trevor Lawrence backup? Do you think he'll take one more year? Do you free him to go see if he can play with other puppies out in the yard?
You know what? I think if Trevor is your guy, I think I'm a big fan of kind of throwing him right into the fire. He seems I don't mind when that happens with rookie quarterbacks, as long as he's got some talent and some weapons to work with, which Jacksonville, as Miles Jack comes up with the sack.
Yeah.
Sack. It seems like if he's this, generational talent, as the experts who know a lot more about football than I do. Of course, we've heard that about guys in the past, and everyone flops. That's my biggest fear, is that it just doesn't work out, and we're just back to square one again.
No, I'm trying to keep this above and positive. See, I believe you let Minshew go because I think he has a chance to be a starter potentially in this league.
He does. You just you throw Lawrence in there. You let Minshew do. Dude, you joked around earlier. You said Minshew on the Patriots. It's better than anything the Patriots have right now.
He's cheap. He's low money. It's give me a guy who can throw the ball, who has a little of that bravado. But aside from that, just when it comes to Jackson, sign like a veteran. Maybe do a tour route. Like bring in a veteran that could start maybe first 5-6 games, depends what the schedule looks like. Then let them all know the game plan. Bring in Minshew Mania, unless you do want to just throw him let him out there. Like think about Mayfield. It was, he was a backup, and then he came in, and it's like, okay, now give him some time to see and get the speed down. He'll hopefully have a real off season. It should be interesting. I don't know. I think I think both can agree. I think you let Minshew go, see what he can do out there, and maybe you get something for him, a 6th-round pick or something.
I was about to mention this, and then Andrew dropped it in the chat on YouTube. He says Fitzpatrick to the Pats. Right now, if I'm Miami, I don't want Fitzpatrick to go anywhere because he's been your security blanket when Tua has continued to disappoint in his rookie season. Now, a whole off season under his belt. No, he has, dude. He has been underwhelming this entire time. There's a reason they've gone to Fitzpatrick multiple times.
There's been multiple games where Tua was just fine, and people were talking like he was undefeated quarterback for the first 3 stretches.
Oh my God, he was. Those were all like defense and like special teams. Like that first game he had against the Rams, where he threw for like 60 yards. Are you kidding me? That was all.
Hey, I'll take a quarterback who throws for 60 yards on 38 and plays 4 quarters. All right, I'll take a guy who can throw the ball.
I get it, man. I get it.
But no, I agree. I personally, as a Patriots fan, would not want Fitzpatrick, and it's not for any other reason that I hope that they are willing to find the next potential guy and not playing another stopgap player. And I think he's going to cost too much because I think he is quality. I think if I'm Miami, he might be starting this week. He might be the guy that could lead them to the playoffs. So don't.
I'm hoping Trevor Lawrence comes in and looks like a Herbert, except they don't have a coach that is a reason they're losing games,
Yeah, it just spins the wheel of how to blow a game in the 4th quarter.
For sure. Herbert's been unbelievable.
He really has. He's there's the guy every team wants, right? Like if you're going to draft a young quarterback, he has just been no flaws, I don't think, in his game, aside from a couple of errant passes, but very few for a rookie.
Come on, Minshew. That was not what you were aiming to do, or maybe it was.
Want to do something?
Well, here we are. It's 2nd and 10 on the 11. There's a minute and a half to go. Now's the time.
Will Minshew complete a pass? Not just a touchdown, just any pass, or we throw it in the dirt or in the sand.
Come on, guys. The Jaguars, let's go. It's just the blood, sweat, and teal. This is it. Chris Thompson. Gosh, son of a gun. 3rd and 13 now. This is now when I look back at the last. Uh-oh. I'm hearing the phone call.
Don't worry, it got denied. Got blocked. Mama Duke's making a call.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was the heating dude.
No. My wife would probably call. I don't know how you guys are hearing that. It's actually bothering me.
Okay, well, don't let it bother you too much. Focus. We have a minute to go, and you're about to watch some Minshew magic as he stands in the pocket for 7 years and throws to absolutely nobody.
You know what's going to happen? We've seen the last 4 passes from Minshew have gone 50 yards into the stands, low and away, and then we just saw whatever that was, too far outside. He's going to throw a dart for a touchdown here. You just know it.
This is it. This is the game. 4th and 13 from the 13. Minshew winds up back in the end zone, and Eifert pulls it in.
When I tell you, just the bullet touchdown. Gardner Minshew to Tyler Eifert. Look at him. Throws literally some of the worst passes in Simland history, and then just throws an absolute P. Look at this, right down the seam, right into Eifert's hands. Everyone's excited. People are kissing babies in Jacksonville. We're having a day.
Lambeau, extra point up. Extra point is good. A field goal lead for the Jaguars. Gardner Minshew to Eifert. Eifert, the law, and the law won. 52 seconds to play. All 3 timeouts, though, for Cleveland. They just need a field goal to push this thing to overtime. Austin Siebert would be the kicker. Yes, my X factor is moist and warm.
All right, so let's see. Does Cleveland have it in them? Are we going to get overtime? A lot of things to be decided here.
Yeah, I see you guys. I see you, chat. Calling out that OT, calling out the X factor. And you nailed it, dude. He said, watch him throw a dart on this play. What are you looking at? Why does your face look the way that it does?
Oh, sorry. I was reading some of the... I'm not getting the notifications, and I'm reading about that fact that if Fitzpatrick started for the Patriots, it would. Yeah. He would start for every AFC East team. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm blind. I haven't gone to an eye doctor in like 10 years.
Dude, you should do that. You should go.
Listen, now that I got my beard trim, I went outside of the house for the first time since it's been one McRib trip and a trip to the barber, and maybe once to a grocery store.
Jarvis Landry has 6 catches for 52 yards. For some reason, the Browns decided to let like 20 seconds burn off the clock before taking their first time out here.
All part of the strategy. It's Cleveland way. And also, just quickly for Cleveland fans out there, you have to be beyond. Like we talked about how great Jacksonville, the Jets won, exciting for Cleveland. Like I know Cleveland had nobody playing, but that's such a bad loss. They could be a 10-win team and not make the playoffs. Like there's going to be one. It's either them, the Colts.
Yes, you're right.
Maybe Baltimore, maybe Miami. Like that's crazy, especially if you're Cleveland because you played so well this year.
The Colts are the ones sitting on the outside right now, and they need the Titans to lose, or who is it? The Browns to lose. Or the Ravens to lose, right?
Correct. Yeah. So they actually, it's bad. And they're another one that blew it to the Steelers who couldn't find their way out of a wet paper bag over the last 3 weeks. They blow that game. So it was a very interesting week 15. But yeah, we'll see where this is. I want to see, personally, I'd get rid of either Miami or Baltimore just because, I don't love watching those teams. But I want to see the Colts in there. I'd like to see the Browns in there personally. But hey, listen, it's going to be fun as a Patriots fan. It's going to be the first time in since I was 1 year old, I feel that like the Patriots aren't in there, so I don't even know what it's going to feel like to watch the playoffs.
They're going to start Cam for the last one. I mean, can the Jets?
Yeah,
the Jets? Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is what it is. The Jets, though, really gunning for that 3rd win in a row.
And you know what? Watch it happen, and watch Adam Gates get like renewed. You're like, we're going to ride this up.
Oh, that would be. There's nothing Jets fans want less than that. I'd love to bring Kenny on and get his opinion. All right, Baker.
You want his opinion? You want his opinion?
I want his opinion on that. Yes, because then I can.
That would be the worst thing. That would be the worst thing to ever happen. I don't. Get out of here! All right, Kenny. He's going to be on later on. We'll bring
I didn't know Kenny was the heating man that you had coming over. This is it, guys. Out of timeout. 2nd and 10 on their 48. 52 yards to the end zone. Time has expired, and the ball falling to the ground. Incomplete pass, and the Jaguars, with the late touchdown from Gardner Minshew to Tyler Eifert, will escape the first of 6 sims today on Wild Weather Wednesday with a 17-14 victory.
Not the game we probably thought we were going to get, but in the rain, it was exciting. Listen, we saw Gardner Minshew play one of his worst games and still come out the hero at the end with the big touchdown to Eifert. Yeah. A lot of positivity in America's land. So as someone said it, the Jacksonville Jaguars are undefeated since I actually shaved my beard. So maybe there's something
Yes,
there.
They are. Yep. And it's also been the curse for the Browns.
True.
So shout out to everyone who decided to like the video and the stream over on YouTube. Again, we're asking you guys to like it for yourself today. This is for you, Sim Fam, the DK Sim Fam, and everyone who's been with us from the get-go on the Dream Stream. Also, producer Madison and Andrew on the 1s and 2s, and Kyle and Asher. We've had a great squad with us today. The first game back following the Madden Holiday Season Championship. Chubb, 16 carries, 80 yards. So he was by far the best on the ground. Chris Thompson, and Chubb, by the way, with the touchdown. Chris Thompson, 9 for 35. What about your we're going to continue the tradition of the post-game awards. Krusty Kaufman, player of the game. Who does that go to?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, this game, no bonuses. No one really, like, as close as we got, I'm going to give it to him. It's going to go to Chubb. 80 yards, had the touchdown, had one catch in there just for laughs. And before you even ask, it's going to go to Odell Beckham, the Not My Kid award.
Yeah.
One grab, 10 yards. I know there's a couple people that people are expecting more out of, but just one catch for Odell Beckham was the third owned in the contest. Like, that's embarrassing. So one Brown up, one Brown down.
The babysitter, Billy. I am still single and obsessed with John Ross III, Not My Kid, player of the game. Good stuff from you, my friend. Let me look at the contest real quick before we skedaddle.
While you do that, he never connected with that girl you set him up with?
No, I never officially got like the ball rolling on that. Like, you know, talking to her, it sounded like there was some interest. And remember, they kind of crossed paths unexpectedly in a coffee shop a couple weeks ago. I don't know. Billy's like, you try to do something like good for Billy and try to get him back on track and send him on his way. And then the guy takes like a hard left and doesn't want to do it. So I don't know. I've tried to offer him the assist. Sixth place, looks like I'll finish in the 10-man pool in the America's Team 10-man showdown. But over in the free showdown with north of 13,000 entries, currently, Terrell 02. Oh, smart individual. Eifert in the captain spot. Minshew, Chubb, Thompson, Hunt, and Landry. That's a great lineup.
I should have went with Eifert. That was my fault. There's Jason in the YouTube chat basically calling me out, calling me a moron, calling me bad push-up form guy.
Yeah. I actually am going to agree with Jason on this one.
I'm sorry. Great name, by the way.
Yeah, it is a great name, but that's my favorite Jason out of the two I'm talking with right now.
That hurts, but it's okay. The truth hurts sometimes, right?
You have probably a complete total stranger standing in your garage right now. You need to go work on that.
No, he's not there yet. We're waiting on it. He's going to be sooner or later. But yeah, this was fun, though. Emerson, always a good time.
It's a good time, dude.
My fellow sack bro.
You're coming up at 2:00. You'll be joined by Zach in the rain, Steelers at the Giants. Perfect timing because my roommate and Miss Winnie have just arrived back home. So I love you guys. Adios, DK Sid fam. I'll see everyone back here tomorrow at high noon with Sweet Tea Fowler. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Cheers. Celebrate Simland, come on. I don't know. Emerson always sings in the beginning, so I thought I'd try.
Sure.
I'm embarrassed for me. Jason Rossi with my guy, Zach Thompson. Zach, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? Good to see you.
Good to be seen. Good to see you too, man. Obviously, a lot, we're in the hangover, the afterglow.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about the holidays or any of that crap. No,
although maybe that too.
Oh, please, trust me. It ain't looking good from chin down here. But last night we had the Super Bowl, the championship. Everybody on that pregame absolutely loved it. The DK Sim Fam has been a buzz. Awesome for you to be that first guy from like the commentating section. Like
let off.
You were seriously, and like it was like putting when Joey Votto for the Reds went from the cleanup hitter to the leadoff hitter. It doesn't really make sense, but you want to start off with the best in the biz, and that's what we got from UZT. So,
I appreciate that.
Great job last night, and how crazy is this? How long has this been going? It feels like it's been going on for like years at this point.
I know it's 9 months, so it does feel like a long time, but definitely glad to be a part of it, and glad to be a part of it here with you today as we keep rolling with some wacky weather, which is always fun on Wednesday.
Yeah, so it's funny. You go from like the Super Bowl, all the things, and people are like, oh, the weather. It splits the crowd. But we got rain, we got Giants, we got Steelers, kind of like a classic rivalry in its own case, these vintage teams. What are you kind of looking at here for a lineup, ZT?
Yeah, so in the rain, and I know you're a stack them kickers guy. I know that.
See, come on.
I did not. But what I did do in the rain with the weather and shorter passes being maybe the way that the quarterbacks lean, I stacked them tight ends. So I have both tight ends in my lineup, both Ingram. Yeah, right.
I like this.
We'll see how
it goes.
Your
thing. You could be the tight end stack guy.
Sure. And both tight ends in this one, double E's. So I have Eric Ebron, Evan Ingram. Both I have Ebron as my captain, and then fit some other players around them, which we can talk about once things lock. But yeah, that's where I went, just because a lot of times in the rain, they do keep those passes to the middle of the field, and those passes in the middle of the field, a lot of times it's slot receivers, it's tight ends.
And let's be honest, we're talking about two quarterbacks that I know in reality things can be different, but like can sling the ball here in Simland. Like Daniel Jones, his accuracy is a lot, but especially where you're going over the middle with Ingram. You did mention we are talking about the rain. Lineups have locked up. So I can tell you, I'll start first. I went with you're making me feel bad, but I went Captain Deontay Johnson. I got Saquon. Right. I got Ingram. I had to stay on brand. I have Graham Gano. Got to throw one kicker in. Ben Roethlisberger, and then I also threw in Slayton as well as kind of like I'm surprised that he's still as cheap as he is, even though he can have those games where you don't see him. So that's why.
So I have Slayton as well, just because, like you said, he is a very nice price for that 10.4 points per game average, which, as you also mentioned, is not counting those games where he doesn't show up at all. So there is that risk, but I went with him anyway. Ebron and Ingram I mentioned. I do have both quarterbacks, Ben and Dr. Jones, and then the Steelers defense rounds out my team. So
that was the good call. I was in trouble there with Steelers D, Slayton. I had a little bit of money to play with. Went with the player. Again, rain could play a factor for those.
Who knows?
Yeah, for those just joining us, we just came off of a 17-14 game with the Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the rain can sometimes play a little bit of effect. Saw a lot more running in that game as well. So even though, do you have any faith in any running back for the Steelers? Not in just reality, but here in Simland.
No, not in Simland for sure. And this is a matchup, right, with the Giants that I usually would try and get a running back in there. But James Conner, no thank you. Jalen Samuels sometimes gets involved as a receiving back, but not often enough that he's somebody I usually go with. And I mean, it's the same in real life, quite honestly. Not a big fan of either of the running backs in real life. Either Connor, he's their best option for sure, but not my favorite play on a weekly basis.
Yeah, it's almost as if they forgot how to run block during that undefeated streak there for the Steelers.
Or forgot to run the ball. They just throw the ball 50 times a game.
Yeah, hey, no big deal. Your quarterback just came off of a surgery that no quarterback ever returned from. Let's have him sling it 50 times.
It shouldn't. I mean, it's his elbow. Does he really use that to throw anyway? Can you prove it?
Yes. If you're not seen, I throw around a football every time. Okay. So I'm
all right.
By the way, welcome in there to our fans and the DK Sim fam over on YouTube. Getting up near 300 there. We got our Twitch homies. We see you guys, Patrick, TK, Kyle. I have to mute my channel. I know I'm going to get yelled at. What else we got here? Bob M, Kicking Club. Bob M, you got to be feeling good about the pack right now. Daniel Jones in the first
There
place.
we go.
Right down the middle, just like ZT talked about. Down the middle, the catch by Shepard.
Yep, not the guy I talked about him going to, but it is that pass over the middle that they will rely a little bit more on in the weather. It's just the air yards that they try and cut down on. So you'll see less throws to outside the numbers, more over the middle of the field, and usually fewer deep shots. But you've always got people out here breaking trend too. So there's a catch for Engram.
Yeah, there it is, getting involved at tight end in both of our lineups. You guys can shout out some of your lineups as well.
Nice quick start here for Daniel Jones as well.
David saying, hey, Rossi. Hi, Zach.
What's up?
Hi, David. See Bonzo Choker, Congo Cab, which there's so much to talk about when it comes to football. Simland. I know you were able to kind of quickly touch on this yesterday as we're all kind of flying in and out of that pregame, which, again, kudos to the production staff. Kudos to everybody.
Yeah, so much fun.
Making that happen. Looking forward to the next one because you know there will be.
Of course.
Because we ain't going anywhere. Again, I know there was a lot of like random talk, and I'm sure some of it's a joke, but just to reconfirm, Zach works daily on these.
Yeah.
These sims aren't going anywhere.
They're not.
If anything, we're probably going to ramp up. I don't want to speak out of tone, so just be on the lookout. Footballs won't be on Sundays. Maybe sims return, so just know there's a lot more coming in. It's keeping Zach very busy and sleepless at night.
It's all good. I enjoy it, and it's a lot of fun. But yeah, we are ramping back up. We've got full 6 today, 3 tomorrow. So even on your New Year's Eve day, you can catch some early sims. I think it's 12, 2, and 4.
That was really nice of you, Zach, to do the midnight stream to bring in the new year tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
You're going to be
really
producing.
Looking forward to that one. All of it, yep. And playing as both teams while modifying depth charts. No, so it'll be fun. It is good to have them back. And then obviously on Saturday, we're back with some more sims as well before the big week 17 Sunday. We will, we'll announce, there's announcements coming about further down the road, but know that you will have these sims coming your way. And that'll be a lot of fun. And thank you for joining us for the big game last night and for hanging out today on this wacky weather Wednesday as we're here in the rain. Some quick numbers here. Highest owned in free showdown, Saquon Barkley, who just got the carry there. I don't have him. I don't think you did have Saquon, right?
I did, yeah. I threw him out.
Yeah. All right, cool. Ben Roethlisberger, Darius Slayton, Deontay Johnson, and Eric Ebron are the top 5.
There is your one of your 2 tight ends in there. And you called
Yep.
Saquon is the quad father, but I don't know anymore. AJ Dillon, after his breakout week, I want to see those 2 in a quad off. All right, we need that next. In this weird off season we're about to head into, I want to just both of them hike up the shorts, get it to that, booty short level, flex the quads. Let's see what we got, boys.
Do they have to lift something, or is it just all about the appearance of the quads?
I want the
do
natural
leg presses, or
just no weights, just maybe a natural mini, very very timid a cute squat where it just really flexes it out. Because if I'm a Packers fan, the Bob M's of the world, and those in the sections, we have a 3rd and 7 here. Daniel Jones goes to the end zone.
Shot.
Double coverage intercepted.
Wow.
Wow.
Looking very much like the Steelers in real life there with the pick in the end zone. Turnover for Jones.
Daniel Jones is not the best option there on a 3rd and 7, trying to make something happen. You love to see it if you have, like I have, a couple receivers for the team, but throws the pick. Good for you. Those who own the Steelers defense, like ZT.
20% owned in the free showdown, 3.8% in the captain spot. Still got the shutout intact after no field goal attempt there for Graham Gano, and you've also got the pick. And there is your boy, not on my lineup, not in your lineup, but always first place in your heart, Juju Smith-Schuster.
I want to just say the victory lap I was taking a little over a week ago because his little TikTok dance, he got called out, everyone. Then he had a grown-up moment this week against the Colts. He had the big catch, eventual game winner for them, and just gave the ball to the ref. Over the week, said, I'm done doing that.
You could tell he was like,
Yeah, every part of him.
Yeah.
Everything that is in the Schuster part of his name was like, I need this. I need to dance. I need to do something gloaty. But I give a lot of credit. Like I'm the first to pick on or nitpick, just like everybody else in any form of media. But I saw that, I was like, okay, this kid, this guy's showing me something here in this moment.
Yeah, he acted like the grown-up he said he was going to be. So it was a nice moment to see. We'll see how long it lasts. So a lot of times that's, short-lived. But it'll be interesting to see. The Steelers are a fascinating team, and they're a team that I never was all that high on, even when they were the last undefeated. Like, I never bought all the way into the Steelers, but it will be, even just the tale of two halves that we had last week against the Colts, they looked lost that first half. They looked done. And then to come out and just, whatever you think of the Colts, their defense has been solid all year. They just exploded in that second half. The Steelers, after they got to the one and couldn't convert, they just went off with the 3 touchdowns and shut them out. So coming back, big win for them, and kind of really seems to reestablish their identity. Them, the Bills, and the Chiefs, I think, are clearly the 3 teams in the AFC. I don't think there's really a fourth that I see making noise. Which of those, how would you rank those 3, and how do you see that playing out as we get to playoff time?
Great question.
Right, because those are. Is there anybody else in the AFC that convinces you? The Titans, maybe.
I was gonna actually. This is gonna sound weird, maybe. Well, actually, you know what? They lost Anthony Costanza because I'm still kind of a believer in the Colts. Now I know it's Phillip Rivers and it's playoff.
And they're gonna need some help.
But they are.
Yeah,
they're on the outside looking in, and losing Anthony Costanzo today, he's done for the year. That's
huge.
Their offensive line and defensive front has been the team. So, but going off the 3 you said, and I think it's hard to argue to put a fourth there. Maybe the Titans. I don't see much. The Ravens are getting a little scary here at the end of the year, but ranking those, I'm going to say Chiefs.
Yeah, but the Ravens, they just playoff Ravens is not scary to me.
Playoff Lamar, you're right. He is not two trips, not much.
Been ugly.
Yeah. So I'll say
I just don't know that their style translates. But we can go ahead, rank.
Sorry.
Here.
It's very important. Everyone's just dying to know what I'm going to say. Chiefs, I would say, is like, I don't think you can argue at this point. I'm actually going to put the Bills in that number 2.
People try it, yeah.
Very close though. Like I think there's some swagger or whatever you want to call it at the end of the year. A lot of momentum going for the Bills. They absolutely trounced the Patriots on Monday night. Put the nail in the coffin of the New England Patriots potential dynasty, if you would. There's another run up the middle. Are we going to get a touchdown on the ground? A rare sight. Jalen Samuel.
3rd down back in there for the shotgun formation.
That, we both talked about, we don't like these running backs, especially Samuel. Yeah, he gets involved most of the time in the running formations. As you saw there in the shotgun, Ben hands it to him right up the gut. No linebacker touches him until he hits the end zone. Touchdown Steelers. After the interception from Daniel Jones in the end zone, they march all the way down 80 yards in less than 4 minutes.
Samuel's owned in just under 21% of lineups in the free showdown. If you've got him in your captain, like PP Hooligan.
Yeah, lucky PP.
Congratulations.
So just quickly, going back to that AFC, we'll call it the contender conversation we're having. I put the Bills ahead of the Steelers with a lot of confidence.
I would as well.
And I'm really close. And I know it's recency bias. The Chiefs played really poorly, and the Bills played really well. But I think there's just something really going there for the Bills. Defensively look great. Offensively, Josh Allen, for all the flack he took coming into the season, if it wasn't for the season Aaron Rodgers was having, I know Patrick Mahomes is unbelievable, but I think sympathy votes would head towards a Josh Allen, and maybe he could overcome if he had more rushing yards. He kind of stopped running, which seemed to be working out for him.
Which isn't a bad thing given how well he's been throwing the ball lately and letting the other people do the running. I would agree with you. I don't think the Bills are quite there with the Chiefs yet. I have seen the Chiefs in the playoffs. They look pretty good last year as they steamrolled coming back against the Texans. You remember that big rally. They came back against the Titans as well, and then obviously winning the Super Bowl. But I've seen them in the playoffs. They're proven. So obviously there's a confidence level there that I don't have yet with the Bills. But if you just look at the recent games, say since the two teams played each other on that Monday night game early in the season, it was kind of rainy in Buffalo, not a great game for the Bills at all. Yep. But since then, I mean, the last few weeks, the Chiefs haven't been that convincing. You mentioned it. I mean, they squeaked by the Falcons, who we don't really think are very good. And, I mean, they've had to pull some wins out late that they probably shouldn't have had to pull wins out late. Like, it should have been a rout, and it wasn't. Even Miami played them tough, as we see Saquon dropped for the loss there on the big hit, bringing up 3rd and 4. Devin Bush, nice play. But I would love to see Bills and Chiefs AFC Championship game. How fun would that be?
See, it's so interesting because, like, storyline wise,
right?
There's so much there. But like, and you know what that also shows, which is a big conversation this year. There's Saquon on the screen on a 4th down, not gonna get there.
He had it.
Not gonna. Oh, wait, that was a 3rd down.
That was 3rd and 4. Yep, 3rd and 4. So
must be all the all this water I'm drinking. My brain is.
Yeah.
But yeah, 4th and 1, big stop there by the D. Yeah, oh, you know I do. But yeah, so that's going to end the first quarter there. Saquon on the catch. So for those of you just joining us, it was a touchdown from Jalen Samuel, the only touchdown in the game. A Daniel Jones interception on the first drive in the end zone led to that 80-yard drive, and then we just saw the 3rd down stop. So we'll see a punt when we come back. But we're talking contenders. Well, yeah, you never know. They could get real aggressive at the 35. It has happened.
You never know.
But we're talking contenders, and yeah, the Bills versus, if it's Bills and Chiefs, let's just say that that shows the future is now with quarterbacks, like a young Josh Allen in his 3rd year, Mahomes, young quarterback, what is his 4th year, and you have these guys that they're the future. And
for sure,
the NFC, I don't think we're going to have that young, youthful NFC championship. We'll talk about that as we go, but Ben Roethlisberger versus Mahomes would also be just interesting just because of that dynamic.
Yeah, and maybe we get that in the second round, right? Could we get that on one side, and then I mean, I know seedings are still to be decided, but if you ended up with Steelers, Chiefs in that second round, and then you had Bills and whoever else advances on the other side, I mean, it could happen depending on where everybody lands. But could be fun. I mean, I'm all for that. I think that would be a very interesting matchup as well. Chiefs have had the Steelers number in the playoffs recently, but it would be a very interesting matchup, especially given the way that the Steelers bounced back at the end of that game against the Colts. Which, I mean, I thought at halftime I was ready to be done with the Steelers. Like, they 3 in a row, and they looked awful. Then they got a 1st and goal from the 1, and they couldn't score. And it was like, okay, cross them off the contender lit. Oh, wait a minute, they're actually gonna come back and win this. So it was such a turnaround there. That defense getting that stop right away, get the ball back, and then they hit the big Deontay Johnson touchdown, which got them off and running. Let's see if they can get off and running here in the second quarter as we come back.
Yeah, in the contest that the free win, the 2 p.m. Rossi ZT, currently in first place is our ops team. By the way, didn't even give a shout yet. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Give it up for him. Amazing.
Hey.
It's been great. We have Madison, our producer. Still, some people call it fish sticks. I still don't really get it. I'm not asking either. Don't slack about it because I can't see it because you guys bully me because I can't hear the things. And then we have Asher and Kyle and our ops team. Both guys, amazing job flying back there. So my contest isn't updating. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm
in 21st.
Brag.
Where are you?
65th. It just updated. Wish it didn't. I see
24th now. I just slipped a little bit.
Jay Sim there, 12-10 in the number 1 spot. Also has Deontay Johnson's captain. Juju, Ben, Shepard, Samuel, Steelers D. So long way to go here as we're just getting into the season.
Yep.
But just having the conversation right now about sorry, Frank went, this one got me. Damn, is Rossi in witness protection trying to hide his identity? Some of them have got me. You guys have cracked me up today.
Yep.
That's what happens when you just grow
quite the transformation, I will say.
But no one said, it's funny. You can't just pop a beard on. It only goes the other way.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I guess you can, but it's a sticky glue situation. Not great.
Also, our guy Edge 95.
Ebron.
Yeah,
thanks for showing
double
up.
E. Edge 95 says, what do you say? He says, ZT, best commentator. Give him a shout. Smash the like for ZT.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Always enjoy hanging out, watching these Sims with you guys, and actually getting to talk to you. I watch them a lot with you, as in we're both watching them, like we were last night. Chiefs and Saints.
Yeah, that was good.
Didn't go the way I thought it was going to. I didn't see Kelsey as that big of a contributor. He had kind of torn up the Saints in their first meeting, but I expected it to be Tyreek Hill. And then CEH catching touchdown passes, which he typically does not do, but he picked a good time.
Yeah, it sure did. And it was in, I believe, the winning lineup, too, as well.
Oh, yeah.
Monitoring that. It was a lot of fun for all you that joined us last night.
10K top prize. It was a good time to have the winning lineup.
Seriously. And I can tell you right now, it was not mine.
Bummer.
And I did not enter that one. I left the spots for the crew in those, and I was in Emerson's, and I got trounced. I did not play out so well. But I'm glad.
Yeah, me neither. I had Hill as the captain, and you had a kicker, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I had a little lot. It was it was a hard one to manage, dude. There was a lot of high price.
Yeah, whenever the Chiefs, the classic contests with the Chiefs get a little tricky because you got to put the Chiefs in and then kind of build around them. When you're talking showdown, you've almost got to fade one of the big three, and I would have faded Kelsey, which would have cost me. That's what I did.
So he's going to break the tackle. Schuster gets stuck down at the 4-yard line.
Wonder if he was going to celebrate if he scored.
Maybe here in Simland, it's okay.
I know, right? Is it okay? Does he dance in Simland, or do we have to? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Madison Lemuel is a solo leader in the Classic, who was heading into the second, a 5-way in the free showdown. Trenton saying that it's a rainy day in Texas, so perfect day for all Sims. Well, having his own wacky weather Wednesday, I guess.
Yep.
Trenton, appreciate you. It's dry and just cold. Great day to have some heat here up in New England.
So you have no heat at all? Is that the situation?
I have space heaters. It just doesn't do the same trick, and we've been waiting now over 2.5 hours for.
Oh boy!
So my wife just deuced on me earlier. Took my son and was just like, "I'm out." Left the garage door open and everything. I'm like, it's cold.
Going someplace warm. Talk to you later.
Yeah, going to
or maybe not.
Big Ben trying to take a QB sneak from the shot.
Yeah, that was not a good play call. Got a little too cute there with the play call.
Yeah, I will say that was a touchdown. It was a touchdown in the Super Bowl against the Seahawks. That was about as far out as he was back then, but I'm not going to get the touchdown call here.
All right, spread them all out again. Let's actually throw the ball this time. Got time. I'm going to throw it short of the end zone, though.
Not a good play call at all.
Not a good play
call.
Bad
series down here.
Yeah, not very ugly. And it's 4th and goal from the 4. Don't see them attempt a lot from here. It was Jalen Samuels with another chance for his second score, but unable to get into the end zone. Not real short yardage. We've seen in Madden 21, they do go for it a lot more down here in the red zone, but usually it's from like the 1, not usually from this far out. We'll see.
I'm going to go ahead and predict this will be a kick.
I would think so.
But we'll get a field goal here to make it a 10-zip lead. Over on Twitch, I'm going to ask, is Connor involved in all here? Not very much.
He is the RB1. Yeah, he is the RB1, and they just don't run a lot, which I guess.
And they don't have a lot of single back formations. A lot of shotgun in the Steelers playbook.
Yep, it's what they rely on, both in real life and in this. A lot of throwing, lots of volume for Big Ben, and as a result of all that time in the shotgun formation, you do get Jalen Samuels, who had the catch there and the touchdown run out of that formation earlier. He is the 3rd down back. Connor is the RB1. If you're looking for that information, always can go to the Madden Stream info page by searching Madden Stream info page. Shockingly enough, top hit will be the info page on the DK Nation playbook, and then you can head on over there, click on the team name. I would suggest dropping a bookmark there. That's where you can find what the weather will be for these sims, and then also you can click on the team name. It'll give you the specialty players, the full depth charts, all that kind of stuff, which we are still not updating at this point. We're still going with week 1 depth charts, week 1 ratings, week 1 player movement. So that is why, like Le'Veon Bell, will be playing for the Jets later on.
Yes, and I'm not going to say this with facts because I literally know nothing, but if you smash that like, maybe it will change. Maybe. Just saying. I don't know. I have no powers. Definitely not my call. If anything, my call would be me thrown out of here. Over on YouTube, right. Dylan says, been watching since day 1, playing DK since Madden Stream started. Yesterday was my first time watching on YouTube as opposed to on DK. You guys rock. 1 extra like per day from me
Nice.
from now on. So thank you, Dylan.
Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate that.
Appreciate
We have
it.
some breaking news. Play the sounder.
Oh, breaking news with Zach Thompson on the DraftKings stream.
That was pretty good. Can we clip that? I'd like to use that in the future. Chad Henne will start this weekend for the Kansas City Chiefs. Official. Andy Reid just announced it.
Oh, this is why I've always said to people, this is the great thing about DraftKings. But
Chad
this is what
Henne, boys and girls.
if you're playing season long and you ever go into week 17, stop.
You're
Stop
in the
it.
wrong league.
We were
Get out
supposed.
that league.
By the way, the NFL did this whole extra team making the playoffs to avoid this. But when your teams are this good, like the Steelers, also Mason Rudolph versus it's going to be a must-see TV, by the way. Browns, because the last time Mason Rudolph started against the Browns, which story is out there. And now Chad Henne will be starting. Obviously, in a much must-win playoff game, you have the Rams playing
Wolford.
Yeah, Wolford. I don't even know his first name. I'm going to
John, I think.
Tyler. And then you almost had the Cardinals, but Kyler says he's gonna.
Kyler gonna grit out. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, if there is a quarterback who needs their legs fully functional, it would be Kyler Murray, right? Like if he's limited mobility wise, that could be. I mean, less than 100%. Kyler Murray is significant because he does move around back there so much. Hopefully, he can play through it. We also have we don't even know what the injury is. It's just a lower leg injury. It's almost like NHL style, right?
I was just gonna say you don't get away with that.
It's not. We don't know. It could be his foot. It could be his ankle. It could be his calf. It could be, but we know it's his lower leg. So, but yeah, we'll see how mobile he is. It is going to be a weird week, but it should be fun. It's all week 17. There's a lot of drama really still left in this season because aside from the Chiefs and who you mentioned, the Steelers, the Bucs are pretty much locked in where they are. Other than that, and obviously all the teams that are eliminated, there's still a lot to be decided this week, including the number 1 seed in the NFC. Saints can pass the Packers. If the Packers don't beat the Bears need that win to get in. There's a lot of drama this weekend, and a lot of DraftKings availability as well as you start to put together those lineups. It's the biggest slate we've had since the very beginning of the season because it is 15 games on Sunday. All of them except Philly and Washington who play Sunday night.
Which I just want to say, it's so weird. The NFL doing every game on Sunday for the only time they've done that all year. I get Monday night to a degree. I understand no Thursday, but like you just did Saturday games. Why aren't you putting any of these things on Saturday? There's no like a college football, but there's no like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the and it's the concurrent games, right? It's that you would have to have those games scheduled ahead of time so teams can prepare for the Saturday games. Big gain here, and a fumble at the end.
It's going the other way. It was a big time catch down the middle. I believe that was Eric Ebron.
It was,
and then he fumbles. This is what happens when he actually catches the ball. And
it's that soggy football here in the rain. Popped free there at the end. We'll see. Yeah, it kind of looked like he was down.
We don't know.
So that would be a fumble recovery for the Giants. DST, if it stands.
While they do, very quickly, the AFC. Let's look at these playoff pictures. We talked about the teams, but then basically.
So those are the 3 teams that are locked in the AFC.
Yes.
Other than that, everything's still up for grabs. The Titans with a win against the Texans.
Yep.
So they gave him the catch and the yards. So if you've got Ebron like me, that's a good thing. But you don't lose points for the fumble, which all works out. Yep, all works out. Sorry, Giants ownership very low, just 5% owned in the flex, 0.3% in the captain spot. They've not been very good in these sims.
That's a very gutsy 3%.
Yeah, right. 0.3.
Sorry, still.
Not 3 out of 100. Let's go 3 out of 1,000 people have the Giants as their captain. But Eric Ebron is owned a little bit higher, 42.3% ownership, 6% in the captain spot. Will they go to him here? They will not. It's a check down, I believe. Is that Samuels? Again, they really like him in the red zone today.
Yeah. Finds his way in that right beat in front of the linebackers usually. That's a kind of a Madden specialty, we've noticed.
It is. Yep. So
this playoff scenario, so like you were saying, Titans,
Titans can win and get in as the division champion. If they lose and nobody else of the main teams there lose, they could fall all the way out of the playoffs if the Colts win their game. And who is it? Browns, Ravens, and as we see a touchdown here.
It's Juju. Willie dance. Look at that. What the heck? I've never seen that one. He did like a figure 8 while laying down. I like it.
Well, it's the birthing the baby celebration, which is not my favorite. Got to be honest, not my favorite.
I've only birthed one baby, so I don't know too much. Oh boy! So Juju getting on the scoreboard, quick drive there, bing bang boom.
Ebron with the big gain there. Yeah, there you go. Producer Madison, shout out to all the moms out there. Yep, there we go. That's what it's for.
Real heroes.
Exactly. Thank you for that acknowledgement. So the Titans can win and get in or lose and fall all the way out. The Colts need to win and get some help to get in, either as a wild card or as the division champ, depending on what the Titans do. Browns, Ravens, and yes, the Browns and Ravens are the other two teams that if they win, they're in.
And the Miami Dolphins, too.
Yes, Dolphins as well. That's the other one. Thank you. So those are the 3 wild card teams that we just listed: Dolphins, Browns, Ravens. If they all win,
they're all 10-win teams. We are going to have a team miss the playoffs with an extra seed with 10 wins on the AFC side, and it's going to be really tough. For my sake, I would love to. We were talking a little bit about the Ravens playoff. Get them out of there. I think the Ravens have been
really
up and down. If I were to want to watch a slate of football in the playoffs, give me the Colts this year. They're interesting to watch. Give me the Dolphins. I really want to see the Browns in there. Honestly, just for that.
Hey,
look at that big text down the side.
Yeah, Daniel Jones chucking it up.
But you want to see the Browns in there. That's a feel-good story. They also just got absolutely trounced.
They just got crushed by the Jets.
I think me and you were playing offensive line and receiver for them. It wasn't.
It's true.
It was only 1/3 of the team offensively was there, but still you got to find a way. But I don't know. Especially going against.
For that to happen, that means the Ravens would have to lose this weekend to the Bengals. So.
Wait, no, I thought the Browns still can make it with a win. Aren't they in the winning?
Yeah, no, right. But you said the Ravens would be out, right?
Oh, yeah,
Ravens out,
Go
Colts
Bengals.
in.
Go Bengals.
Then we got to be cheering for Brandon Allen.
Finley, the ghost of Joe Burrow.
They've won the last 2. They've won the last. They beat the Texans. They beat the Steelers. Why not?
But JJ Watt told me all about that, by the way.
Yeah. He told a lot of people about a lot of things after that game. He was fired up. I like that.
That's
I liked it too.
That's a guy. If you're the Texans and he remains on that team, which we'll see what happens this offseason. Yeah. If I'm a contender, if I'm obviously as a Patriots fan, I'd bend over backwards. I would give my big
whatever
toe.
You gotta do.
I would give my big toe for JJ Watt for 2 years. But you want him on your team. You want him in your locker room. That type of accountability and want is you don't find that a lot, especially for someone that's really good. That's a known good player. But, yes,
and obviously been a little bit quieter this year, just as they stack up, multiple offensive linemen to slow him down. But in the right situation, the right system, he can be dominant. And I mean, he's just such a great guy all around. I mean, all the work he did for Houston after all the devastation from the.
And then he caught it. What just happened? So Daniel Jones throws basically an interception. The quad father, that was Slayton. I'm sorry. Knocks the ball out, catches it, but is short of the first down.
He's short of the first down.
On a fourth down.
Steelers still take over.
Wow,
that was wild.
That was. It was a wacky weather and wacky outcome weather Wednesday here.
It was, as we see a Juju Smith-Schuster highlight reel here, which we don't get a lot of, but there you go. A big day for him so far.
You want to know why you don't get a lot of it, ZT?
Why don't we get a lot of that?
Because he stinks.
I was trying to set you up there, trying to tee you up.
Appreciate it.
This looks like we'll get a James Conner run and call it halftime.
Everybody was clamoring for a little Conner, and they're going to call it the timeout. Because just quickly, NFC side, a little more murkier than the AFC, because you mentioned Packers taking on the Bears. Both teams need to win for playoff seeding or playoff berth. Packers, as Aaron Rodgers said, he was on an interview with Pat McAfee. not benching him, not sitting. They know how important that home field will be. You don't want to go to New Orleans. Yeah, you get the bye. And you just don't want to go to even though New Orleans, I know it's different without fans, but like you want to be home. You want to make the Saints. Let's be honest.
Lambeau, yes. Yeah. You want to get Drew Brees outside.
Yeah, no thanks. He doesn't want that either. You got the Saints; they're locked into a playoff spot, won the division. You have, they could get the bye with a win, and the Packers lose.
Right.
You have
so
Tampa.
They still have something to play for as they take on the Panthers. Yep.
And that's a pesky Panthers team too.
They are.
Don't think they're just going to roll over and die on Sunday. But then you have, as we said, Tampa Bay, as we have half here, 17 Zippo in this one.
Yep. We can run down that in the
third.
The second half here as we take a look at the stats in this very lopsided. I mean, Big Ben's 15 for 15. He hasn't thrown one incomplete pass yet.
I believe that's
166 yards and a touchdown. Daniel Jones has thrown 5 incomplete passes. He's just 7 for 12, 82 yards and a pick. So
an interception.
Quite a contrast here. Jalen Samuels is the rushing touchdown. That was his only carry of the day. Barkley, 7 carries for 16 yards if you went with the quad father. James Conner does have 8 carries very, very quietly for 38 yards. Right? I would have guessed like 3.
I was going to say I thought 2.
6 catches, 59 yards and the touchdown. Easy Eric Ebron, 4 catches for 57 yards. Nice start for him. Engram, my other tight end, 2 catches for 16 yards. Slayton just the 1 catch for -1 so far. Not a lot of big yardage totals there aside from Juju and Ebron.
No, as you mentioned it, like those are the players. Obviously, Juju with the touchdown, 17 zip here. Steelers just all over the Giants. Our ops team of Asher and Kyle updating the stats. That's why we go here to halftime. They get to double check everything. Can't keep an eye on it all.
That pick very turned the game around. Really, the Giants first drive marched right down the field. Looked like they were going to score at least a field goal, and then he threw the pick.
I thought for sure that they were at least scoring something there, right? Even an incompletion.
Right. It was third down. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm very shocked at how quickly this game turned right around. It's been all Steelers since. Giants have punted on all their drives, got stopped on a 4th down. So we'll see as they come out here. Steelers get the ball already up 17-0 as Zach Thompson, Jason Rossi, producer Madison, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, and the aforementioned Kyle and Asher on stats on the ops team. We were talking a little bit about the playoff picture. We're heading into week 17, which, by the way, real quick, round of applause for the NFL. Round of applause for the NFL for getting it done. We didn't think we'd get here, did we, Zach? At one point.
No, we did not. It looked like we were done.
Yeah,
at least have like a week 18, maybe a week 19. Maybe we'll have the Super Bowl in June or something weird. But they've kept it on schedule. I mean, yeah, they made a team play without a quarterback. They've made the Browns play last week without a wide receiver. Without any wide receiver.
Yeah, with a single wide receiver. Listen,
it's
been a bumpy road, but we are here as fans. Unfortunately, sorry to take this side of it, but we've made it to week 17. Knock on wood, everything cleanly goes through, but it has been some ups and downs. We've had Wednesdays, Tuesdays, Mondays, Sundays, Thursdays.
We've had every day of the week. Every day of the week.
It's been incredible, but we now can say like they made it through. Entertainment-wise, it was a tough go in the summer. At Sims, we were always here, but we were all looking forward to football season. Don't forget, same thing happened to baseball early. People were like, they're not going to make it. They made it through. So hats off to the NFL. Great job. Everyone's saying we're all in this together. They made it happen.
They made it happen, yeah.
But now we're here, week 17. A lot of things online. Talking NFC playoff picture. We already know Saints are in, Packers are in, the Bucs are in.
About the Panthers. Matt Rule just made the official announcement that Christian McCaffrey done for the year, not going to play.
Honestly,
I said official announcement.
I'm not saying this to you. Why do you don't even
3 games, man. 3 games all year. They just basically redshirted him, I think, right? Like they did the hey, take a year off, Christian. You get healthy. We'll grow this year. We're not going to be any good. You get we just paid you all this money. We'll give you your money. You take the year off. That's basically what they did.
It's unbelievable when you think about it. In the game, remember when he returned? What was that, week 11?
Yeah, the one giant game,
huge game with 3 touchdowns over 200 combined yards. Done again. What a tease. There's a punt there from the
nice punt.
Giants getting the ball
4 yard line.
So just going back to the NFC playoff picture.
Let's talk about the NFC.
It's very murky. It's all over the place. The Rams with Wolford need to win. And do they need help? No, they win.
No, so if they win, they're in. They can actually make it even if they lose.
Yes.
If they lose and the Bears lose to the Packers, who we ran down that game already, then the Rams still get in because the Rams beat the Bears in the Nick Foles game. Remember Nick Foles started, it was the Monday night debacle or whatever. It was some night because we play every night of the week now.
Yeah, it was like a Thursday afternoon at 1 a.m.
It was bad. It was a bad game at a bad time, and I turned it off because it was so bad. But yeah, so the Rams had the tiebreaker. So the Cardinals need a win to get in. The Rams, if they lose, can still make it.
Yes, and obviously the Cardinals? Their situation is they are a win in help, I believe.
No, they win, they're in.
Okay, so it's simple for them. So Cardinals go and win. Bears, they need to win. I believe they need the Rams to beat the Cardinals. It has to be one of those. I was looking this up earlier. It's very confusing, I think, in the AFC.
It is.
Either way, so the teams with hope are the Bears, the Cardinals, the Rams. Right. One of those is not going to make it. Seattle is a seeding situation, and obviously then there's the AFC least, where if Washington with, I don't know if it's Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo is going to be starting. It's going to be,
yes. I think it is. Alex Smith didn't practice today.
Please, Alex, this is the reason people want to see Washington win. It is you. You have incredible story. I know you don't have a leg, but could you please play? So if they win, if they beat the Philadelphia Eagles, they're in.
That's almost, I don't know if it's too soon for that joke. It feels like it might still be too soon for the leg joke because that was really a thing for Alex Smith.
I'm not saying it jokingly either. Like, he has what the people say is like an arm for a leg with the muscle and the tissue and stuff. It's incredible. His story is the most that's why I want to see.
It really is.
He needs to play, and I know being the selfish fan here, play and win because it is incredible. And like the fact that he's even still thinking about the NFL, let alone playing in the NFL, is insane. But
it is. It really is.
It's a win and in for the Washington football team. If Washington loses, earlier in the day you have the Cowboys, who at one point were starting a guy who works at like a sub shop, Danucci.
And Danucci.
They started quarterbacks like Zach Thompson, and I believe Madison was their quarterback, and they could beat these Giants we're seeing here and make the playoffs.
Yes. And if the Giants win that game and then Washington loses, the Giants are in the playoffs.
And the Giants would be, I believe, the first team in the history of the NFL to be 2-7 and make the playoffs. At one point, they were 2-7.
It's unreal.
Oh man,
it's crazy. I mean, honestly, I think Washington wins, but who knows?
You never. Hey, listen. Yeah,
Jalen Hurts, who's been of all those teams, wouldn't you want, like, of the 4 teams right now, like, throw the records out, the Eagles are the best team. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
No question. But they lost too much with Carson Wentz, so sorry. Sorry. They're the one team that can't make it, and they're the one team that, as we get Saquon with a nice run up the middle there. His biggest gain of the day, nice 6 yards after contact on that carry. To the 23, first down for the Giants, who look solid on this opening drive of the second half for them.
Remind me a lot of that first drive in the beginning of the game.
Exactly.
Got down to like the 10, got the sack, got the interception. So
don't count your Graham Gano field goals before they are kicked.
Yeah, so we have.
It's wild, man. It is wild to think that the Cowboys, who I think they were down to like a 1% chance of making the playoffs at one point. And if they do, this is another thing I was researching for my values picks.
Yeah.
If Andy Dalton plays more than 50% of the Cowboys snaps and the Cowboys make the playoffs, he has a $1 million clause in his contract. He gets a $1 million bonus, right? If he plays over 50%, he crossed the 50% threshold last week for the first time all season. Because remember, when he took over, I mean, Dak had already played some, and then you mentioned the Danucci game. They started some other dude whose name I can't remember.
Don't even worry about the names. It was just random
Rush,
friends.
I think Cooper Rush.
He was thought about. No, I swear they were starting. I think I saw like
Johnny Manziel. Who knows?
Carter, Johnny Manziel.
Okay, now let's not get silly. They weren't that desperate, but they did get pretty desperate. But anyway, with last week was the first week he crossed that 50% threshold. So if he plays more than half their snaps this week, which you would assume he would, barring injury or something weird, and they win, and the Washington football team loses, Andy Dalton, $1 million, just $1 million, right on top of the contract.
And we get a touchdown. Look at this, all this feel-good stuff. There he is, Saquon Barkley. Who I believe, I have to give credit where credit is due. It was Jason on YouTube said, I just need a Barkley to catch a touchdown here. Well,
not only calling Barkley for the touchdown, but saying it had to be a receiving touchdown. And there it is.
He gets it all. And this is not just like a running back down the middle. This is a
check
streak.
down.
Look at this. Yeah. Wide open. Nobody in here.
Open.
Nobody
they forgot to cover him. That's a mistake the Steelers defense doesn't usually make, but they sure did there. Wide open. And there you go. Nice little drive by the Giants there.
Yeah, sure was. Daniel Jones looking good. Jimmy B says captain quad father. Finally,
they're
Jordan
back in this. Back in.
Brad Wall says, who needs a wide receiver one? Barkley does it all. But yeah, so that's a good point you bring up about that bonus there for Andy Dalton. Also, that's the same reason I believe the New England Patriots continue to trot out Cam Newton. They just paying him $1 million bone for real, so give him a couple extra million if he plays. So, there you go, pal. Good luck out there.
You think he starts week 17?
Sure do. I think they're just at this point. I don't even want to. The team's, it's hard to be that good that long and then still know how to play when the games don't matter. I can't imagine what that feels like.
Yeah, me neither.
There's pride, of course, but I think at this point they're all right, it's like baseball teams. I always say the most, and I get these are all athletes and they get paid to play a kids game, yada yada. But I always say baseball teams in September that knew they were done, the Pirates for years when they were really bad, or the Marlins,
the Pirates now.
Yeah, but the Marlins for the last 10 years before they got kind of good last year, how you get up every day and say can't wait to go to the ballpark. And or travel when you have to go to let's just say Colorado or something super cold where you live in I give those people credit. Maybe I give credit to obviously people that have real jobs. But I don't know. I just always thought that must be so ridiculously difficult to stay motivated. But hey,
yeah,
when you get paid millions or hundreds of thousands, I think you can look at your bank account and smile a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously you motivate yourself with playing for a job, right? You're playing for
your
job. Year or next year, whatever, and it becomes a lot more individual, less team at that point. But
sure.
Yeah, it can get weird. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Patriots finish up. Do the Jets really finish with a 3-game streak?
Go Jets! Go Jets, baby! Keep falling. Go up that draft board. Get out of the quarterback position and make sure Adam Gates comes back for one more year. Give him
bring back Gates. Hey, and bring back Frank Gore too. Why not?
Yeah, please.
just roll him out again. It works.
By the way, our guy Asher and Opp saying that the Eagles, regardless of the record, saying they're easily the best, the most exciting and fun team to watch out of the four. Which again, especially without Alex Smith, even without Smith, it's not a fun football team to watch. It's just
it's J.D. McKissick with 12 catches a game, and their defense is fun to watch.
Yeah,
Washington's defense is fun,
and it's just the story. Think about where they were a year ago, from a franchise name to all the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, all the reports that came out.
Such a mess. Ron Rivera has done, and I don't know. If they make the playoffs, he'll probably get tons of love. But he's coaching through cancer. In a pandemic, has turned that team around, and really, the Dwayne Haskins situation, whatever that is part of changing the culture. I get that, and he's done an incredible job with that team to take them from where they were, like you were just outlining, to where they are now. He single-handedly, while having cancer and beating that in a pandemic, the man is amazing. Really is, and I hope he gets all the credit that he deserves, because I do think they're going to win this weekend. I think. You really think the Eagles are gonna get the Cowboys into the playoffs? That just doesn't seem like something they're going to be very motivated to do. As we talk about motivation.
Catch there.
Win it for the Cowboys. Doesn't really seem like something that will play well in Philadelphia.
I don't see Doug Peterson going in there. Yeah, win it for the Cowboys or the Giants, either way.
Or the Giants, for that matter. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how that breaks down. But yeah, there's a lot of excitement going into this week. Obviously, for your DFS lineups, make sure you check out all the articles over on DraftKings. As you mentioned, Chad Henne now starting for Kansas City. Yep. Mason Rudolph's going to be starting. I think you want to load up your Packers because I think they're going to be a team motivated as we're heading to the.
But that Bears defense is tricky. I don't know that I would stack too much against that Bears defense. That Bears defense is solid. Although, I mean, that being said, Packers sure lit them up the last time they played. But this isn't Soldier Field.
Yeah, it's tough. I also think and this also, the Packers do have these games, right? That's kind of the team they are. This could be a loss for them, like a 17-14.
Right, yeah. Just some weird, yeah.
A lot of credit
to
Matt
the
Nagy.
Vikings, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And a lot of credit to Matt Nagy. This team, Mitch Trubisky, he's a great topic of conversation because people sometimes think he's the worst quarterback in the league. Other times he's great. Don't forget, he's going to be a free agent because they declined the option. Obviously, they'll have first dibs at him, but that's going to be interesting. Just very quickly.
Unrestricted free agent.
Nobody in the bonus yet here, but Juju is just 26 yards shy. Really the only one within striking distance at this point.
Yeah, barring some big play from, Saquon or something like that. Yeah.
Or Ebron, another big one, as we have your guy, Ingram, who both of us kind of liked in this one. Just 2 catches for 16 yards. He's
been very quiet.
Giants, because the big touchdown was to Saquon Barkley down
it's been all Saquon. Yeah, for sure. Slayton, who we both were in on as well, right there with Ingram, two catches, 19 yards for Slayton, just 2 for 16 on Ingram. James Conner also not doing much, but that was kind of what we expected. So that's not hurting either one of us. Exactly. Ben did throw a incomplete pass as well as we come back out for the field goal here to start the fourth quarter. Still 2 scores puts the Giants ahead, though. So that field goal, while it does matter, it does not put this game out of reach for the New York Football Giants.
Yeah, it sure does. It's going to be a real tough, but you never know. Hey, we've seen crazy things happen here. ZT, as we're going to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's still in play.
Never over till it's over. Right now in first place in our contest, Cena 4-7-2 with Juju and the captain, Barkley, Ebron, Steelers D, Chris Boswell. Give me a kicker. James Washington
there you
in
go.
there.
You have a kicker, right? But
I got Graham Gano with 1 point.
Oops.
Yes, Slayton 3.9, Ingram 3.6. Barkley looks okay with that 16. I should have capped him. Deontay Johnson.
Didn't play Barkley.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson. But that's it. We see you guys over there, Congo Cab. Sorry, man. By the way, I just want to give this, and I'm not going to harp on it because he gets mad. I just feel bad for the Raiders. I'm just going to say it. We're going to move on because I don't want to get into it because I know he's very passionate. But I do feel bad, and I will say I said it before. Say it again. That loss to Kansas City at the end of that game ended their season. I know they had the Jets win, they had another one, but that was just those are momentous losses sometimes, and I do feel bad. But I think they'll be back next year. It'll be interesting to see who's playing quarterback, though. That's for you, Congo Cat. This is little Raiders talk.
There you go.
Watch out for those face masks. Now we have the Giants on the mark.
I was gonna let you go on that, but apparently.
Sorry, man. I'm a bitter Patriots fan this year. Watching other teams lose, even though I wanted to see the Raiders. Actually, I think Raiders being good is good for the NFL. I think me and you have talked about this. It's about 5 teams. I think the Patriots have now entered there. I think the Steelers are in there. The Cowboys are there. The Raiders are there, and maybe the Pack. Who else would be another one of those AFC East teams?
Steelers.
Yeah, I said Steelers are in there. They're one of them. So I said Steelers, Raiders, Cowboys, Patriots, and maybe an Eagles or a Giants, one of those.
Gotcha. Yeah, another team everybody likes to dislike.
Kind of, yeah. I don't think, no offense, Kansas City obviously is great, but I don't think they matter as much. I don't think Broncos or Chargers or any of those. Maybe that's why I said Packers. I think they're in there.
Do you think Seahawks, maybe? I mean, Seahawks.
I think they're in that conversation now because I think they have become very fun and a team that people are kind of on both sides because they're a team right now, ZT, that they could easily. You could tell me they're going to win the Super Bowl this year, or you could also tell me they're going to lose in the first round. And
you'd have to believe either way. Yep. I had them picked to go to the Super Bowl. preseason picked the Chiefs over the Seahawks, and I'm sticking with it. But yeah, they're very polarizing, right? They're very inconsistent from week to week, and mostly that. I mean, their defense has looked a lot better lately, and I know that it has been against much more beatable competition. But it'll be interesting to see as they're a lot healthier than they were at the beginning of the year as well. Jamal Adams has had that whole year to get used to the system, and wow, Pittsburgh bringing pressure here, and could have resulted in a big play if he held that in, but instead it's incomplete. But yeah, they're definitely a team that could go either way once we get into the postseason. I think the Cardinals are a team that if they win this week and get in, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, I want to see, like, honestly, like, I really like the Rams. Like, I like the way that team looks, and like, I think they could be fun in the playoffs. But Kyler Murray in the playoffs, like, give me that. I need to see it.
Yeah.
Like, when it comes, yeah, like, who else? Like, the Bears, see you later. I don't need you in the playoffs. Like, for entertainment purposes.
Pass. I mean, Trubisky is interesting, like you said, just because of the storyline there, right? And I mean, obviously, in Simland, we loved Trubisky. Back in Madden 2020, he was like
Mitch Vick.
Chalk, and you had to just play him every time he played. So I've since he's come back in, they've looked so much better because they've been using him a little bit more like we see him here in Madden. He's been running more and rolling out more and finding getting around the move has really helped him quite a bit. And Nagy's adjusted to that. And like you said, kudos to him for adjusting to that and helping him to whatever degree he has improved. It's been because of that. And we'll see going forward. Is he somebody as a Patriots, insider? No. Okay. Who do you want? Like, okay, so Cam, I think everybody in New England has agreed. Cam, thanks. Great job. We love you. You weren't a punk. Everybody was a little afraid he'd be a punk but he's been fine. Did great with the media. Done all the right things. But nobody wants him back for another year.
It's not Cam's fault. Cam basically played with a JV team offensively. Sorry, facts. Offensive line, good.
Yep.
Above average. Receivers, I would take any other quarterback and receiving core in the league. Literally 30 out of 30, the worst in the bunch. And Cam Newton, thanks for coming in. We needed that bridge guy, and thank you for doing it. Good luck being the backup somewhere else. I would take the Jets. I would take Sam Darnold and their receivers over ours.
The Jaguars?
Yes, Chark, D.D. Westbrook. Give me all these. Give me Gardner Minshew. He's on my short list, by the way. He is on the short list. Okay.
All right, so I want to hear the short list. This is great.
The short list, because I have to kind of put in reality. Patriots are going to have money to spend, so they can't get a franchise. But I Gardner Minshew, get him on the list. If you draft a guy, give me Minshew, give me a competition. Because we're going to get nice stop there. So
only if he brings back the mustache. We want the full
I want the mustache. I want the long hair. I want a goofball. I want someone that's wearing the crazy outfits and is ready to
jorts.
Yep.
Gotta have the jorts. Yep. Okay.
Whatever he needs. I see somebody saying Dwayne Haskins. Absolutely not. I don't want him for free. He's going to learn. He's going to be fine. He's going to grow up. It happens to a lot of athletes and people. Oh, no, the fullback vulture.
Oh,
they didn't. I don't know what a vulture says, but
not that.
Is this what a vulture does?
Exactly. That is it. How did you know?
Because I was watching a vulture documentary. It's on Disney Plus. Check it out. It's called Vultures on Us. But yeah, that's the last thing you wanted.
Starring.
Yeah.
Fish out Penny.
So we have ourselves a ball game here. Under a score left, but yeah, nobody. Oh, let me see. Do we even have ownership number? We don't even know what that is. Madison says that's terrifying. Madison has done 2 games with me today, and both times has ended with a no thank you. But yeah, just quickly, Patriots. Yeah, total Cam, thank you. Minshew's on my short list, but the guy who I want as a New England Patriots fan,
Jimmy G. Are you going to say Jimmy G?
He's on the short list, though. I'll take him at the right money. But the guy I personally want, who I think can take you back to at least being a playoff team, deserves – the weapons need to be upgraded, by the way. With all I'm saying here, you can't come in with Jacoby Myers, Damiere Byrd, and N'Keal Harry. I'm sorry. And Julian Edelman.
Hey, N'Keal Harry's a first-round pick.
Yeah, I know, and I'm still worried about it. And so was Sony Michel. But we rode that pony at least to the Super Bowl. Give credit to Sony Michel there. But I'm looking at it. You need at least sign 2 receivers or get something. Yeah. So but we're talking quarterback. The guy I want, if I'm a New England Patriots fan, number 9, throw on the jersey, Matthew Stafford. I want a guy that is gutsy. Yep, he has something to prove.
You and your Lions crush. Oh.
I know there's nothing to do with that. I promise you. I promise you. I do have a Lions crush.
You do, because at the beginning of the season,
yes,
you told me.
I know.
All right.
I know.
Okay.
A lot of people were taking my guesses. They thought I was going to say Fitzpatrick. Nope, I actually don't want Fitzpatrick. I'll explain why very quickly. Okay. I like what he does for teams. I don't want that here. I don't want a guy that's going to come in for a year or 2. I want a guy that if you're going to bring in someone, the reason I like Stafford or Jimmy G potentially is that's potentially an answer for the next 4 to 5. Potentially. No, Carson Wentz, no thank you.
I don't know that I give you that with Stafford. Do you think Stafford has 4 or 5 more years in him?
Yeah, he's still in his early 30s. This guy isn't that old. I think
he's dealing with 18 injuries right now.
Sure, and the one thing Stafford, 2 things he's never really had. 1, a great team. Not that this is a great team. 2, a great or above average offensive line. The Patriots have proven time and time again that is a specialty of that offense. A good running game. Tell me the last time Detroit had a good running game, because the answer is Barry Sanders.
Yeah, Barry Sanders.
Way before Stafford was around. Give him the ability to have that threat. Have a guy like a James White with him, and if you can give me a receiver too, maybe bring Kenny Golladay over with you. I don't care.
Fantasy Hawk. That is great, Fantasy Hawk. Stafford is built like a fine china doll. You blink at Stafford and he gets hurt.
And speaking about that, it's an interception for the Giants. The
Logan Ryan.
Oh, former Patriot.
Our old friend Logan Ryan.
But I will just to wrap it up. I like Stafford. I like his moxie. I like everything he could bring. I think he's a leader. And he can sling the ball as good as anybody. Yes, he is injury prone. Yes, there's a lot of stuff there. Give him the protection.
I'm actually okay with that.
That's just the guy I want, because I think that's a 4-year answer. And if you want to draft a young quarterback and you make 4 years into 2 or 3, okay with that too.
Would you take Stafford over Matt Ryan if available?
Yes. Money-wise. I think financially he's going to be cut and the money guarantee isn't there, because there's that Matt Ryan has that weird guarantee money you have to take with you where you go.
It's weird, yeah.
You're not getting any of these guys on the cheap. The Patriots aren't getting a cheap quarterback when we're there. We're looking $28 million probably minimum for a franchise guy, not Gardner.
Unless it was Garoppolo. Garoppolo might be cheaper.
Yeah, he'll probably be he could actually be a $15 million.
That's what, yeah.
Super low. You're not getting another Cam Newton $1 million quarterback. You're not doing that, so.
Not unless you just wait everybody out again. If you're going to do that, you're going to end up doing the same thing.
Might as well sign Jeff George. I don't think he officially retired yet either.
Yeah, just wait till the carousel stops spinning, see who's still standing without a job, and go get them for a minute.
It's honestly
Winston.
Nope. No. Too many. You have to avoid the guy that's very turnover prone as well. I know Stafford isn't perfect, but I just like everything about his game. Take the Detroit takes away. I'll make another prediction. Detroit next year will be the first overall pick. But anyways.
Hey, there we go. I have not gotten to ask Emerson lately, but I will say Emerson at the beginning of the year did tell me the Jaguars were going to have the number 1 overall pick. Speaking of picks.
Oh, another one.
And this one.
Go to the house, to the 40, the 30s. They're going to get caught. The quad father trying, and he's not going to catch him.
Nope.
Actually, Shepard, but no. Pick 6 for the ZT promoted, rostered, and loved Pittsburgh defense. That's going to be your ball game, score-wise.
Yep.
Wow.
Do it. Steelers defense, 22.2% owned, 4%, just under 4% in that captain spot with the pick 6, second interception of the day for the Steelers defense. I don't know that they have any sacks, but they've definitely
going for 2.
Going for 2 for the 2-touchdown lead. Let's see. They got everybody spread out. Jalen Samuels next to Ben in the shotgun, who's going to spike it in between his receivers.
Just saying, I won't throw a pick here. See the elbow. Again, the elbow.
It's elbow, yep.
There's not throwing motion. But yeah, so obviously I said my piece there, also being a Patriots fan or anything else. Guys, throw in your questions here. We're in that point of the game. But who do you want?
Interesting takes. I don't have a horse in the race, to be honest. I am very interested to see what they do. I don't think you can bring Cam back again. I don't think Stidham's the answer. I think if he was, he'd be in there already. So I think that leaves some options. I would like Jimmy G, but it's got to be the right, who knows what the money is going to be. I don't want to overpay because if the 49ers do move on from him, I'm afraid that there's going to be some team that just backs up the truck and says, hey, we don't have anybody at quarterback. We think it can be you. And they just pay him a ton. I think he might get a lot of money. But we'll see. I do hope they draft a quarterback or look at moving up in the draft to get a quarterback. You wouldn't have to move up too far depending on how the records break down the end of the season. I think you've got to have a plan, and I don't think the answer is on the roster.
Yeah, I think that's a full agreement there. I think both of us there. I know some people, there's a deep ball here. Jones got a man.
I love it.
Double coverage, no good.
Yeah, I like the aggression.
Look at fantasy soccer. Are we still pretending Jimmy G is good? And I'm not speaking for Zach. I don't think we're saying he's necessarily good, great, all that.
No.
I think with Belichick loved this guy. So
that's right. So I think that's
factor.
the key. And then I think also the fact that, like you said, you're not getting any of those other guys that we've talked about on the cheap, right? Like you're not getting a Ryan or a Stafford unless you're paying them a ton of money.
Yeah.
You could probably get Jimmy G a little bit cheaper. His value's a little bit lower. I'm not saying he's good. I think he's interesting, especially coming back to Bill, who really liked him, at least if you believe all the stories, which everybody seems to have just accepted as fact from back when he was him or Brady.
Yeah, listen, we can get into that's a whole other story. You can Google it, but just basically without confirming some of the stuff people I was close with at the time, everyone thinks they know things. I'm not saying I was a source to a source to a, like I 3 sources away. Sacked there by the Steelers that basically Belichick was just so frustrated that I think basically the belief was that Robert Kraft wanted Brady forever. Brady said, listen, what are you doing here in a sense with this kid? And
just financially, you couldn't have both. Like financially, you could not have both.
And they just said, okay, I'll trade him for literally, I'm going to put him in a good position and I won't even take the best in return, which now looking at it was one of the most foolish things ever, more than at the time. Halloween 2017 was the worst day ever.
But I mean, it's not like they put him in a great situation and he went on to become this great quarterback. They put him in a great situation and he didn't.
He went to the Super Bowl, just more recently than your team did, is me as well. So
right, that's true.
Weird fact, but a fact nonetheless. Should I go work out tonight or watch the streams? And Madison nailed it. Why not both? Bring us with you.
Hello?
Obviously, do the workout. Listen, just get your workout in and then come
back.
Fumble.
Man, this Steelers defense is piling up points, and although they didn't recover the fumble, but all those, I said they didn't have a sack. They've got a couple of them now just on this drive. Almost had a sack fumble. Yeah, take the stream with you to your workout. Why would you not do that?
Or worst case, listen to it in the car, Bluetooth it. If you're going somewhere for workout, get back in. You won't miss much. Get your workout in. All right,
they make headphones.
Oh, they do. That's true.
They do. Yeah, you can wear them while you work out.
True. Some of them are wireless too. It's crazy.
What?
Yeah. I can't afford those, but I've heard of them.
Oh, okay. You've heard tell. I've heard tell of these things.
Yeah, so I'm obviously talking a little Patriots quarterback. There's going to be a lot of, I think, switching up like a guy like Derek Carr. Yeah. Derek Carr could be available next year. Obviously, Marcus Mariota could be a guy that's available. This is not just Patriots. This is any team that's seeking quarterback.
Yeah.
I just think when it comes to Jimmy G, my last point is he's a starting caliber quarterback in the league. So if you can get him, that ball caught. Look at that.
I think that'll be the last play, but it was an exciting last play.
Get those garbage points.
And garbage points, still points. Can't confirm.
There it is. It's going to be your final 26-14. The Steelers in the rain beat the New York Football Giants. So
that's it.
We'll look at some of the numbers here. We'll run them down.
Let's do it, and then we can give out our awards and all that kind of stuff. Daniel Jones did finish with 290 yards on that last completion. Hail Mary does get him to 290 yards to go with his touchdown and 2 picks. Ben Roethlisberger also threw a pick and had 1 touchdown to go with his 211 yards. So did complete 20 of 23 passes. Very efficient day for Ben. only 2 passes of his falling to the ground in the rain. Saquon ran for 42. James Conner still very quietly ran for 45 yards. I still don't remember any of them, but he did. Daniel Jones ran for 18 on his couple of scrambles. Jalen Samuels and Elijah Penny with the 2 rushing touchdowns. Penny, 1 carry, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. 6.1 fantasy points for Penny on this day. 0.1.
So that means 1 out of every 6.2 billion people.
There you go. Juju, your favorite and mine, 7 catches, 74 yards, and a touchdown for him. Did not hit the bonus. Shepard, 4 catches, 71 yards with the catch there at the end. Ingram, 5 for 55. Let's see what else stands out here. Deontay Johnson, just 2 catches for 34 yards. James Washington had 3 for 35, so not a bad day for him. Golden Tate, 4 for 35. The touchdowns receiving, Saquon Barkley, Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah.
So player of the game, not really any one that jumps out.
Who's getting that old crusty cough? By the way, good job to Kaufman last night. The 3-man booth. That was really good, by the way.
That was cool. It was a lot of fun.
There's my butt kissing.
I think I'd have to go Juju. Most catches, most receiving yards, and the touchdown. And plus, he's your favorite. So, Juju Smith-Schuster, 774 touchdown just for Rossi.
Who's your babysitter, Billy?
I'll also go with the Steelers defense because they did have the pick 6. Like that would be the close runner-up, honorable mention. I will stick with Juju, but Steelers DST also came through big time for them. The Not My Kid Award.
The babysitter, Billy, not my quarterback, Cam Newton Award. Who we got?
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I like it. I like it. It's a new look for the new year. I like it. I will go with man. So everybody was kind of decent, but nobody was great. What was that?
It was Evan Ingram should be there. Not my kid.
Was it? You think so? What do you end up with?
I don't know.
He had a couple catches, probably. So yeah, let's go with Ingram. 5 catches though.
How many?
5 catches, 55.
Okay.
Everybody was decent. Nobody was awful. Ebron had 4 for 57. He was like the second highest receiver.
Deontay Johnson? I'm looking at just the ownership at this point.
Oh, yeah, Slayton. Johnson was.
Slayton. Screw it. No,
yeah, you're right. Slayton's the way to go. Everybody was in on Slayton for his price, under 5K. He only had 3 catches, 31 yards, no touchdowns. So we'll go with Slayton. Not an awful, shocking performance really from anyone, but nobody was great either. Kind of a middle-of-the-road day here. But obviously the Steelers' defense and the touchdown from Juju early on gave them the win by 12. But that's what we'll go with there. Slayton disappointing, and MVP Juju.
There you go. ZT, absolute pleasure, my man. Always good team.
It's always fun.
It's been great. But before I say goodbye to you, give shouts over to Andrew on 1s and 2s. Andrew, our producer, Madison, was unbelievable, outstanding thus far. Still got one more. They both do. Asher and Kyle and Ops, great job. Thank you guys so much for all the hard work and for the years of work. ZT, you on tomorrow or are you back next year?
I am back next year.
Same here. So on behalf of Zach, for me, you got a whole, by the way, you still got a whole slate. You got the Ducey and I believe Christian Jeff, the Moose will be teaming up next for a wind game. Mm-hmm. Then you got Kenny and Christian at 6. Then you got Koff and Brandon to finish out the night for all your wacky weather. Again, always check out the playbook over there where you're going to be updating everything. Madison's info page, Google it, just bookmark it so we don't have any questions. But CT, this has been a heck of a year. Awesome job with everything. Thank you so much for all you do, man.
Happy New Year to you and to all the DK Sim fam. We will see you in 2021.
Stay safe, stay hydrated, and Happy New Year. Go to bed early tomorrow. No need.
opening day, if you will, of a new Madden season. I am Kenny Ducey, joined by Geoff Ulrich here on the DK Dream Stream. Jeff, it is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It is the Carolina Panthers. It is NFC South action. Catch the excitement. Teddy Two Gloves, TB12. What a game we should have on our hands.
It should be fun. I mean, I haven't seen Carolina play in like forever. I can't even remember. I've seen Tommy play a couple times. You know, everyone's fave. But it's been a while for Tampa too. I mean, they got the good wide receivers in this game. Tampa Bay is still a very effective quarterback at Madden. Although we saw Drew Brees get absolutely just shut down last night in the Simper Bowl. So hopefully a similar affliction doesn't affect Tommy. But man, this should be a good one. Good to see you, friend. And I see you've dressed up for today, even though you didn't dress up for the Simper Bowl. Classic Kenny, not listening to instructions.
Wearing my basketball tie as well. People might have seen me on ESPN Plus about an hour ago. No big deal. That's why I was wearing a shirt and tie. Don't know why he went with Tampa Bay when Tampa Bray was right there, but I'll leave it at that. I don't like saying Tampa, so I just never do. It's my right as an American not to say Tampa. Well, speaking of Tampa, we have plenty of names to pick from, Jeff, in our lineups. I've created a contest. I'm not sure how many people are in it at last check. I have to look at it, but who do you have in your lineup? Who's your captain? Who are you saving money with? Are you saving any money?
I completely just bail. I started talking to our producer before, and I completely just forgot to put send on my lineup. So I have no lineup, but it would before I forgot to hit send. I did have Godwin up there in the captain spot. He's 42% owned in the free showdown. 9.7% in the captain spot. Again, you got a weaker Panthers secondary. I feel like one of these Tampa Bay wide receivers probably going to go off. I like the price you're getting on Godwin there, but realistically, it could be any one of those guys. Evans at 8,200, a little bit higher owned, but they're pretty similar. 50% for Evans, 42% for Godwin. Not free showdown.
I guess I got 79 in my contest. That's not too bad. Hey, if anyone wants to play with me, I have another contest coming up at 6. I'm doing the 6 p.m. sim as well, so I have a lineup made for that. To be honest, I didn't spend too much time making my lineup, Jeff, in this free contest, but I did end up going with Rob Gronkowski at captain with Christian McCaffrey, your boy Chris Godwin, Curtis Samuel, Scotty Miller. I love drafting wide receiver 3s in Madden Sims. I think it's like the secret sauce to a good lineup. Is finding the wide receiver 3 because they're usually are pretty cheaply priced and they're almost always on the field in a lot of these playbooks. And
you're dead on, and even more so, you weren't around for the 2020 version of the game, were you?
No.
No, in the 2020 version of the game, the wide receiver 3s were like the nuts. Like basically one went off every game, and they were such good value. So, but he's still in this game. You're right. Like generally, that's where you find the best value, and they're still really cheap, right? So yeah, I completely agree. Who did you like as the wide receiver 3 in this game?
I actually took both, but yeah, I mean, I did like Scotty Miller a bit more at 3,000 because I think the last game I had of the Bucks, he had a nice game. He had a touchdown, 13 points. And it was against the Panthers, so I picked him up. But yeah, him and Curtis Samuel. And then I had money left over, so I picked up Leonard Fournette. Figured might as well. I was disappointed that I didn't get to enter a lineup yesterday in the Simper Bowl because I stacked up the Chiefs. But then I was told that Clyde Edwards-Helaire scored 2 touchdowns. Yeah. So then I felt less bad because I faded Edwards-Helaire along with all the Chiefs. I think I went with my tried and true, let's just stack Kelsey, Mahomes, and Hill and figure out the rest later in all the Chiefs sims.
Kelsey had like a monster game, so you're probably a little pissed if you didn't if you had him in there because he was I heard he went off.
Heard he had a lot of points. I didn't get to watch the Simper Bowl. I was on the pregame show, but then I didn't watch it. I didn't have time last night, so sad. That was Leonard Fournette. 1st and 10, Tom Brady under center. Wide receiver 3, Scotty Miller, not on the field once again, if you care. Handoff Fournette, running left side. He's got some room, cuts it back, and he's going to get all the way down for about a 6-yard gain One of the interesting things about the Buccaneers offense as well is that they use Shady McCoy as their third down back in Madden, which is always fun. I love the animation of him running is spot on with the way he carries the football.
Yeah, Shady is it's interesting. They started to work him in the real life offense too, but you're right. Like he's still very viable in the Madden game. I kind of wonder if they're going to start to use him more, like maybe even in the playoffs. But I guess Ronald Jones is going to be back, so maybe not. But Fournette, I don't know. I feel like I'm surprised Fournette is still even on that team. How many chances he had and how terrible he's looked.
It is crazy. You know what the thing though is like that is a. I mean, he's been fine this year. I don't think he's been great, but that is like a Marcus Mariota situation where I wasn't really even aware that he was that bad in Jacksonville. Like it just seemed like they had some issues with his, him not showing up to team meetings and stuff. Like it just felt like, okay, well, he wore out his welcome. It wasn't like he was bad. And then this year, like it's sort of been a mixed bag, right? 3.8 yards per carry is his career average is around 3.9, which is like nothing really great. And he's just, I think everyone expected him to vault into the starting role in that line and that offense as soon as he got picked up. His Brady's gonna get sacked. Oh, it's a fumble. Is that Ali Marpet picking it up? Hope it is. No, it was not. It was not Ali Marpet. It was
Kappa.
Frank
Kappa.
Kappa. Frank Kappa, the director of It's a Wonderful Life. Great Christmas film. Capra. Actually, it's Capra, not Kappa. But yeah, so anyway, 32% of snaps last week was a season low, Jeff. That was, if you discount week 1, right, when he had 13%, it was his first game. 30% of snaps against Detroit, especially in a blowout, is not great.
Yeah, it's true. He's, yeah. Anyways, I don't know. The Bucs have Ronald Jones, but I think they should just go with Ronald Jones and Shady. I think Shady's actually good as like the third down back. I'd actually like to see Shady more.
Yeah, I think that is the way to go. I think that you're right. I also would love to see eventually the Baltimore Ravens. I couldn't come up with the name. I would like to see them go and use Justice Hill more. I think that he's really good.
Justice Hill, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Ravens got a ton of good running backs, right? What they need to do is get rid of Mark Ingram in the offseason, and then just go with Hill and Dobbins and have Gus Edwards there too, and they'll be good.
49-yard field goal is good for Ryan Suckup. Shout out to the Ryan Suckup family out there who owned Ryan. But yeah, he reminds me a lot of another Baltimore running back that wore number 43. He was a kick returner. He hardly had any action. He went to the Browns. Then he wound up on the Buccaneers. And he had an amazing season. And then that was it. Bobby Rainey. I think that Justice Hill runs hard as hell, man. That guy never stops running. And I just remember that game against the Steelers was his first action. And it was all the running backs were out due to COVID. And so I was like, all right, well, let me just throw this guy in my lineup. And when he got the ball, he was great, man. Like I thought he was really talented. So I think he could be a perfect third down back for them, especially because they don't really have one right now, right? Like Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins don't really fit the mold,
Yeah, I mean everyone was high on Justice Hill last year, and then they just kind of forgot about him. So forgot he existed because they drafted Dobbins, right? I mean that's what the Ravens do, though. They draft running backs and they draft tight ends. It's like all they draft. What do you think of Tampa Bay? You think they're going to go anywhere?
I think they might lose in the first round, to be honest.
I still think they're a better team than the Saints. I know they've lost to the Saints twice, but I just feel like there's a better team lurking in Tampa Bay than like what we've seen. Maybe we're starting to see it. But I know they just blew out Detroit, who's like beyond awful. But I don't know. I've thought that Tampa would get it together at the end of the year. They kind of are now. So I kind of feel like they're going to make a little noise in the playoffs. I'm not picking them out of the NFC West, but realistically, there is like 5 teams that could come out of the NFC West.
I think in the NFC, it's a kind of a mess. I think that you look at the Saints. I think they have a lot of holes. I think that you look like I don't think that offense is really up to standard. And I mean, I know it's recency bias will tell you, well, they were amazing, right, yesterday or on Sunday, but yeah, I don't know. I think that they try to do a lot of different things with Breeze out, and it might have thrown Kamara out of rhythm and some of the other offensive pieces, just like to kind of go pick up. And I don't know. I'm not in love with the Saints. I'm not in love with the Buccaneers, especially after some of the performances they've had this year. Frankly, the Packers too. Like if I trust any team, it is the Packers. Really, yeah. I think that is what I've said for 2 years now, and I'll continue to say it just because I think that they've had they've had a tremendous start to the Matt LaFleur era. They've picked up wins, and they just seem to be the most consistent team out there. So they're the only broken tackle right there for Thomas. They're the only team I really trust. Who do you trust?
Yeah, I think it's between them and Seattle for me. It's hard to trust Seattle too, like you said, because their defense was playing terrible and their offense was on fire. Now their offense sucks and their defense is actually pretty good, but you need both, right? So Green Bay I thought was going to take a leap into the elite category, but their defense has still been hit or miss. It was pretty impressive what they did to Tennessee though, shutting them down, because that is a really good offense. So yeah, I would lean Green Bay. I would say Seattle's in there next. I always give a little emphasis to Russ too, because he's so good, especially in playoff games, just elevating. So I'd say Seattle and Green Bay, with the Saints, Tampa probably being the next two. It'll probably be one of those four. Oh, wow, that's just too easy. Come on.
Yeah, Teddy ball game. Touchdown.
Teddy big time.
Yeah. How long? I think that it's been long enough since Ted Williams died that we can start using Teddy ball game again on somebody. I don't know if this Ted is the one that we should use it on, but
we won't get canceled. It's okay.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready to use it on another one. I just love that nickname.
How's everyone in the chat doing today? You guys all getting ready for New Year's? What are you doing for New Year's, Kenny?
Simper Bowl hangover.
Super Bowl hangover.
I might have one guest into my home.
One guest.
Yeah, I'm not. I definitely I wouldn't say I'm throwing a party, but I think I'm gonna have one person over, maybe my girlfriend, maybe two. You never know, could get crazy.
Maybe your girlfriend.
But yeah.
One of your girlfriends? Is that what you're trying to say?
You know me. We got so many decorations, and we'll watch whatever Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve, R.I.P. And well, they still call it that.
No, I know. I just always laugh when that gets brought up because it's such a ridiculous name.
Dick Clark's a legend.
I know. Hit that like button, folks. Kenny's wearing a tie. Let's get to 300 likes.
That's right. I'm wearing a tie for all you guys.
28, yeah, Fournette. We'll run there.
All right, so we got a 2nd and 3 here. So my call about my Scotty Miller call not looking too good. He hasn't seen much of the field in this one.
Yeah.
Brady's going to fake the handoff. He's got all kinds of time. You know he's going to load up deep, right? And you know he's going to find his tight end, O.J. Howard, who also acts as the fullback, thus making him a very hot commodity in the sim streets.
Yes, O.J. Howard. He was a beast in the first game too. No Gronk there. He would go beast. He would go absolutely nuts in some games. We love playing Moose Howard. Used to call him, but it's another guy Tampa should get back next year. He had a lot of potential coming out of college. I hope he finds some kind of niche and puts up a couple monster years. O.J. Howard. But
I do too. I believe in him in that offense. I think that, I mean, we don't know how long Tom Brady's going to be around, right? But if he's around for 3 years, that's perfect for O.J. Howard to get some reps, and we just don't want him to be another Julius Thomas. Remember him?
Oh yeah, I remember Julius.
Everyone's like, "Oh, this guy's amazing."
Oh, he
tight end is like catcher in baseball. Jeff, you're a baseball guy, so we could talk about baseball.
Sure.
It's like there's only like 3 good ones, right, that produce on offense. They're usually just used for blocking or you know what I mean? Like catchers call games, tight ends just run block, right? And so there's only like there's only 3 tight ends that really like are amazing offensive weapons. And so we're all just like praising those. And anytime anyone remotely approaches the arena of like being a contributor on offense, people are like, oh yeah, this guy's so exciting. He had a 100-yard game. Amazing, you know? Won a 100-yard game, and like Julius Thomas was like, oh, he's right up there with Greg Olsen and Travis Kelce. And that offense was fun to be a part of. And then Peyton Manning left, and that was it for old Julius Thomas.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. Julius Thomas I was on him the year he broke out. So like I drafted him in like every single season long. Like he won me a ton of money that year, just by being on my season long leagues. So I always have a soft spot when Julius Thomas gets brought up. But you're right. I mean, the dude was a 2-year wonder. Like the minute Peyton Manning got bad and then left, and then he went to a different team, it was like, okay, Julius Thomas is actually just like big and kind of fat and slow, and he's not that good.
Yeah.
Like it's like, wow, okay, didn't
the Raiders pick him up? Am I crazy?
Dude, first he went to the Jags. He signed like a massive contract with the Jags.
Yes, I remember that. Yep.
Then he went to the Dolphins, who like he actually had like a little tiny okay run there with the Dolphins, like where he caught like 5 balls for like a few games, and then it was just like, I think he just came back the next year and he was so bad they just cut him or something. But
wide open. It's Mike Evans for the score. Boy, Evans getting into the end zone. Continue about Julius Thomas.
Yeah, no, and then he might have gone to the Raiders for a stint. I think that feels like something the Raiders would have done, is sign Julius Thomas. So I kind of want to say that's true, but I haven't looked it up. So definitely Dolphins and Jags, though. He did that like Miami run, so he made a ton of money off it too. Like I just thought.
No, he didn't. It was just Jacksonville, Miami. Yeah, good on him though. I mean, he had 788 yards in 2013. That's probably what you're talking about. And then literally, like never again was he nearly that good. He had 489 the next year.
Scored a ton of touchdowns with Peyton.
Right. Mm-hmm. He did have 12 touchdowns the next year, but a considerable drop off in receiving yards. I love remembering guys like that. I remember I had my senior year of college, which will make you feel old. I had Cam Newton and Colin Kaepernick as my quarterbacks, and I had an amazing wide receiver core. I think I had Edelman. I had Travis Benjamin. That was his name, right? Kelvin Benjamin. Kelvin Benjamin. I had Julian Edelman, and then I had like a couple other like ridiculously good wideouts. I might have had Odell, so I had like 5. And my roommate was like, "You need Tom Brady to win the title. Trade me one of your wide receivers. Like you can't win with Cam Newton and Colin Kaepernick rotating in at quarterback." This was the year Cam Newton got in a car accident. Remember that?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, and so so I was like, all right, like you know what, I'm gonna do it just to spite you, and I did. I won the title. Kaepernick, I think I started the last week of the season, and they probably got me like 15 points a game, and I still managed to win. As speaking of Thomases, there's another catch for Thomas.
Yeah, Ian Thomas,
tight end 1, wearing number 80 with the dreads for Carolina. But yeah, I can't really remember too many fantastic fantasy triumphs and like who I owed them to, but yeah, that was certainly a good year for me. I also like remember one year I found it so needed to trade for Rashard Mendenhall. I was like, I have no running backs. Mendenhall's the starter. I need Mendenhall. Like I think I gave up a lot to get him.
He's good for a point, I think.
He's fine. Yeah.
I seem to remember him being okay. I know I had some good years with Jordy Nelson. Nobody wanted to draft Jordy Nelson high because they just didn't believe in him. Like especially the first year he broke out, he went from being like the wide receiver like 120 to like wide receiver 3. That was amazing. he carried me through so many leagues too.
Same with me for Eric Decker.
Yeah, Eric Decker definitely kind of similar story. Yeah,
I had Eric Decker early. Gyro says in the chat, or Hyro, he said he's waiting for my public apology to Josh Allen. I don't know what more you want from me. I have said so many nice things about Josh Allen. I've said that I was wrong about Josh Allen so many times on like so many different shows on so many different platforms. And by so many different platforms, I mean just like different variations of this stream. So yeah, I'm not gonna. I mean, yes, I said I was wrong. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Hey, look, I was wrong.
He's had a wonderful season.
The first year Josh Allen came out, I was like, this guy's 100% going to be a bust. Like, you can't have like a 52% completion rate or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you run around. Like, he was basically Blake Bortles in his first year. Like, he really wasn't much better.
Even last year, Jeff, we're not. It's not like we were wrong to think that he would be bad because he was pretty bad last year. And you mentioned the completion percentage, his deep ball numbers. Like the fact that he was just really, I used to just say he's like he's a running back who throws, you know, he's like Taysom Hill. And like over the offseason did an incredible amount of work. And his throwing is absolutely insane. And I really still think that like what I said was valid at the time where I was like, you need to see the consistent upside of him throwing the football to roster him and to pay this much money for him because, like, he's not running for 100 yards a game, right? He's, like, running for a touchdown most of the time, but, like, he's not, like, the volume of rushing is not there to make it worth all this money. But, like, once he started just consistently having 300-yard games, the narrative completely changed where it was like, okay, now I understand he's just going to do this. Like, he's going to do this all season. He's better now. So he is good, so.
Yeah. The thing with Josh Allen is, and I don't discount the people who are like, well, this guy's too talented, like he's going to be good eventually. But the thing is, there's a lot of talented quarterbacks like who had like Josh Allen's like style of arm and were like big, you know, had big arms and everyone's like, oh, this guy's good.
Ryan Mallett.
Exactly, right? Like there's tons of guys like that. So you can kind of understand why people were, there's a lot of other people like Kenny and I who weren't on the Josh Allen train early, but regardless, I mean, yeah, you got to make your mistake. I mean, the guy is like a top 3 quarterback right now. I love watching him play now. It's fantastic, and it's even cooler by the fact of how big a jump he made over his rookie year. So
that's also the one thing I like about we'll just say picking games is like you can always like season long fantasy, even DFS too. You can you fade a guy in a draft or you draft a guy and then you turn out to be wrong. You're stuck for the rest of the year, right? You have to wait a whole other year to rectify that mistake. But in DFS or in other variations of, you know, competitiveness surrounding the outcomes of games, you can just week to week just change your mind. Like I didn't have to wait till next year to be like, oh, I was wrong about Josh Allen. You can like see returns on Josh Allen in certain spots. Like maybe last week, you know, when maybe you thought they were going to beat up the Patriots, and I
bought a Josh Allen rookie card in the middle of the year because I knew I was wrong. I was like, gee, I better make some money off this guy somehow. I mean,
yeah, I don't know why I always just read Hyro's comments, but he said, I'm sure Ryan Mallett does not want you to mention him again.
Ryan Mallett. What about Tom
Mallett,
Savage?
Former Raven. Tom Savage, another good one. Oh, I miss him. Remember, you know who was a great backup? Was, let me see if I can remember his name. He came out of UNC and he played for the Texans, and I think his name was TJ.
Oh, good God, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Right? He was a nice little backup. What was his name?
He actually won them a playoff game, didn't he?
Yep, I think he sure did.
Yeah, he was out of UNC. You're 100% right. TJ Yates.
TJ Yates. Yeah. Oh, I love TJ Yates.
Thank you, Patrick. Our one of our behind the scenes dudes, Patrick, with the good call. Yeah, TJ Yates. Yeah, he was pretty good.
I like him. We're just remembering guys on this. This is what I like to do. Yeah, there was also that weird period of time when like Hoyer was the quarterback, and like they went from Yates, Hoyer, Brock Osweiler, all those names, and they were going to the playoffs. That team, like I don't know how. I still don't know how the Texans go to the playoffs now, even with Deshaun Watson last year. You still had, Bill O'Brien coaching that team, right? You still had plenty of holes and problems. They had it was just D-Hop, J.J. Watt, and did they even have Brian Cushing anymore last year?
I don't know what happened to Brian Cushing, if he's done or what. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they had him last year, or like when he retired. I can't remember when, but.
Let's see. I loved all the his last season was 2017, so that was not even.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I thought he's been gone for a while, but I didn't want to like say something.
I thought he might have retired in 2018.
I have way worse recollection on the defensive guys.
But yeah, anyway, so I didn't even realize that Sean Lee was still in the league.
Yeah, Sean Lee is still kicking around. Yeah.
And so I saw a TikTok. You know, it's been a big TikTok trend. I don't know, you're probably not on TikTok, but
I'm not.
A big trend has been like, there's been like these really really sappy, sad videos with like, you know, that song like "See You Again" or like really sad, slowed down, chopped up like love songs, and it's been like these are the NFL players that could be playing in their final game this Sunday.
Right.
And you get the guys like Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, you know, and then I saw Sean Lee, I was like shocked. But there's some hilarious names that these people will throw in there. It's like Phillip Rivers, Tom Brady. I'm like, how do you know they're going to, these guys could play for like 5 more years. Phillip Rivers, like, you think he's going to retire after this season?
Yeah, Rivers looked okay this year. I actually don't think he's going. I thought he was for sure, but I think that was kind of built on the premise that he wasn't going to, like, he may not have been that good this year. He's been fine, quite frankly.
He's also a guy that I could definitely see him sticking around as a backup for a couple of years, right? Like, even if he's not good enough to start, like, in any Dalton situation, like, I mean, Dalton's younger, obviously, but he's not going to be like, oh, well, like, you know, I think that he's not as arrogant as Eli Manning was, right? Like, and yes, I did just call Eli Manning arrogant because he didn't want to back up a rookie. I could see him doing that. Like Eli Manning thinks he was the greatest quarterback ever, which is obviously wrong. Phillip Rivers knows that like he was pretty good, but like it's not like he's so good that no one could ever fathom him backing up, right? Like
yeah, that's true.
I could see him doing that, but yeah, I don't know. It's just funny that the players that they put in there, like Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady. Like I definitely don't think they're going to retire after this year, especially like going to the playoffs.
I mean, maybe if the Bucs won the Super Bowl, like maybe Brady would retire.
I could see that.
I don't even think he would. Like Brady's so invested in his like TB12 image right now. Like him retiring is like, you know, like it's not good for business either. Like he wants to.
I totally agree with you, and it's like I think that this is a LeBron LA scenario where it's like he came here for a reason. It's not like he came to Tampa Bay to play for one season. I think that he like they just drafted a tackle. Like I think that he wants to build a little team around him, and like he probably has like a 3 or 4 year plan. Yeah. And like it's not just like he's gonna come in 1 year, go to the playoffs and dip, right? Like he's gonna like try to maybe win a couple championships with Tampa Bay, and I think he's gonna give it at least a 4 or 5 year chance to see if he can do that. If his body holds up, obviously. Which we know with Peyton Manning, that doesn't always happen. You have other plans, or your body has other plans, right? But also the guy, I think, put Cam Newton on there, which I laughed at too. I'm like, you think Cam's going to retire because he just, like, sucked this year? I don't think so.
Yeah, like, what else is Cam going to do? He's still young. The thing about Cam is he does seem to have, like, that mentality where I don't know if he'd work well as a backup, but, like, that's probably going to be his only choice. So he'll probably just work as a backup.
RG3. No pressure, no diamonds. Remember, I feel like people couldn't picture RG3 backing up.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like,
but he realized when he went to a new team that he sucked. He's like, I can't do this. Yeah. Where do you think Marcus Mariota is going to play?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because he's gonna get a starting job.
Maybe the Patriots. Who knows, man? Never know.
I could definitely see that happening, and I think that would be really scary for the rest of the NFL. Our producer Andrew says New England as well. That would be scary to me because I think that he is really good.
I think he'd probably work well in the style offense that the Patriots actually want to run to.
He'd be really good on the Eagles. They already have Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, the Eagles, it'd be a similar kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, they'll build the offense a little bit around the QB. They won't force him to, like, you know, become like a massively throwing quarterback. Although he can throw a little bit better now with the Raiders. I mean, he sure looked good in that game he came in on.
I wonder if a team would do something sort of revolutionary. I mean, I don't know how revolutionary it is because teams have done it before, but what if, like, the Kansas City Chiefs took out a huge insurance policy on Patrick Mahomes, right? What if they were just like, Marcus Mariota, he's a dual threat guy. Like, I mean, I guess Mahomes doesn't really make sense because they don't, like, run the option with Patrick Mahomes a lot. it would be more like the Ravens, and they're not really in the position to do that. But I don't know. I mean, like, what if a team paid him a lot of money to be like, hey, we know you're starting quarterback at this point, but like we want to make sure that if we lose our star quarterback, we're still in the hunt.
Yeah.
Like I could see him making a lot as a backup.
Basically what the Saints have been doing the last 2 years, right?
Right. With Jameis, yeah.
Yeah, with Jameis and Taysom Hill in a way, right? Like, and Teddy Bridgewater before that. I mean, Teddy probably he could have left like after year 1 there, but he came back.
Former New York Jet, Teddy Bridgewater, remember?
Yeah, exactly, right? So, man,
I mean, fifth-round pick for him.
I think more teams should do that, like, because there's more quarterbacks that you can do that with now too. Like, someone will probably pick up Cam for that reason. Maybe Cam will go to the Chiefs. Who knows?
I don't know, man. I think that there's some serious questions that have to be answered about the way Cam Newton like throws like passes.
Oh
like,
yeah, his elbow looks screwed. Like it doesn't look like the same thrower when he came into.
Absolutely not. I mean, he is nowhere near the guy that we like remember him being, right? Like he was lighting the world on. Like he would throw deep balls, like he'd zip passes in there. You're just not seeing him do that anymore, which is kind of sad. But anyway, we got speaking of sad, we got not a lot of points on the board here in this Carolina-Tampa Bay game. We do see Leonard Fournette, 49 yards on the ground. Ian Thomas, 3 catches for 52 yards, and the captain spotted the leading lineup. And nothing doing for Christian McCaffrey so far. Are you surprised that?
Yeah, my God, like has McCaffrey
zero
for
touch? He has no points. 0
I know we've
points.
been talking through the game, but like still, McCaffrey hasn't done anything. Like he's got Does he have 0 points? For real?
He literally has 0 points.
What a weird half. Like talk about like one of the most dominant RBs in this game. 80% owned in the free showdown.
He has a 99 overall. He has 0 points.
Dude is averaging 20.1 points per sim. His lowest sim to output is 7.8 points, and that came in like week 5. So, man,
he's got a whole half to make it up.
He does, but that is a strange stat line for sure. See if that holds up. Anyways.
Well, thanks for being with us, Ken Ducey and Geoff Ulrich here as we be with you guys. It do be like that sometimes. Just about 540 people watching right now. Robbie Noble wants to know, what's my favorite band? Do you have a favorite band off top of your head? I think about it, but
yeah, when I was growing up, I really liked Radiohead and just like the type of music they put out. But it's kind of alternative-ish, and they like some of the records are so different. I growing up in Canada, I really like the Tragically Hip. There's just like there's so many songs of theirs that I like.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever listened to them, but
I have not.
I will stand for the Tragically Hip. Some Canadians are kind of they try to be like anti-Tragically Hip, but the Tragically Hip are great. They're probably my favorite overall band, or one of them for sure. Top 3.
I've been really liking Glass Animals lately. I love Glass Animals, but I agree. I love like pop punk. I mean, it's like one of my favorite genres of music. But I don't know if I don't want to say like they're my favorite band because I feel like it's such a loaded question. I'm trying to think of like a like the band that there's Christian McCaffrey getting that's gonna count as a catch, right? I think I would say the Black Keys.
Okay. That's a good choice.
They rock. Like they play really good music, and that's the band where I feel like I listen to the highest volume of. Like, so I also really like I like a lot of Weezer songs, but I wouldn't call myself like a Weezer fan because I don't like listen to the deep cuts. I listen to like all their like hits. But I like I like them too. One Man Army says Kenny's getup looks like if Harry Potter was gonna grab his deck and hit the skate park. Pretty good one. I like that. Giggle Pig says Tom Waits, hands down. TK says you love Nickelback.
Yeah, I definitely do not like Nickelback.
Nickelback had a couple songs. People give Nickelback a bad rap.
No, yeah, for good reason. Nickelback. You can joke with me all you want, but don't say I like Nickelback. That's not even.
I don't understand with all the bad music. Like, why are they the memed ones?
I think it's because it's so obvious that they're like trying to be like Pearl Jam, and the just I actually don't know why they get called out so much. You're right, but I feel like they appeal to like a certain like genre of people, and then they're so obviously like trying to just ride on the coattails of like Pearl Jam, and I just feel like it all consistently got put together there for Nickelback, and they just kind of fell in a really bad time, slot there kind of thing.
All right. Well, our producer Drew says lyrics, as simply put. So maybe punt down at the 2. That's a pretty good punt. We'll have to see what the Buccaneers can make, or the Panthers can make of this. They got them pinned, man. Safety watch potentially.
Oh yeah, okay. Safety watch. Fournette's got 49 yards on 8 rushes. He's actually had a pretty good game. We'll go for a 98-yard touchdown here.
See, handoff to Fournette, running left side, or that's going to be Shady McCoy rather, down to the 4. 2 rushes for Shady McCoy. That's it. You know who I always he would have been the guy that everyone made fun of me for liking on the shows back in the day. Felix Jones.
Felix Jones, right?
I used to get made fun of because I would talk about him like he was so good. I was like, if this guy ever just got a chance, he'd be amazing. He was better than what's his face, his teammate at Arkansas, famous running back. It's like DMC or D.
You're not talking about Richardson, are you?
No. It was like he had like a 3-name name. You know what I mean?
Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis.
He was like a top 5 pick.
How
do I not remember his name? Arkansas football best players. I'm gonna look up Darren McFadden. There you go.
Oh yeah, McFadden. McFadden was
DMC. See, I was right. DMC. That's what people call him.
Yeah, that's right. Who was the dude who ran with Felix Jones when he was in Dallas? Because they had like a tandem.
Oh, that was DeMarco Murray.
No,
Marion Barber.
Yeah. Maybe Murray was there with Felix Jones too, but I think it was Marion.
I remember Marion Barber. Remember? Do you remember those NFL? We're really just doing. Do you remember segments here? Do you remember the NFL.com fantasy commercials when they had guys like doing crazy stunts that were block kick, a block punt. The Panthers have scored on a block punt. Oh, I've never seen that before, Jeff, and it's finally happened. 13-10, pending the XP.
I think I've seen that like 3 times. That it always happens when the team is like pinned back at their 1 or 2 and they don't have room. Computer's like, yeah, I'm coming to get that punt.
And they used to have like all the players do like those. You remember like when Kobe Bryant jumped over the car, but he didn't really.
Yes.
Remember that? So I just remember they had one of like Lawrence Maroney, and he like jumped through a car with the windows open, and he was like, "Pick me." You remember those?
No.
Like, and they had Mason Crosby. You don't remember these? They were amazing commercials. They had one with Mason Crosby, and he was like, "This is how we wake up the town." And he was like, they had like a bell at the top of a tower, like a church bell almost that would like signal each hour. And he would just like he had like a kicking tee, and he was just like hitting the bell, kicking footballs and hitting the bell. And it was like all CGI, but it was. You don't remember that at all?
Not really.
I'm gonna send you some of these right now. I forget who they had one too of a guy. It might have been Calvin Johnson just catching balls from a like a pitching machine.
Yeah, they put out some pretty good fantasy commercials, like that one with Cam where he's talking.
The Fantasy Files, that's what they called it.
The Fantasy Files, okay.
I'm gonna put it in the Slack right now.
I still always laugh about that one with Cam where he's talking to a little kid. And he's like,
that one was.
He grow up to be like you.
Yeah. Wasn't that a yogurt commercial?
No, that was like NFL fantasy commercial.
Okay, so it was this one was
Become your mom's favorite player.
was what? No, that wasn't George. Who was the other tight end for the Chris Cooley? Chris Cooley was in it. So this is one he punches his hand through a wall to catch a ball. And then there's one of is that Jeremy Shockey? I don't know who that is. Anyway, it was Kevin Boss. Oh my gosh,
Kevin Boss.
Santonio Holmes had one. You remember these at all?
Kevin Boss was like
the one that I remember. The one that I was remembering was Braylon Edwards was blindfolded. He had a blindfold on. He was like catching passes from a pitching machine. You know what I mean? Like
I think I actually remember that one. I think I actually remember the Braylon Edwards one of all of them for some reason. I think I remember the Braylon Edwards one because he actually wasn't good at catching passes. So like, it was ironic that they were having a commercial about him catching passes well. So
yeah, the one I remember the most was Lawrence Maroney jumping through the car window.
I'm sure I remember those. It's just, you see so many random commercials in your time.
Yeah, the Mason Crosby one was pretty great too. He set up, I also love that like all these guys, like remember when Lawrence Maroney played football? That was like we were on like the PlayStation 1 back then, right? And meanwhile, Mason Crosby still plays. Like that's my favorite part.
Yeah, Mason Crosby's having a pretty good year too. He's still kicking like 55-yarders. This game is a bust.
This game really is. People not enjoying the games.
It is windy weather, wild Wednesday. 4th and 1. What are the Bucks gonna do? 3 minutes left. Now they got punt.
Looks
cowards.
like they're punting away.
Like Emerson would say, they're cowards.
No one talking about these commercials. I guess so.
Down at the
Fantasy Hawk being a little bit insensitive in the chat. Just a little bit.
Sure, you're fine. Fantasy Hawk with his cap letters.
JJ Fott says, only time I enjoyed Kenny yelling. Nice car. I don't know what that means. Oh, Carolina. Oh, that's what he meant. Because I'm sure he has the Carolina defense. Nice car. Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get up.
Let's see. Who else was in here? I'm watching. I want to see who else. Oh, Chris Chambers. Chris Chambers was the one I was thinking about too. Mark Bolger. Dude, Mark Bolger was low-key really good.
Yeah, he was. He just about won a Super Bowl, didn't he?
He would just constantly put up 400-yard games, and he was a guy that I was like, he was like my Josh Allen back in the day. I was like, this guy stinks. He's not good. I used to love Kurt Warner. And anyway, so yeah, it was just like funny that I was like, and then I realized like, okay, this guy's like consistently putting up 400-yard games. Maybe he actually is good.
Who was their coach there after they won the Super Bowl for Meal? The dude who took over.
Martz? Or
maybe it was Martz. I think so. Like Mike Martz.
Let me see. Mike Martz. He coached the Rams. He coached the Rams from 99 to 2005.
Yeah, it was Mike Martz. Yeah, he had some good offenses, but like he was just like an arrogant head coach.
Right.
And I think he cost his team a couple games, but yeah, that offense was still good with Bulger in it.
It was, and they had Torrey Holt, obviously. Marshall Faulk. I used to love Marshall Faulk because he was I got the PlayStation 2, and the first game I got for it was Madden 03, right, with Marshall Faulk on it.
Right.
I had Madden 2002 for PC too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, why did the Colts ever get rid of Marshall Faulk? It's very weird.
Yeah.
Back.
I mean, a lot of weird things happened back in that day, man. People traded their whole draft picks for running backs. Eric Dickerson way back, and then even like a more contemporary example was the Saints doing that for I forget what his name. I forget who now. It wasn't Deuce McAllister. It was Ricky Williams, right? Wasn't it Ricky Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they traded their entire draft for Ricky Williams.
Yeah, wasn't it like Didka or something was behind it? Trey, can you imagine if somebody did that now for a running back?
That's the thing. Like the wild stuff happened back then, man.
Yeah, like insane things, like things just that now would like Twitter would break. Like
it was Mike Ditka. He traded all of the Saints' remaining 99 draft picks.
He's like, this guy can't miss.
He traded. So they got him with the 5th pick. They traded all of their remaining picks. So they had already traded away their 2nd round pick for Eddie Kennison. Then they traded their 1st and 3rd round picks the next year also. This was the first time one player was the only pick of an NFL team.
One running back.
And it was Ricky Williams, which honestly, if they're a perfect player for it to happen with too.
Yeah.
Like a guy who was a guy who in essence was worth it, but wound up being not worth it because of all the stuff that happened with him. And it was just like, in theory, yes, but no, this would never be a good idea. Like the universe would never let that happen, right? And the universe would never let you be like, oh, we traded our whole draft and it ended up being Patrick Mahomes. So yeah, good job, I guess, right?
Didn't Washington trade a ton of picks for RG3? Like from the Rams?
Yeah.
That's different because it's a quarterback, but still.
It was like 5 picks, I think.
Yeah, they gave up a lot too. The Rams had like picks for years. Now they have no picks again because McVay is.
Right. Well, that was how they got like Dante Fowler and they built that whole line with those picks, right? And then speaking of Dante Fowler, he kind of stinks now.
Yeah.
I was reading. I was on Twitter today with the good people of Jets Twitter, and the Jets fans last year really wanted Dante Fowler when he was a free agent, and he ended up because the Jets had a boatload of money to spend, right? He ended up getting paid by the Falcons, and they like came out today. The Falcons, they like in an interview or something, maybe the GM, and they were just like, yeah, he's been a big disappointment this year for us. Like we expect a lot more out of Dante Fowler, and everyone was like, oh well, I guess the Jets dodged a bullet there. Maybe they do know what they're doing.
Sorry, I'm just reading a question here in the chat. So for the depth charts there, I think it's Starfighter. If you're wondering, I would really use the ones on the Madden info pages. So Google Madden depth chart and then team, whichever team, like Tampa Bay Madden depth chart. It'll take you to the DK Nation page.
Right.
I think the ones listed kind of on the a garbage bag on my head. Wonderful cap. Anyways, the Madden depth charts, just use the ones that are on the DK Nation page would be my suggestion. The one on the contest pages, I'm not sure if they're updated as frequently or what, but the DK Nation is where you want to look for sure.
Yeah, they got a good run of information on that page for sure. You can look at the new superstar traits if you're not caught up on them, and you can see the new X factors and stuff, and then also the up-to-date ratings. So it's definitely a really good page if you're going to be doing the Sims. Always good to check out. It's all the information that we get as the broadcasters get.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if
you're one of us.
If you're playing for money, I mean, definitely, you want to check that out. You get a little edge. I would recommend even watching these a little bit if you're playing these for money. You can just get an idea how the game flows. Yeah, I can be able to like predict what happens each game,
Right.
but you get to see who's actually on the field, stuff like that. Take as many notes as you want. Plus, you get to hear me talk and Kenny.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of notes, this is like the worst week ever. I had to write I wrote the early look this week for NFL, and I was like, I can't even write about Alvin Kamara. Like, is he even gonna play? Like, how much is he gonna play? Like,
Right.
most of these guys, you're like, well, even if they do play, they probably won't even see the field like that much. They might sit after a half.
Yeah.
So it's like you basically you have to just analyze the people that actually are in meaningful games, and that even like is so slim.
There's more meaningful games this year, but then you have like Arizona and Washington and the Rams. We're all probably going to start backup quarterbacks, so it's even crazier. You're right. Like, how can you evaluate wide receivers for Washington with Taylor Heineke at QB? Like, it's
are the Rams are the Washington football team, are they even going to win their division anymore? Like I feel like
if they win, they win the division. But I mean,
no, but I mean, like I feel like they totally muffed this. Like they had it. It was their division.
I mean, I don't think they muffed it. I think Alex Smith got hurt, and Dwayne Haskins was their backup, unfortunately, and that's just what happened. But I mean, the Eagles' defense stinks, but I kind of feel like Jalen Hurts is gonna put the hurts on them. I feel like he might play the spoiler, especially if Alex Smith doesn't play. So I actually think Dallas is in a really good position. Sadly enough.
Yeah, it's weird.
Daniel Jones can't run, right? Like he can't move around. I mean, I just don't think they're gonna be able to score enough points to get by Dallas.
There is. I will like bet my entire career on the Giants not making the playoffs. Like there is no way that team is winning a game.
Kenny's retiring.
That team is so bad. They are so bad.
Defense is pretty good. Their offense is terrible. The Giants' defense is pretty good.
How is it pretty good? Like I could say like passable maybe, not pretty good. They got help. I can't believe that the Christian McCaffrey run is going to get called back. Why are you celebrating?
Oh no, is it getting called back? There's a flag.
You know it's getting called back. Why are you dancing?
Sim Christian McCaffrey. No touchdown.
Have you decided to fade Christian McCaffrey in this sim? I don't know what year you came from, but congratulations that somehow you managed to use all your skills time traveling to pick against Christian McCaffrey on a Wednesday afternoon Madden sim. But you got to be very happy right now.
Greg Coffin going through the emotions in the chat there. Christian McCaffrey, 3.3. He is on track for his worst sim game ever, C-Max. So. Tough to see.
Dean Murray says, damn it, Ducey, I'm a Washington fan. You are making me root for the Giants. No one is making you do anything, and I especially would not want you to root for Daniel Jones. And not even like Daniel Jones with his legs. Daniel Jones who can't move is like, that's a nightmare scenario. If my team trotted that out as an like, oh, we're gonna make the playoffs with Daniel Jones limping,
yeah,
I think I would have to just quit watching football for the rest of my life. Field goal is gonna make it one possession game still.
It is Daniel Jones without his mobility is a complete disaster. He's probably going to turn the ball over like 3 times in that game minimum. So
I just like don't understand. I don't get how like Dave Gettleman just got away with this. Like people and look at the narrative that happened this year, right? It was, I'm gonna look at the 2019 or was it 2018 draft maybe? No, it's 2019 draft. Like the narrative, no, it was 2018, right? Around the Giants was so overwhelmingly positive this week because of Dwayne Haskins. They said, oh, well, good on the Giants, like not picking Dwayne Haskins, like well done.
Yeah.
Right? Daniel Jones was the right thing. Well, first of all, that doesn't mean that you should pick Daniel Jones number 6.
Doesn't make your slightly worse pick better.
If you say, hey, there's no quarterback, like we don't like Dwayne Haskins, why would you take the quarterback projected to go in the second round at 6? Like trade down, get 3 more picks, freaking pick a quarterback the next year, pick Drew Lock, like pick anybody. Like I just don't understand. Like if you decide it wasn't worth it to take like the top projected quarterback after Kyler Murray, then why are you taking a quarterback at all? No one's making you take a quarterback in the draft. If it's not a good quarterback draft, just don't take one. Wait till the next season. If the Giants would have tanked and wait till last year, they would have been able to get Burrow or Tua or Justin Herbert. Like that's a great scenario. Why didn't you just wait a year? That's not like why are we applauding him for not taking Dwayne Haskins when he could have waited a 1 year or whatever? And there's so many things they could have obviously went out and gotten one of these reclamation projects, right? There are plenty of quarterbacks that are backups right now that you could have gone out and got, like whatever. I don't even get me started on Dave Gettleman, but I just like couldn't imagine the amount of people being like, oh, I was so wrong. They were so right to take Daniel Jones. Like he's not going to be their quarterback in 2 years, so he was wrong. You're wrong. The media really upset me. You wonder why I am the way I am. I don't hate players or teams because of who they are. I hate them because of the narratives around them. Like, I'm getting myself worked up now, but I like, that's why I don't like the Giants and Dave Gettleman. It's because the media in New York treats them like they're royalty, because like they didn't fall backwards into 2 titles where their doofus quarterback managed to put together these amazing playoff runs, like, and then they make him feel like he's a Hall of Famer because of his very mediocre career. Oh, it's really suffocating to read and consume all the things surrounding and the same thing with like the Josh Allen thing. Like, I understand it now, but like there was no reason for anybody to be excited about that guy after last year. I'm sorry, there wasn't.
He improved like over his rookie year last year. Like, you're right. I mean, he wasn't anywhere near like where he is now, but he had at least improved a bit. But you're right. The media always does this. They latch on to people, and they just build them up to like they used to do it with like Jameis too. You know, James had so many bad years, and the media just like keeps, he should get another chance.
Right, it's like they decide to like people, right? Dwayne Haskins, right? No one came to Dwayne Haskins' defense when this happened. Like, if this was Tua, right? It's like, oh my goodness, why are you letting Tua go? You can't do that. This guy's amazing. It's just like, we pick people that we like, and then it doesn't matter what happens. We just always want to feel like we were right about them, right? Or like, oh, it's so good to see this guy getting a chance.
Yeah,
you know?
There's always mainstream guys, right? Like that the media is more bought into, right? So they're going to get more chances. It's just the way it works, right? So you're right. And then look, Haskins is doing himself no favors by doing the strip club stuff, you know, especially in a pandemic, right? I mean,
right.
That's his own fault. But you're right. I mean, the media narrative on Haskins was already negative before that. So,
I mean, I can think of so many people that had terrible off seasons by a media standpoint, or not to get into anything real life, but or Drew Brees, right? People hated Drew Brees for 2 days, and now everyone's like, F Taysom Hill, get Brees back in there. Like, this guy's a bad quarterback. You know, I don't know, man. It's just funny.
Yeah, the Drew Brees 1 week hate-a-thon was pretty funny on Twitter. Yeah.
I just can't believe that you look at like Taysom Hill. Like, I don't like Taysom Hill, right? I don't think that he's an NFL quarterback, but like, that guy was not even allowed to have a chance in the NFL before people were just like, this guy does not belong.
Well, I know.
NFL.
I really am but I was surprised by that. Like, and again, like, the other option is Jameis Winston. Like, why are you so excited to give Jameis Winston his chance over just seeing what Taysom Hill can do? It was that was definitely weird. I didn't even.
People were like clamoring for Jameis,
but it was very weird. I've just like I've kind of given up on like when that happens, because I used to always speak out. People would get mad and then be like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about," and then I'd be right, and I couldn't even like take a victory lap because I'd feel so bad that people were so wrong. But anyways, let's see if Tampa can tie this up, Kenny.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's going for the tie here. They want to send us to overtime to hear more of our takes.
Yeah. Here Kenny and I talk about our fantasy football team from 2012.
See, you think that I'm young, but I'm a very old man at heart. Like, I just have a lot of hate for a lot of people, apparently. I have a lot of disdain for the world around me.
I think you and I share the like mass media, you know, the hate, the hype of certain players. So we definitely have kindred spirits in that.
That's what it is. Like, people think like I don't like, you know, like what did this guy ever do to you? Like, nothing. Madison called us the cranky boys. I like that. Like, this person did nothing to me. I remember like I covered Giants training camp, and I had a very positive experience. And I was like, oh, like, I'd love to see if the Giants did well, right? And then like I just had to listen to like Giants fans talk about the Giants for a whole year of when I lived with them my senior year in college. And I was like, wait a minute, I'd never want this team to be good again. Like, if this is what Giants fans are like, and those are my best friends too. Like, that's the funny part. I'm like, I can't stand the narrative around this team, man. Like, that's.
Yeah, and to Chad's making good points. I mean, Haskins has proved, like, he has started like a bunch of games now. Like, he has proven he's a bad quarterback.
Right.
So I don't disagree that like Washington should have cut him. We're just saying the narrative around him compared to like other players his age is completely different. Some of it's self-brought upon.
No, I agree.
Haskins is not good. Like we I think we've established that. He's had his chances. Oh, there's
Speaking
a nice
of
grab.
good, what a grab by Chris Godwin down to the 10-yard line. A one-handed grab. The Bucs have a timeout. They're going to get at least a shot to the end zone here. My goodness, what a catch.
Wait till 20 seconds to take it.
Of course.
Typical Sims.
Typical
Make it
areas.
as dramatic as possible. All right, 20 seconds, 10 yards.
Bruce.
Whole season on the line here.
That's right. The Buccaneers trying to tie things up.
Who do you think's coming out of the NFC? You got a hot take, or you're not sure?
No, we are. It's the Packers, man. Packers.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Right.
Here we go. Tom Brady. 1st and 10. 10 seconds. He's going to throw it to the sideline. They're going to get out of bounds. So they got 3 yards in 5 seconds. They keep doing that, they'd win the game. This one goes to McCoy, I believe, out of the backfield. Yep. So 2nd and 7. We'll see if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers can tie this game up and send it to overtime. 4 wide receivers set. Mike Evans in the game, along with Chris Godwin, Scotty Miller. Brady, good time. He's got more time. He's got all sorts of time in the middle of the end zone. It is Scotty Miller, the wide receiver 3, coming through with the touchdown grab. And now it's all on to Ryan Suckup to make the extra point and send it into overtime. I do not believe that we're staring down the barrel, Mr. Ulrich, of overtime.
Oh, yeah. We're going to OT here. I've yet to see a
They're icing him on the extra point.
Oh, they icing him on the extra point?
They are. No, that does do something in this game. Like,
it does.
The kickers, it's harder to kick after you've been iced unless you have the superstar trait that prevents you from being iced.
I was just going to say, I've never seen a missed extra point yet, though.
See if Suckup has what it takes to hit this one, and he does. It is good. We are tied at 17, right down the middle. Ryan Suckup. No one even came close to blocking it. 9 seconds to go until overtime hits.
All right, Scotty Miller, 26.5% owned in the free showdown. Suckup, 10% owned.
My lineup's not looking great, but it's not looking bad either. I got Gronk had a decent game in the captain spot. Really, McCaffrey, Fournette, and Samuels where I lost. I guess there's still time.
All right, you guys are so lucky. You get more Kenny and Geoff takes for another whole period of football. Hit the like button, guys. Let's go. Hit that like button for us. Smash it. Get up to 250. Give you some more terrible takes for another few minutes here. Who do you guys need? I think everybody needs.
I think
everyone
Christian
needs
McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey. Like a 80-yard run here. It's probably what most people need.
Ira, Kenny is the type of guy who will yell Happy New Year and then say, I hate this year. One Man Army says, I have the least positive fan base. So I guess like that makes sense, right? There you go.
Who are the Jets going to take at number 2? They can take QB? You can take Fields? Or
No, I don't think you can do that.
no, I don't think so either. But I just wonder if you think they're going to do that.
I don't
Probably
think so.
too early. Probably too.
Here's a bomb. Let's see if the Panthers can get this complete. Now they can't. We're going to overtime. Straight to overtime we go. Congo Cab needs the OT touchdown. So nice loss to the Dolphins, Congo Cab. I think that they don't take a quarterback now. I you know what? As a fan, I was really excited about Trevor Lawrence. I put my heart and soul into rooting this team to losses every week, but ultimately, I'm still like, I knew going into the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes that it was a win-win because I love Sam Darnold. I still believe in Sam Darnold. So I knew that he was going to be good somewhere else, right? So I like it's going to be fine. They're going to trade down from 2. They're going to get some more picks. They're going to they already have a first rounder or 2 first rounders, so they're probably going to end up getting 3. They'll probably have 3 first rounders if I have to guess, or maybe 2 at the least. And so they will. I'm sure they'll get they'll probably draft Deontay Smith if he's there, and then a lineman. Like, I'm cool with a good receiver and an offensive lineman. But I think that it's about time, and they obviously need a corner too, so they'll probably take a corner around 2. But I think it's about time the Jets start really just going all out on offense. Like, they never draft offensive players, or at least not like in the last 10 years. They haven't focused on offense in the draft.
Right.
So this is the year, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense. They need they still have a decent run defense. They grab a corner, they grab maybe they sign a corner in free agency, and they just draft all offense. I actually would like that strategy for them. They also need like a offensive minded coach or something. They got to stop getting these like. I feel like just because they had Rex Ryan for a bit, they just feel like, and they had success. The Jets are just like, yeah, we have to have a good defense to have success. That's the only way.
Right. That's the one way to win. And it's obviously not, but yeah, I mean, I think that they've learned their lesson now, right? And that's why they tried to hire Adam Gase, because he was supposed to be this offensive genius, right? Peyton Manning said that he was a great coach, as Fantasy Hawk pointed out in the chat, and everything was telling them to hire Adam Gase. Like, oh, he would have been the top candidate had he been, there last year. And they wanted to hire Matt Rule. Matt Rule seemed to want to coach there, and Matt Rule wanted to have say over player personnel. And they were like, no, we don't want you to have say over player personnel. So that's why he went to Carolina. And meanwhile, how dumb does that look in retrospect? Adam Gase single-handedly drove out so many talented players, and you wouldn't give Matt Rule, command. Speaking of the Panthers, command over player personnel or the power. So I don't know, but yeah, I think that they'll be fine. I really do. I think that Sam is going to be fine. Brady on 2nd and 7, throws over the middle, and we are into field goal range. Chris Godwin gets him there with the catch and a run to the 25-yard line.
Tommy Boy over 300 yards. Godwin's up to 98 too. He's been beasting on this drive. I think that was his 3rd catch on this drive. So we got Tommy over 300. Godwin just needs basically one more catch. He's at 98 yards. I thought he was going to break it for a go all the way there, but nice tackle. X Factor lit for Tommy though.
It is. He's ready to go. Ideal situation for everyone in CMC Nation would be a field goal here. We'll see if it gets to that point.
Don't get sacked, Tommy.
He's going to get sacked. He was going to get sacked there back at the 38. And now, all of a sudden, the Buccaneers are out of field goal range.
What was that? X Factor lit, and he takes a sack. Now his X Factor's not lit. They're way out of field goal range. That was one of the most ridiculous sacks you could ever possibly take, especially with that much time.
2nd and 23.
Now they're probably going to run it. Huge dopes. Oh.
Yeah, 3-step drop and throw. They'll get, 4 yards there?
That's as bad.
Someone in the chat bringing up Mike Vanderjack.
Oh, yeah, Canadian. Went on a Canadian sports talk show and ran his mouth about Peyton Manning.
Idiot kicker.
Idiot kicker got drunk. What did he say? He said something.
I think he missed a field goal.
Oh yeah,
Vanderjet. The bus for missing.
No, Vanderjet went on a Canadian talk show and talked trash about Peyton when he was on the Colts. And then Peyton called him an idiot kicker in response.
After he missed, right? Or maybe not.
No, it was during the offseason. It was all during the offseason. Vanderjet was like, yeah, Peyton can't, they've got to buck up, and they're not showing enough poise under pressure. And then someone brought it up to Peyton during the offseason. He's like, look, our idiot kicker went on, he got all liquored up or something. I can't even remember what he said. I can't believe the Bucs blew that, by the way. That was absolutely terrible.
Speaking of blowing, yeah, I'm just rewatching the Mike Vanderjack miss. to tie the game in, what was it, the AFC Championship game?
Yeah, no, he was
divisional game.
After that incident with Peyton and in the offseason, he was terrible. Like his career just went down the tubes. He went from being like the most accurate kicker in NFL history to like out of the NFL in like 2 years.
46 yards. You know what's a great video on YouTube, which I watched the other day, was there's a video called Field Goals That Missed by a Mile. It is an amazing compilation. It's just like all these just sad field goal tries that missed by like 50 feet. And it's just like, it's amazing to watch because you never see kickers miss by that much. Like, it's very rare that you'll see a kicker just absolutely shank one, which is why I loved watching this video. I was like, oh, wow, Adam Vinatieri just completely missed that. Or Gostkowski or, whatever.
All right, I guess CMC is still in play here for people, folks. You're gonna run it with him.
He goes on the run. Second and 7. Kenny Ducey, Geoff Ulrich. Thanks for being with us here on DK Dream Stream. Teddy Bridgewater throws over the middle. It is complete to DJ Moore.
DJ Moore. I feel like we haven't had that name in a while.
We haven't really. Just a couple of catches on the day for DJ.
Leading, like, who? What are the good lineups? Brady with 28 points in the captain. Godwin 14.8. Bridgewater 14.18. Gronk 10. Ian Thomas with 8. Ian Thomas has 9 catches for 91 yards. Crazy.
D. Griffiths on our ops team.
DJ Moore
second
there.
place in my contest. We got Choker in there. He's up at 8th. Look, if you get annoyed by my takes, there's a very simple solution. You enter my contest and you beat me. Okay? Then you shut me up. There you go.
More Kenny. That was a terrible miss there by Teddy. He had CMC wide open, 3rd and 2 too.
Yeah.
Probably could have gotten into field goal range. Another punt here would be ugly. I'm not going to lie, folks. I don't mind calling these games, but
I'm not feeling great about this OT, Jeff.
What's that?
Not feeling great about this OT. Neither of these teams can score.
Well, that Tampa drive was insane. I mean, how do you get into field goal range and take 2 sacks? But it's a big down. This is it. Yeah, probably not going to make the field goal from here. They need a first.
32 for Teddy Bridgewater. Hands off, Christian McCaffrey. Oh, he didn't get there. Oh, there is no way he got there. He was short, 4th and inches.
All right.
Oh, what do you do?
Have to go for it. You just cannot possibly do anything but go for it here. I know this is probably not going to go for it, but punting is just lame.
This is unbelievable, Jeff. I am turning my hat forwards. This is so
Oh, no, you're punting.
This is a... Oh, they faked it. It's a fake punt, and it blows up in their face. Oh, Jeff, what the heck just happened?
I don't think
I've ever seen a punt earlier. Now it's a fake punt.
I haven't seen a fake punt in like a year. We used to get them all the time on the old games. I don't think I've ever seen one on the new game. And usually when they do a fake punt, it's like a throw. Oh, man. Okay, well, the Bucks got it at like midfield again, so.
Woof.
We get another 3 Tampa Bay sacks.
Brady going back to work in overtime. Completes.
Godwin with the bonus. See, the points are starting to flow here for people. If you got Brady Godwin, you like him out.
Chris, fear of Godwin. Wow. Second and 3. Not sure. I'm really not sure what to make of that. The Twitch chat. Our producer Madison copy and pasting the Twitch chat so we can read it. It was The reactions were priceless. As Brady loads up. This could be the game. This could be the game. Throws right side. It's caught. Down to the 20-yard line. And it's none other than O.J. Howard. 25-yard catch.
Catch is 73 yards. Brady's playing good. I mean, he's had a pretty good game.
I cannot believe it. The game could be over here, folks. Just a field goal will do it for Tampa Bay. Let's see if they just decide to kick it right here. They will. Ryan Suckup going to come out.
Wow, just kicking it. Yeah.
It's full screen time, folks. You want to full screen this one. The drama unfolding. Bradley Pinion going to be the holder. A quick Google search will tell me the long snapper for Tampa Bay is none other than Zach Triner.
Zach Morris.
Triner will snap it. Pinion will hold it.
Suckup will kick.
Ball down, kick up for Suckup. It is good. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pull off the overtime win. They trailed by 7 late. They get the touchdown to Scotty Miller. They get the ball back off the fake punt in overtime. And they take this one 20-17. A good old NFC South battle, Mr. Ulrich. Won once again by Thomas Brady.
Unbelievable. This is actually a pretty good little last quarter in the OT. Exciting. Some extremely strange decisions. Brady getting sacked for no reason, but
very strange.
It's good. Look, you needed the Brady Godwin stack. It came through. We got a little bit of points. Christian McCaffrey, though, I'm gonna have to check, but what his final total was here. If he didn't have his worst game of
50 rushing yards, 1 catch for 2 yards. I mean, that is 6.2 points.
That is
his worst game.
His worst game ever.
We cursed Christian McCaffrey.
6.2 fantasy points. His previous worst was 7.8. So, wow. Sorry, guys.
Congrats to D. Griffiths of our ops team winning my contest.
Wow.
He gets nothing for it except for the fact that he can tell people now.
He gets a shake of the hand from Kenny Ducey.
Yep. The next time he talks to his family on Zoom, he can tell them, hey, I won Kenny Ducey's contest on DraftKings. So did Brooklyn Bees and Brobrand, Victor, Brad, CJ, D. Griffiths. I don't even. He says I'll take the handshake. There you go. Well, there's the handshake. Gradius Maximus, Captain Blood. We got Choker, Cool Cag, Bowser, Kruger, all these guys. Congratulations, Cena 472. Don't know how I was even able to see that name, but you guys, all congratulations on beating me. Not a good game for Christian McCaffrey, so he has to be your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
Oh, yeah. Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. It's Christian McCaffrey. Runaway winner. Whenever you put up a stinker like that, you put up your worst sim ever. You, especially when you're a stud player, the highest Madden ratings ever, you're averaging like 20 points per sim. You're going to get it. So congrats to Christian McCaffrey for getting the LVP award here. And I'm gonna give the other one to Tom Brady. I mean, it's a pretty solid game. 340 pass yards, two touchdowns. I barely missed any passes too. He was in the captain spot of the winning lineup too in the free showdown. 9.1% owned. It also had Godwin, Teddy Bridgewater, Gronk, Ian Thomas with 9 catches. I almost could have picked Ian Thomas too. And then Scotty Miller, your boy, 3K came through like you said with the touchdown, 13.2 points. But I'm gonna give the MVP award to Thomas M. Brady. I don't know what his middle initial is. Thomas L. Brady.
Thomas F. Brady.
Thomas F. Brady. That makes sense. Thomas F.ing Brady.
No, it's not. That was what I gave him. His middle name is E. Wanna? Actually, he has two middle names.
Ooh, a fancy boy.
Want to guess him? EP.
Ethan Thomas Brady.
EP. Thomas.
Ethan.
Well, I think it would be Thomas.
Thomas.
EP.
Thomas, Ethan. God, like what male names start with P? Paul Brady.
Oh, Paul's my middle name. Edward Patrick.
Oh,
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. TEPBJ. Wow. All right. I guess that's all we have to say about Tom Brady.
There's your sim fact of the day, folks. There's Tom Brady's middle names.
Choker says thanks to us and Ops. Nice job, gals and girls. That's the nicest thing Choker's ever said. Thank you, Choker. Appreciate that. David wants to know where my sunglasses are. So we'll break them out here for the bonus recipients. Chris Godwin, congratulations. You may be put on the bonus glasses. Thank you to Chris Godwin. And we didn't really have, we were just talking through the break, so I didn't really have time to set up the bonuses because, frankly, no one really was on pace to hit the bonus. So,
no,
Chris
just Godwin
ended up
Brady.
doing it.
Godwin Brady.
All right, Geoff, it was great to hang with you. I'll see you on the Sweat on Sunday. Should be a lot of fun.
It was.
Enjoy your new, it'll be the new year.
It was. I know. I'll see you in 2021, Kenny. We'll have the same terrible takes, but we'll be in a new year giving them. So if I don't see it, I won't see any of you in the chat. But have a great New Year's, people. Enjoyed 2020, kicking off these sims. We'll have way more in 2021. So as always, happy hanging out, and have a great one, peeps. Have a great New Year's, Kenny.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Geoff. And you guys, unfortunately, will be stuck with me for the next sim. And it'll be, yeah. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. It will be a fun one, though. I'm going to be joined by Christian Headbandria D'Andrea, and who, of course, showed me up with his shirt and tie yesterday on the Simper Bowl pregame show. So, of course, I'm going to show him up after this one, and it'll be a good one. Ravens at Broncos. Lamar Jackson, $20,000 in the captain's spot. Will you pay up for him? A lot of you will. I know that you will. Until then, we'll see you. Take care. 6 o'clock. On one side, we have the Denver Broncos. On the other side, we have the much more popular Baltimore Ravens. But we should have a good one for you today on DK Dream Stream. Thanks for being with us, Ken Ducey and Christian D'Andrea, the Dream Team, back on the Dream Stream once again. Haven't seen you in quite some time, Christian. I did see you for a little bit yesterday on the Super Bowl pregame show when you flamed my wardrobe. So here I am in a shirt and tie. How you doing?
I mean, I put on a nice sweater because I knew I was going to be here with you, Kenny, but you got the thick knot going today, and I feel like I have clearly lost this sartorial battle, and I feel a little bit badly about myself as a result. That is how nice I like that tie knot. Yeah. So,
you're right.
Bad business going on in this household. It's around dinner time. The kitchen's busy. It's hot in here. It's a real nice scene. We're getting ready for the new year, trying to figure out our plans for tomorrow. Here's a hint. They involve staying inside and doing nothing. How about you, Kenny? Well, you know, we can get into it. Let's talk about these.
Yeah, let's talk about these lineups because they have locked, as our producer Michael always loves to tell us before the show starts. I have Noah Fant in my captain spot. I just could not fathom paying $20,000 to captain Lamar Jackson, but I'm curious to see if you did the same.
I did, in fact, captain Lamar, just because there are so few options. This isn't a Chiefs game where you have three guys who can give you 20+ on any given day. I mean, there are really only three big scoring threats in this one. One of them is Drew Lock, who is so far outside the circle of trust he can barely see it. But I captained Lamar. I threw Cortland Sutton in there as a flex because I love Cortland Sutton. If you've been watching these streams, you know I have nothing but praise in my heart for Cortland, our guy, and alive and well and healthy here in Simland. I think he's going to have a big game. Might be the only guy to have a big game. And then after that, it's kind of a crapshoot, Kenny. I mean, you got a bunch of guys who can come out and play. I like the fan play. Athletic tight ends get it done in Madden, but at $8K in the flex, I stayed away from him. I stayed away from Phillip Lindsay. My flex guys, little Hollywood Brown. That way I figure if he comes up, we can yell about him either way. KJ Hamler, the rookie out of Penn State, electric, good in the slot and on the sideline. Justin Tucker, because I had a little money left over for a kicker, and J.K. Dobbins. So went heavy on the second round rookies in this one, but a lot of guys who do have a high ceiling, do have some nice explosive traits. And Lamar in the captain spot, I'm going to get a handful of points. I know that. It's just whether or not those shakier guys down the line can really push me past and across the finish line.
I think your undoing in this one, Christian, will be that you are failing to remember that this is Simland. You mentioned that it was Simland, but you didn't construct your lineup like it was Simland.
Okay.
Drew Lock is good in The Sims. I don't know if you are late to this party, but Drew Lock can actually play in Madden. And last three games, or two of the last three games, I should say, he put up 22 and 24 points last game. 12 points, not too shabby. The point is that he is capable of a 20-point game.
Go to the Sim 4 before this against that 3-28 Eagles game where he had fewer than 4 fantasy points.
Yeah, we all know that Madden made the Eagles defense
before that
good.
7.
I don't know why. The Eagles defense not too. Look, okay, yeah, and Christian McCaffrey just had 6 points on the last sim. So that stuff happens sometimes. The bottom line here is that there is the possibility that Drew Lock has a good game every time he steps out on the Madden sim field, and 218 yards last time out, 321, 334, two before that. I think that there's a possibility here against the Ravens, as good as the defense is. Look, it's snowy. I think all bets are off here, and Drew Lock could have a good game. Look, he's not my captain, okay? My captain's Noah Fant. I have Drew Lock and Lamar Jackson in my flex with Mark Andrews, KJ Hamler, and J.K. Dobbins. So we have some overlap on our lineups, but for the most part,
there you go. You're roasting me for not doing a lineup like it's Simland.
Oh,
and yet
I'm just
Mark
saying that you're completely
flex.
You're completely discounting the fact that the Broncos offense could score some points here. I don't think you're preparing as if they are a factor. Look, I know the deal with Mark Andrews.
4 points in 3 of his last 4, Kenny.
Yeah, watch Mark Andrews go off here. This is a buy low spot on Mark Andrews against a team that can't defend the tight end. You watch what happens.
All right, you know what, Kenny? Here's what I'm going to do for you. If we get a Mark Andrews touchdown, the quarter afterwards, I will go through all the stats, and not only will I go through them, you don't have to do anything. I will sing them in the style of the Spin Doctor's Two Princes. If we get a Mark Andrews touchdown, that's how confident I am, and we will not see Mandrews breaking double digits today.
All right. Here we go, Mandrews. Everyone in the chat seems to have the Ravens defense, so happy that I didn't put the Ravens defense in my lineup because, well, the chat can't always eat, right?
Started here with a bad pass from Lamar Jackson. So even though this game was designed with 2019 in mind, a little bit of 2020 creeping into Lamar's passing game. Went from the bona fide sure thing MVP to a guy who really did take a step back in the passing game, Kenny. What do you think about Lamar's passing game? Do you think he has taken a step backwards, or are teams just getting used to what he brings to the table?
No, he absolutely has taken a step backwards. You see there with the legs, he's been great with the legs this year, but he definitely, I mean, he has like one or two 200-yard games. Like, that's it. Like, he's not even remotely close to the quarterback that we thought he was going to be. I mean, and that's the thing that made Lamar Jackson so good, right? Is like, he was showing us that he was explosive with his legs, but the whole thing was like, hey, I'm a real quarterback. Like, look at the throws that I can make, and he's just not making them this year at all. He's not even attempting them sometimes. So he's definitely taken a big step back, in my opinion. This is a guy we thought was going to be the MVP this year, and we'll have to see if he comes back next year and throws the football a little bit better. But I think that it's excusable because he's so good running the football. Like, he's so dang good at it. But I mean, this proves, Christian, how elusive, right, that high upside, that a truly high upside in both facets of the game quarterback is. Like, we act like these, they're like, Josh Allen is one of these guys, right? But Josh Allen doesn't have the volume of rushing to really, truly, maybe hit the bonus in both categories, right? I think Kyler Murray is the closest that we have right now, because he has a high volume of running, but he also can easily throw for 300 yards, right? But it's really difficult to get there. Like, you really have to have one or the other. Like, Lamar is showing that right now. Like, we thought we had it with him, but like, the passing has clearly taken a back seat to the running. And so, whether or not, a quarterback can do both things, it tends to, one tends to shine over the other on the field. Right?
Yeah, I think you said it pretty well. I mean, the Murray comparison is really the only guy who really kind of comes close to his orbit with the ability to make the throws downfield while maintaining that constant on-the-ground threat. I mean, Josh Allen's obviously close, but you're not getting any design runs for.
That's right. That's my point. They're not. It's not like they're out there running the option, right? I think Jalen Hurts is another guy that could do it. It's just like, you're talking strictly fantasy, right? Like, you're not getting 90 rushing yards a game from Josh Allen. You're getting that from Lamar Jackson, but you're not getting the passing. And same thing with like Hurts has the potential to maybe go for 90 yards on the ground and like 250 or 300 through the air.
Yeah, I think even with Lamar, even if he doesn't get his passing game back, he's throwing the ball well enough this season that it's not that big a deal. If he's running for 1,000+ on the ground and he's giving you a 99 passer rating instead of a 109, you're going to deal with that. You're going to take that. You can still get to the playoffs with that, even in a year when your defense has maybe not been as good as it looks on paper. So that's what these Ravens are in for now, although still a chance. I believe there is still a chance that they do not make the playoffs. That is still within the realm of possibility, just because the AFC is so stacked with good teams, and the poor NFC is about to potentially send a 6-win team to host a wild card round game.
Well, they'll have to. Your boy Justin Tucker making the field goal there.
I'll take those points. Yeah, Tucker, as we've all seen, a perennial Pro Bowler, but I got my ballot today, Kenny, from the Pro Football Writers Association. My All-Pro selections, and honestly, I think my All-Pro kicker this year, the first teamer, might have to be Younghoe Koo, not just because he's been so automatic for the Falcons, but because he missed that kick against the Chiefs, which was honestly the best thing the Chiefs could have hoped for, or the Falcons could have hoped for last week. They had no business being in that game. They want to sink to that top 5 draft spot. They maybe want to go out and get themselves a Matt Ryan replacement. I don't think Ryan's cooked, but
I'm going to stop you right there. I love Koo, and I love the Koo pick. But for me, the guy that's getting absolutely no love is Daniel Carlson. Daniel Carlson legitimately. Oh, it's a fumble.
Oh,
the Broncos have
wow.
They have the ball.
Close. Very close. Forward progress gets him down at the 3, but now we are well into safety range, and Drew Lock does not have the awareness that you can trust to get rid of the ball.
You know, I'll back it up. Actually, I think I'm looking at the numbers now. Koo was slightly better than Daniel Carlson. I think I was imagining Daniel Carlson had remembering that he had a better season than he did. But I mean, because Koo 8 of 8 from 50 plus. I mean, it's amazing to remember that Younghoe Koo was cut from a team, right? Like, how does that seem possible? How did the Chargers cut Younghoe Koo and wind up with the worst kicker in football?
Kenny, he was too bad for the Chargers when he won the job out of camp.
Right.
I mean, I didn't think he would find another job, and yet here he is, and he's been just awesome. He's been one of the few bright spots. It's basically him and Calvin Ridley, if you were counting all the Falcons' bright spots from 2020.
Josh Lambo. How many kickers did the Jaguars have? They had Hauschka, they had McLaughlin, they had John Brown, they had Josh Lambo, and then they had Aldrich Rosas. I mean, this team legitimately had kickers. That's insane in 1 year that a team could go through 5 kickers. Right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the Jaguars. You don't want anyone to get too comfortable there. You don't want anyone accidentally making a game-winning kick and taking you out of the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes. Speaking of, though, we brought it up a little bit. I was talking about maybe the Falcons used their top 5 pick on a franchise quarterback. The Jets seem to be in there too. Assuming Trevor Lawrence is gone, Kenny, who is the guy that you would prefer to see come to New York? What college quarterback are you banking on, and why is it BYU's Zach Wilson?
Oh, it is 100% Sam Darnold. I think that there's no way that you take a quarterback this year when you don't really need to. I think that you take Trevor Lawrence because he's there, he's Trevor Lawrence, but like, there's no reason the Jets need to take a quarterback. There's none. And the possibility of trading down, taking a wide receiver in the first round, taking maybe an edge rusher and an offensive lineman with your other 2 picks, or a quarterback in your offensive lineman with the other 2 picks in the first round, 3 first-round picks, using 1 on a lineman, 1 on a receiver, and 1 on a playmaking defensive player is amazing to me. That's an amazing proposition, and the thing is, there's going to be quarterbacks every year, Christian. Every single year there's quarterbacks. The Jets don't have a bad one right now. I certainly don't think that he is incapable of leading a good team forward. You build a good team around him for the next couple years. Let his rookie contract run out. If he is not good by the end of his rookie contract, you draft a new quarterback. And at that point, in 2 years, you have your core now. 3 years under Joe Douglas, or maybe it'll be 1 year. The plan would be to have your core built, so that way you're really just a quarterback away from being good. If you don't have that quarterback, and then you go out, you trade draft capital, you move up in the draft, you get a franchise quarterback, and you win with a quarterback on a rookie deal. That is how you build a winner in the NFL. There's no reason for the Jets to draft a quarterback right now when they're not a quarterback away. There are a lot of positions away. So you want to build up every position, and then when you're a quarterback away, you feel good. That's my view of how to improve the Jets and what they should do. And also, I think that it's very indisputable at this point that the best way to win a Super Bowl is with a quarterback on a rookie deal. So I think you just go from one quarterback on a rookie deal to another once the rookie deal's over. And if Darnold proves to be like amazing this year, then maybe you give him a new contract, and he's probably not going to command that much money. But if he's not, I think that next year is the year you draft a quarterback, or the year after. And again, you'll probably have the draft capital at that point to afford trading away 4 picks to move up to 1 or 2 in the draft to get that quarterback. That's my view of things. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Oh, I agree with you that Darnold needs to stick around at least one more year, play out the 4th year of that rookie deal. 5th year will be guaranteed if they pick it up against injury only, so they should do that as well. Doesn't make any sense to jettison Sam Darnold now. Might as well see if he can Ryan Tannehill himself and immediately improve once the dampening effect of Adam Gase has been removed.
Yeah.
I agree with you there, but I'm not opposed to drafting a quarterback in the future early on. As, big run there from Ingram puts the Ravens inside the red zone. I think that there is a lot of quarterback talent in this year's draft where they could trade back from number 2 to maybe somewhere from 5 to 10, pick up a guy like Trey Lance while picking up an extra first-round pick down the line, or a boatload of second-rounders like the Colts did when the Jets traded up for Sam Darnold. So I don't think that those two things, taking a whole bunch of great skill players and a defensive playmaker this season in a premier day one situation, I don't think that and selecting a day one quarterback are necessarily mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I see that.
I do think they don't have to jump on a wide receiver right away because I kind of like the Mims and Crowder combo to begin with, but B, very deep pool of wideout talent and a ton of picks, 5 within the first 3 rounds. So I do think they're going to get some more key wide receiving help. And I agree with you that the defense is a little bit closer than we imagined. They're a little bit further along. Once Greg Williams was removed from the equation, they have looked a whole lot better as J.K. Dobbins gets the last play of the first quarter there. Ravens up 3-0, but they are threatening 1st and goal coming up from them. Kenny, if you want to learn more about my deep Jets thoughts, and I'm sure you disagree with most of them, but on today's postroute.substack.com, I dive into that. We rank the 11 teams that have yet to clinch playoff spots and left yet to be eliminated by our trust in them. And we even complain about the Raiders a little bit and how terrible their fans are at driving. I don't know where that one came from, but yeah.
Well, I would love to hear your thoughts. I'd love to read your thoughts even. Lamar Jackson, 4 carries, 44 yards. Mark Ingram, 23 on the ground as well. I do agree with most of your thoughts about the Jets quarterback situation. I think they could draft Zach Wilson. Could also draft Dustin Crum. Just saying. Could draft Dustin. Anyone could draft Dustin Crum.
Will be around on day 3.
Dustin Crum's not going to go number 1. So every team after the Jaguars, the onus is on you to draft Dustin Crum because someone's got to do it. J.K. Dobbins, 2 catches for 23 yards. Mandrews has an 18-yard catch. Oh. Christian.
Ooh, 2.8 points after one.
3 players have catches.
Digits.
3 players have catches. There's been 4 passes completed in the whole game. 2 to Dobbins, 1 to Mandrews. Eat it, Christian. My lineup is good.
Yeah, this is bad news for the Broncos, who have looked awful, barely possessed the ball at all in the first quarter, and that drive was a disaster, very nearly ended in the safety. And, well, they're about to go down 2 scores here unless their defense can really step it up.
Here goes Lamar Jackson. Let's see if we can find Mark Andrews. That would be the right.
Ooh, is he going to take
leap into the end zone?
Oh, captain, my captain, and not just mine, of course. Whole bunch of 57.5%, getting 1.5 times the points on that one, because that's how many of you captain Lamar Jackson, reigning NFL MVP. Just like that. Well, that's good news if you have a bunch of those Broncos wideouts. You have Noah Fant possibly in your captain spot. If you have KJ Hamler, if you have Jerry Jeudy, if you have Courtland Sutton. Good news, even in this wild weather, Drew Lock is going to have to start slinging the ball because his team is down big early. And, well, we saw early on that first down sack didn't help things, but the run game, keeping things close to the vest, did not pay off at all against this Ravens D. Might as well try out the aerial offense and see what you got there.
All right, well, the Ravens on the board with 10 points. Broncos still scoreless. Don't want this to turn into a Simper Bowl situation.
Yeah, I was disappointed there. All the Sorry, I'm just now watching Graham Mertz break the Duke's Mayo Bowl trophy, and his immediate frozen shocked reaction with it. Just delightful to watch. We were talking about it earlier. It's kind of a mess of a football game for Wake Forest. A slippery, kind of debatably good game, perfect to be described with Duke's Mayo.
Don't know what Duke's Mayo is.
I don't either. I'm assuming it's just regular mayonnaise, which I mean, is real hit or miss for some people. I can do like a little bit of mayo, like on a burger, but like too much mayo it's no good. Like if I'm doing like a lunch meat sandwich, Kenny, it's going to be like a spicy mustard or like red pepper hummus. Oh, wow, Philip Lindsay.
Speaking of spicy, look at this run from Philip Lindsay all the way down inside the 15. And those are going to go as yards for Mr. Drew Lock with the completion. And he gets the yak, or what do they call it now? Rack for Philip Lindsay on the screen pass. I don't like that they call it rack. It's yak to me.
The kinds of passes that are going to get Mitchell Trubisky extended for 3 years in Chicago. Dump it off and let someone else worry about it. And yeah, it's not a bad idea for Drew Lock. Dude has a big arm. He's got that all sorts of throw power. But why not dump it off? You get two pretty good running backs in Lindsey and Melvin Gordon. See if they can't carry the load for you.
You didn't respond to what I said. I don't like that it's called rack now. It'll always be yak to me.
I've never called it rack to me. I've always called it yak.
Yeah, it's yak. And any of the OG Madden players will know that it's yak. You'll remember John Madden, getting on, talking about, oh, that's what they call a yak. That's what the players are calling it now. He gets these yards after the catch, John Madden. No?
That's pretty good. No one can see it on the screen, but you actually became John Madden there for a second. Like your hair grayed, your face got a little wider, and
my hair actually
goes
is
with
gray.
stage 2 diabetes.
Yeah, my hair actually is gray. We saw a fake field goal in the last game. Or fake punt.
I mean, not a terrible place for one here, though. You got to pick up 7 yards. Yeah, 7's a tough one, as I am getting the stability warning on my internet, as is tradition. No, McManus just puts it through.
Got it to go. To go in second. Thank you so much for being with us on the DK Dream Stream. It was Kenny Usti and Christian DeAndrea hanging out.
Big drive coming up for the Ravens here because they have the ground power. They can effectively kind of kill the clock here in the second quarter with a long Naval Academy style, keep it on the ground, pitch it, use that Heisman formation if need be to really run down the Broncos here. We'll see if that's what they do. Or if they come out throwing, maybe they try and change things up a little bit. Like you mentioned at the quarter break, only 3 guys in this game had caught passes in the first quarter, and all 3 were Ravens. Sorry, the animation there of the 2 guys teaming up to Karate Kid swan kick, crane kick. Lamar Jackson got to me there. Anyway, Lamar Jackson X Factor lit. Let's see what he's got here. They keep it on the ground. They do indeed, but it doesn't go anywhere.
I'm getting real emo about no Thursday Night Football this week, actually. But at least we got New Year's Eve college football.
We do, yeah. I mean, a nice wide array of bowl games to get through, even though we missed out a handful of them. That was the weird thing today. We started off, we had the noon kick for the Duke's Mayo Bowl, and then nothing till 8 p.m. Granted, it is a good one at 8 between Florida and Oklahoma, so it should be at least a quality game to really get us into the spirit. But really, it's very low-key middle of the day on a day a lot of people had off, just had to do nothing but mill about the house, spend time with their families, maybe even go to the gym, improve themselves. Not what you want to do right around New Year's. This should be a time where you spend on your couch watching football, eating garbage, and drinking beverages.
That's right. That's right. And then New Year's Day, you start the cleanse for next year.
Ooh,
Screen pass, left side, big run, J.K. Dobbins. It's going to be Gus Edwards.
Dobbins stood out to me because his salary did not meet his recent production. 2,800. It's a guy, it's a punt play type guy, but Dobbins has had points in pretty much every sim for the last 10 plus. He's been a guy who maybe doesn't give you a ton, but does show up. And for 2,800, you're not often guaranteed that. Today, may have his best and biggest Madden performance of all time. And let's see if Baltimore can't get him into the end zone to make me feel at least a little bit better about my lineup, my Cortland Sutton, KJ Hamler lineup.
Check the flag. I mistakenly said Gus Edwards instead of Gus Johnson. So I was trying to be like Gus Johnson. J.K. Dobbins when he used to do that for Ohio State. 1st and 20. Lamar handoff, and it's to Dobbins. He gets the call for 3 yards. Second and 17.
If you are a fantasy owner out there, you know how frustrating it has been to watch the Ravens juggle their 3-headed running back combo. Gus Edwards, Mark Ingram, J.K. Dobbins. Dobbins looks like the most explosive of the group. Edwards a little bit more reliable near the goal line as Lamar breaks free for about 10 yards there on 2nd and long to make it 3rd and manageable.
Yeah,
Tough situation from a fantasy standpoint, although based on age and Gus Edwards' impending free agency, got to imagine this is going to be J.K. Dobbins' team going forward. He's going to be a priority season-long fantasy addition to come next summer.
Lamar might hit the bonus before I have time to talk about the fact that he's on bonus watch. There he goes again. 78 yards, already has a touchdown, and he's 2 yards away from the rushing bonus, and the Ravens are on the 27-yard line, so if he runs it in from here or gets to the 5, he will hit it. 1st and 10 for Lamar. Oh, there goes the handoff left side. Not to Lamar, to Mark Ingram.
But hey, I mean, good news. We were talking about before. They are kind of grinding that clock, Kenny. They're running that kind of military academy style. Keep it on the ground. Short passes when you have to pass kind of situation, and really just choking the life out of the clock, wearing down that defense, and giving the Broncos as little time to respond as possible. As Ingram stuffed again.
Well, let's see it here. 3rd and 9. Maybe Lamar gets the bonus here. He's 22 yards, so if he winds up again on the 5-yard line, he'll get there. And I think that he'll be running on 3rd and 9, Christian. Just a hunch. I think that he will drop back to pass and quickly scamper out of the pocket.
2-minute warning has come and gone. So if they do pick up the first, it's going to be a rough scene for the Broncos. They're going to have to start thinking about using those timeouts to see if they can muster any kind of clock management comeback here. Lamar back to pass.
It's going to be a screen to J.K. Dobbins. There he goes inside the 5. Dobbins getting involved. 28 yards. Yak. It is yak, Christian. It is not rack. Get out of here with this rack garbage. It's nonsense.
This is his best performance in about 5-6 games. He's having a nice little glow up, and all for 2,800. Let's see if they don't go back to him here. Let him punch it in.
No, Lamar's just going to run it in himself. No one spying the quarterback. No one spying Lamar Jackson. Runs it in for his 2nd touchdown of the day. And that's that. 17-3. Broncos will get a chance to answer here, Christian, as Lamar gets closer and closer to the bonus. I believe that he is somewhere around 15 yards away now.
Yeah, a pretty solid day altogether, though. Already over 35 points in the captain's spot, so paying off that 20K investment. It's like we were talking about yesterday. Yeah, it's New Year's Eve, and he is bottle service, but you got to pay up or else you're just going to be sitting there waiting in line. You're not going to have a good time. You get what you pay for with Lamar. He very rarely disappoints.
So 17-3.
Oh, and if you guys are trying to get at me at the chat, guess what? Terrible bandwidth. So I have shut down all my tabs except for this one. So unfortunately, cannot see what y'all are putting out there, and that hurts me inside. Don't worry, I'm very sad I can't be there with you.
There's a big discussion going on about Lamar and how good he is, and Fantasy Hawks saying that Lamar Jackson needs to go call up Josh Allen and get the same offseason program that he got. Might not be a bad idea.
It's not. I'm very, very interested to see how Josh Allen is going to look in the postseason, because he's, it's no longer too big for him. It's no longer his first time out there, but at the same time, there's always going to be that kind of seed of doubt with Josh Allen because he hasn't.
I mean, is he going to lateral to nobody?
Yeah, and I mean that's exactly what he did in his last playoff game. So we'll see what we get from him. As great as he has been this year, and make no doubt about it, well-earned Pro Bowl selection, and has definitely looked like the guy Bills fans have been promising us. Every time you write anything negative about Josh Allen, they've been waiting for this moment to throw it back in our faces, and for good reason. He's been awesome, but there was that 4-game stretch, weeks 5 through 8, where he really did kind of fall backslide. 5 touchdowns, passing, rushing combined, 5 turnovers, fumbles, and interceptions combined. Was really just kind of regressed back and was like, oh man, is this the Josh Allen going back, the old Josh Allen? You're gonna have to call me other Josh Allen. No, he bounced back. He got everything back under control, but it kind of showed us that he's not quite inside the circle of trust, not quite the I am definitely okay with this guy starting a playoff game. He's not in that circle just quite yet. I think everyone, or a lot of us, and I know there are a lot of true believers out there, and I am blown away by your faith in Josh Allen, and you are mostly right. But I want to see him do it at the next level. I need to see him go in and have a better playoff performance than the guy who went into last year's playoffs against the Texans and needed 46 passes to throw for 264 yards and no touchdowns.
Yep, I agree with everything you're saying.
Meanwhile, that Broncos comeback drive went absolutely nowhere. So now the Ravens are going to have 36 seconds and 2 timeouts to fire back on their own.
Yeah, Lamar might get the bonus before I even get to put him on bonus watch, Christian. How tragic would that be? 1st and 10, Lamar. He'll call out a play. And he's just going to throw it. He's just going to throw it right side. It's going to be caught at the 20. That's Mouth Boykin over there. I believe that was Boyk, right? Is that Boyk?
I think you're right. I think I saw the 8 in the front there, and not a lot of guys, not a lot of receivers out there putting.
Yep, there he is. Boyk with the first catch of 5 yards. Remember he had a moment in Simland where he was just like the greatest receiver ever for 2 games? I think he had 3 straight games with a touchdown for the Ravens in Simland. Final play. Lamar is going to just check it down to Mandrews. There he is. Past the 30. I believe that's Mandrews.
86. That's Nick Boyle, babe.
That's Nick Boyle.
There's
a Nick Boyle catch.
Yeah.
You wanted it?
Boyle had a rough one this year. I don't know if you remember, he had a gruesome leg injury, and that's actually had a pretty negative effect because the Ravens work so well out of those 2 tight end sets that allow Mark Andrews to fly free. But Boyle, as good of a blocker as he is enough of a receiving threat to really kind of limit coverage up the seam on a guy like Andrews. So as good as Andrews is and can be, not having Boyle there alongside him is really kind of taken a bigger toll on the Ravens passing offense than we might have imagined going into it. As we take a look at our halftime stats, Lamar Jackson, 99 passing yards. But of course, we're not here for the Lamar passing yards. We're here for his rushing yards. Meanwhile, Drew Lock, 1 completion in 2 quarters of football, Kenny. That's your Drew Lock.
My Drew Lock, that's right. Oh, man, Mr. Lock, what are you doing to me? Well, I know what Lamar's doing to me. He's crooked. Bonus classes are coming on, baby. Lamar Jackson is on bonus watch. 9 carries for 82 yards. The man needs just 18 yards to get there, to hit the bonus. I think he's going to do it, Christian. I think he's going to hit the bonus. Mark Ingram also has a decent amount of rushing yards. J.K. Dobbins is the leading receiver in this game. 4 catches, 65 yards. Phillip Lindsay, 1 catch of 56. That is surprising, Christian.
Yeah.
Both are on bonus watch, by the way.
Yeah, it's just crazy that only one guy has multiple receptions in a game between 2 guys who have decent arms. And we knew the Ravens would be run first. But seeing J.K. Dobbins not only leading the pack when it comes to Ravens targets, but also kind of blowing away the field right now. Very, very surprising, but hey, if you got him in that lineup at 2,800, you're having a pretty good day. Look at that. 27.5% of you flexed him. 1.3% were bold enough to captain him at 4,200, and that must have saved you so much money to spend on Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy and Noah Fant and all the guys from the Broncos who currently have 0 points.
I got all those guys. I mean, not Jeudy. But I have Noah Fant, Drew Lock, KJ Hamler. Yeah, where's KJ Hamler at? No catches for him. No catches for Noah Fant. Two guys that we liked coming in. We both liked Hamler.
Yeah.
I liked Fant. So we'll see. We'll see if the Broncos have something in them here in the second half. As they're gonna get the football first, the Ravens will kick it to them.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, I'm 20th out of 90 in the Beat Ducey 6 p.m. contest, and that is with 3 goose eggs from Cortland Sutton, Marquise Hollywood Brown, and KJ Hamler in my lineup. A real gross, uneven start for me in this one. Yeah, it would be nice if maybe the Broncos could wake up and get Cortland Sutton the touches he so richly deserves.
I am in 70th because no Fant so far for me, so that's been my undoing. Need Fant to do something here. So here comes Drew Lock.
Coming on a run-heavy formation, but they're going into a stacked D-line, and yep, that's going to happen. A lot of strengths for this Ravens defense, but they have some power up front, especially with a healthy Calais Campbell, and just a whole lot of beef in the middle there.
There we go. Drew Lock in the pistol here with someone on his right hip. Here comes a little bit of motion. 2nd and 11. He'll pass. See if he can complete his 2nd pass of the day. No one is open. Now he throws, and he has his man.
Wow.
Just shy of the 40. It's Mr. Noah Fant. You can tell by all the gear that he's got on. He's got the arm sleeve on. He's got the big body. He's got the first down at 14 yards.
Now coming out in a run-heavy formation again with 7 on the line, and this time it actually works out a little bit. Melvin Gordon with a successful run on first down, so the playbook remains all the way open on 2nd and 5. You know what, Kenny? I want to see the Broncos take a shot downfield here. We really haven't seen too many passes of more than 15 yards from Drew Lock. He's got that arm strength. He's got the wide-out talent, guys who can fly. It's a tough secondary to beat, but the Broncos can beat it.
Lock. Time. Deep throw. It is not caught. Thought we had one.
I thought, I mean, maybe tough to tell because the snow blends in with that sideline. Maybe he got those heels in inbounds. I don't know. Virtual Vic Fangio is gonna review it. He's thinking. No, he's not. He's gonna keep the challenge flag in his pocket. See if he can convert on 3rd and 5 here, and he does.
He does. There you go. Another pass to Philip Lindsay.
Philip Lindsay wants that receiving bonus, man. Something he never does in the real world. Not a big PPR guy. Mostly
even though he has incredible speed, Christian. He does.
Big first down there. It's the jet sweep and
Very greedy. Nothing much. Did you hear me? I said that he has great speed, but he never winds up being a factor in the passing game. Philip Lindsay.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's the knock on him in college wasn't because he wasn't quick enough or didn't have the lateral movement. He's just a smaller guy, wasn't much of a receiver, couldn't add too much in the blocking game. Is very nearly picked off there as Drew Lock bringing up another key 3rd down here. But yeah, he has been a guy that has not only pretty solid vision, but the ability to kind of sneak through small creases and explode upfield. Kind of surprised that he's been so hit or miss in the real world in 2020, but Melvin Gordon has really tampered his effect. His streak of 1,000-yard seasons coming to an end. And apparently this drive about to come to an end for the Broncos here, although they're on the right side of the field. They're down by 14. Less than 15 minutes left in this game. Kenny, I would go for it. What do you think?
I would too, but they're not. 4th and 8. Punt is away. And we'll get more Ravens. As that, it's a bad punt too. That's going to be down at the 20-yard line. So, all right.
Net of 24 yards on the punt from the Ravens' 44-yard line, and that just means the Ravens now have 80 yards of field to chew up. This could be the drive Lamar gets his bonus wings. Let's see what he gets.
Lamar dropping back, throws over the middle. It is caught. And that's going to be Miles Boykin. All right. Lamar up to 112 yards passing. Not too shabby. Mr. Boykin makes another catch. There was that moment where he had 4 straight or something like that games with
yeah, he was in that club with like Mike Williams and Devin Funchess as guys you couldn't afford, like you had to start them after a while because they kept 20 plus points, and it slowly faded away, but everyone looks back at the Miles Boykin era with fondness. All the DK dollars they brought in, all those paychecks that they secured because Miles Boykin went out of his damn mind.
Another throw.
Andrews there.
Andrews. There he is.
We might wind up having 7, maybe even 8 points today.
Yeah, he's got 4.7 right now. Making Christian DeAndre be quiet. God forbid he goes for a touchdown, Christian. You're going to have to sing, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to sing one of the greatest alt-rock hits in the 1990s. But we'll cross that bridge should we get there. As a nice dive forward on 3rd and 1. Ingram picks up the first, keeps this drive going as the Ravens pretty much just a field goal away from locking this one down. Can't imagine these Broncos are going to be able to overcome a 3-possession deficit with under 11 minutes to play.
There goes Lamar. He's at the bonus, I think. Nope, maybe not yet. I think I get a little ahead of myself.
Yeah, Lamar maybe seeing the coverage downfield, jumping back to his left and immediately into a tackle there. So should have easily gotten the first down. Instead, kind of ran himself into a rough situation. But short yard situations have not been an issue for the Ravens so far. So can't imagine they're too upset with that. As another
Lamar again. Oh, he is human joysticking all over the place, down to the 25.
So that is going to be 100 plus from him. Came in averaging 26.5, and that gets him up over 28 on the day with a quarter to play. To the millions and millions of you who captained Lamar Jackson, enjoy your 45 plus points from the reigning real world MVP. Into the red zone, well within Justin Tucker's range here. So even if they don't get the touchdown, a field goal.
Lamar again? Oh my goodness. What do you mean if they don't get the touchdown? You're talking about Lamar Jackson running the football.
Who needs a passing game? Kenny Ducey, when you can just do that. When you just read option your way through life, and the poor Broncos defense can do nothing about it.
Fantasy Hawk wants to know who I would start, Dorian Finney-Smith or Bobby Portis. My goodness, Bobby Portis, that's a tough one. I'm not a big Bobby Portis guy. Let's see, the matchup for Finney-Smith. The matchup for Finney-Smith, I think, is pretty good. I might start him. I think they trust him a lot. They give him a lot of minutes.
I think Portis has been pretty solid, and he's getting about 24 minutes per game with this Bucs team, and having a pretty Bobby Portis kind of year. You know, he's kind of giving you those empty calories, decent points, some rebounds. Not going to stuff the stat sheet, whereas DFS has got that a little more versatile game. But for me, you're talking two veterans of SEC bouncy hoops, so I really can't go wrong either way.
I do think that the Bucs are going to win pretty easily tonight again. So I don't hate the Portis call either. I think I'd probably go with Finney-Smith.
Yeah.
And the other thing with the Bucs tonight is they'll probably be inclined to rest a little bit of their starters on a back-to-back here, but still, you're talking about the Heat without Jimmy Butler.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm absolute. If a massacre can be a beautiful thing, that is what we saw. That 3-point clinic the Bucs put on, and that's exactly what they're going to need to do in the postseason. That's exactly what they've failed to do in the past two postseasons. The 3-point shot escaping them. That's exactly why they had to deal Eric Bledsoe away, as solid as he can be on the defensive end, and as much of a playmaking jolt he can provide. His inability to shoot at even a respectable clip in the postseason made him just such a liability for this Bucs team. That's one of the things I am missing right now, Kenny. Bucs got the brand new stadium, brand new arena. It's lovely. They raised the price of beer by about 50% just because they got a nicer digs in the old Bradley Center. That's a bit frustrating, but used to love making that trip out, that drive along 41, or I can't even remember what 93 from Madison out to Milwaukee. Go watch a Bucs game. Go to one of the fine establishments nearby, downtown Milwaukee. Beautiful place. Lots of great places to patronize. I cannot wait to go back into it. And I'm sure everyone out there in the DK Sim fam is with me on that one. Cannot wait to watch live sports. Cannot wait to watch televised sports again with a crowd of people at a public space. As Calais Campbell brought him up earlier. Oh my God. Drew Lock lost about 20 yards on that sack to bring up 3rd and 29. Good Lord.
I cannot wait to get this fake crowd noise off my broadcast. I do not like it at all. I don't understand why they needed the fake crowd noise.
Yeah. Oh, no, is it?
It's a safety. Oh, no, it's not. It's not a safety.
How is that not a safety? That ball must have barely snuck across the goal line there. Amazing. Let's see the replay here. Locke is standing in the end zone. Barely. I guess. Fine. Listen, this brings up the possibility of a blocked punt. There's not going to be much room at all back there. And if you're the Ravens, why not send the house? Doesn't look like they are. They're doubling the Gunners. Ball barely gets out. This is going to be the last play of the third quarter. So the Ravens will take over. Wow, a boomer, a punt. about 60 yards on that punt, Kenny.
Good one.
Yeah.
Pretty good punt as we get to the end of the third quarter here, Christian. And, well, it is just all Ravens.
It is not a great game. The only thing really working out for the Broncos right now are their special teams, and they are bowing down at the altar of Lamar Jackson. This one, all 3 touchdowns in this game belong to Lamar on the ground. Through the air, only 121 yards, but still 40 more than Drew Lock, who has completed 3 of his 10 passes, and one of them was a sideways screen that ate up most of his yardage tonight. So this has been a really grim performance for the second-year quarterback out of Missouri. And then on the ground, Lamar into the bonus, the only guy I really have to worry about. No one else more than 32 rush yards in this one. Lamar, 132, 3 touchdowns. 1 away from the Bundy.
Yeah, Dobbins having a nice day too. 8 yards rushing and then 65 yards receiving is pretty good. Mark Andrews, second on the team with 2 catches for 27 yards. Pretty good for a guy that you said was going to be a non-factor, huh?
Yeah, now 4.7 points, buddy. Look at that. He might even get to 8. That would be nice. That would be, Kenny, that would be like 12 in the captain spot. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, at $5,400, I think that'd make him a pretty good play.
I know J.K. Dobbins, who at 2,800 is currently, I mean, I can't even count that high. It might be 1 million points. It's a lot.
We've got no KJ Hamler points, though. That's pretty sad.
Not a single KJ Hamler point. No Cortland Sutton points. Jerry Jeudy had the 1 run for like 2 yards. It's been no Hollywood Brown either. Once again, I'm still in the top half of the Ducey showdown, and half my team has apparently not even left the locker room. They are just staying in. They're sharing some cocoa. They got their onesies on. They're forever cozy. They got their recliners out. They're watching this game on the flat screens inside, and I can't blame them.
Well, I made the wrong decision, drafting Drew Lock and pairing him with Noah Fant, but here I am. Thought they'd be able to score like 1 touchdown maybe. That's going to be J.K. Dobbins again, getting some more yards on the ground now. He's up to 13, so he'll go over 12 points, or actually, I beg your pardon, he'll get to 11.8 with that carry. 13 rushing yards, 35. See if Mandrews is on the menu here, Christian.
I get the feeling it's going to be another Lamar run. Oh, it's a quick hitter, and it
Hollywood.
In fact, complete. So we get our first. No, Willie.
I think.
Willie.
Oh,
no, you're right. You're right.
Come up here. No, it is Hollywood.
All right, so
Marquise Brown with the catch.
Taking away his 0 designation, getting on the board, ruining his per game average with that one.
Up there goes Lamar. He got the first down. He did. They got the first down. Lamar now up over 40 fantasy points on the day. He's got 142 rushing yards. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns. He has the bonus. He has 130 passing yards. He has all the touchdowns for Baltimore, does Lamar Jackson. And quite literally almost all the yards as well. As we got a handoff of the middle here, and that's going to go nowhere to Mark Ingram the second.
Yeah, so I think it's Ingram and Dobbins 43 yards. Lamar Jackson in some fashion, all the rest. And it's like 300 total yards for him. It's not bad. It is not bad at all. 272, according to our most recent stat update. And I think he is going to go over 300 pretty easily by the time all is said and done here. 5.5 minutes left in this game. Baltimore running away with it. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? Drop some interesting topics into the chat. I will rely on Kenny to bring them up because my bandwidth is still so low. I can't.
All right.
You guys are typing.
Andrew wants to know what Lamar Jackson's. He said, "Can I get a Lamar Jackson percent thing?" Or, yeah, Lamar percent thing.
You want to know?
I think he's asking for ownership numbers, right? Well, I don't know if that is what you're asking for, but he is 93% owned in the free contest, in the free showdown rather, and 57.5% owned in the captain's spot. So that's a lot of Lamar.
As the Broncos defense might finally be getting feisty here. Now this game is pretty much already over. Setting up 3rd and long. Not quite in Justin Tucker territory. It would be about a 56-yarder. I mean, if anyone can make it, it's Tuck. Let's see if they can. Oh, Dobbins stopped.
He is definitely not going to get it now from the 41. It'd be a 69-yard field goal from here. It'd be 59 yards, and they will definitely kick this one away. Surely they're not going to have Justin Tucker try from 60.
Thin air, though. They got that mile-high stadium air. I mean,
this is Madden we're talking about, Christian.
Yeah, football is going to feel like a cannonball on Tucker's leg, but I want to see him. I want to see the effort made here. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh, my goodness. There is no way they're trying this.
Oh, my God. It's beautiful.
Oh, did he make it? No, he didn't.
Oh, but he had the leg for it. He had the leg for it. Just a little bit wide, I believe. You know what? Tough to tell. I think it was just slightly wide left, although the leg wasn't as good as I thought it would be, so it might have been a little bit short too. But either way, I don't hate the decision there. Go get Justin Tucker out there. Let him stake his claim as the greatest living kicker right now. See if he can wrestle that back from Younghoe Koo. Koo.
Lock. Throws complete. Oh, Drew Lock's got a first down. He's got his man Cortland Sutton, your boy.
Off the milk carton is Sutton, so now I'm just waiting on KJ Hamler to break my streak of zeros in the middle of the lineup. Sutton, very surprising to see how little he's been used, but he was a little bit more of a star in the Madden 20 setup where he had superstar traits rather than here where he's lost those, thanks in part to a season in which he only had 3 catches before tearing his ACL. A bummer of a year for him. And we get another big catch there, and it is KJ
Hamler, man.
Hey. So just like that, my guy's coming alive. Your guy, Drew Lock, maybe starting to feel it. Might be a little bit too late for him to really come alive, but these garbage points, they count just as much as all the other points that these guys have put up so far in this game.
See it, Drew Lock, handoff up the middle, and Philip Lindsay going to get taken down.
Sure. Yeah, you know, you're cooking with the passing game. Things are clicking, going right. Why not send things to a grinding halt by running right up the middle at that densely packed linebacking core? Sure. Ooh, speaking of run stuffing, the Packers just got a little help, claiming former...
Oh, speaking of help, how about the Broncos getting none? A fumble recovery for the Ravens defense. Jerry Jeudy coughing it up. Jeudy.
Wow.
Oh, you know what though? Was he down? Let's see if they review. Let's see. Every scoring play and turnover is reviewed. Let's see if the booth reviews this one. I have the feeling that he was down.
Yeah.
I have the feeling that he was down. Let's see if we can see it. Let's see. Oh, that's close. I don't know, actually. He might have been letting go of that ball before he was down.
I can't see anything from that angle.
The first one was kind of damning. I think he might have been letting go of it. See, we gotta look at the scoreboard. Oh, they give it back to the Broncos.
All right, so the quest for garbage points continues.
Lock, time, looking. Come on, Drew. Come on, get us a touchdown. Over the middle, touchdown, Drew Lock to Cortland Sutton.
Wow, that was a mess, and somehow it all worked out. Drew Lock had the ball in the pocket for roughly 12 seconds without anyone getting close to him. And instead of disaster, he hits his top wide out for the touchdown. Cortland Sutton making a late run to get his team back. Well, not back into this game, Penny. That would be absurd. But getting them, near contention, I guess, turning a 3-possession lead into a 2-possession lead.
Still have not hit the 2-minute warning. Is there anything worse when your team is losing late in the game and the referees just go, this is the 2-minute warning? I'm sorry, I hate the 2-minute warning. I hate it so much. I hate that we stopped the game for a commercial break at that point in the game.
We've talked about this.
We have. I really don't like it. I really hate it. The action is heating up around the 2-minute warning, and then you go to commercial for a minute and a half. Like you just don't get that in college. It's so much better. The game just continues. Like you just continue on with the final minutes.
So would you also suggest, so if they got rid of the 2-minute warning, I think they would also have to incorporate the stopping the clock on a first down and reset the chains. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I kind of do.
I love college rules.
Ooh, the onside kick. The surprising onside kick does not surprise the Ravens. They come down. There's a 2-minute warning. Broncos do have all 3 timeouts to burn here. They may not be done racking up garbage points just yet, but can't imagine the Ravens are going to throw the ball. They've been running it too well, and they want to burn some clock. But bang! Mark Ingram up for 5. Playbook all the way open on this one. They can run it, they can run it, they can run it. Even if they have to punt it away on 4th down, they will be punting it back to a Broncos team that likely will have 0 timeouts remaining.
Jason, my classic lineup is already shot after 1 game. It's a wild weather Wednesday, and it's a Ducey game. I guess bad things really do come in 3s. I think that's 2 things, Jason. If I'm counting correctly, that's the wild weather Wednesday, and then it's me. That's 2. So they come in 2s?
I think he's saying that the shot lineup is the first thing, but the shot lineup seems to be a consequence of the 2 bad things rather than a 3rd bad thing.
Right. Maybe the 3rd bad thing is Jason, and he's the reason that the lineup was bad. So that would make sense, actually, that he would be the 3rd part of the bad things in 3s. 3rd and 2. Let's see. Lamar Jackson with the ball. Oh, here we go on the read option. He's got room. This is going to come back, though. This is going to be a holding.
Cheaters.
Not that anyone cares at this point because this game's locked up. But, maybe the Broncos get the ball back.
This is a great sign for Denver.
Denver could get another score up on the board.
Yeah, and it's good news for Noah Fant and Cortland Sutton and KJ Hamler, as that's going to be the last Broncos timeout there. Baltimore probably going to take the punt here. Can't imagine they're going to try a 63-yarder, although, God, I would love it so much.
I'm really upset that we didn't get to see Daniel Carlson try a 63-yard the other night. And then we did get to see the Browns trot their punter out for a 60, or no, it wasn't the Browns, it was the Chiefs, right? Who was it? They were the Titans? I forget who it was. Someone brought their punter out for a 61-yard field goal. I think it might have been the Browns.
The Browns do have a tremendous punter in the Scottish Hammer, Jamie Gillen, who was a punter and a kicker at Arkansas Pine Bluff. So yes, it was him that went and attempted that 50-plus yarder against the Jets there. And Gillen he's got a boomer of a leg. Dude is ripped. He actually, the only reason he's from Scotland, his dad took a job in America. He had kicked in 5 high school games, built up enough game tape, and Arkansas Pine Bluff one day went to Facebook and posted they needed their kicker scholarship guy fell through, so they needed someone. One of Gillen's friends posted his video on Facebook, and Pine Bluff called him a couple hours later and was like, all right, what division you guys? They're like, Division 1. He's like, okay, I'm in. Do you have any other questions? Nope. Didn't even realize till he flew down there 3 days later that it's a historically black college.
Earl saying he's 15th in my contest. Shout out to Earl.
And the Philip Lindsay owners out there. This might be a Philip Lindsay bonus right there. 5 for 103. It is indeed.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Look at Philip Lindsay. Getting those garbage time yards. Drew Lock as well. This is the definition of garbage time right here. Is Drew Lock going to get ready to air it out? He's got his man inside the 35. No timeouts for Denver. That should do it. But Judy, Drew Lock up to 152 yards now.
Look at that.
Well done.
Out of the top 10 of the Beat Ducey contest. Garbage time. You have screwed me over once more. It hurts. It hurts.
It does. Lock up to 11.64 points now.
Well,
I guess I shouldn't have captain no offense.
Yeah, that was a big time game. We saw some great Lamar Jackson stuff and some great Philip Lindsay stuff, and J.K. Dobbins came to play. And end of list. That was really a three-man show there, Kenny. Player of the game. I think we know exactly who the player of the game is going to be. It's not a controversial pick. It's not even a very exciting pick. It's, of course, Lamar Jackson with his 3 touchdowns. And the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today. I'm going to have to go with Hollywood Brown. Put him on the card for most of the day. Didn't even have 10 receiving yards. I mean, he was no Mark Andrews. Didn't get all the way to 5 points. So.
Yeah, and frankly, for for the fact that the Ravens were the much better side today, a lot of their players went off. He did not.
Yeah, just a pretty low-key performance. No one but Lamar Jackson and J.K. Dobbins really came through in any meaningful way for the Ravens, although you can make a case for Justin Tucker. He had a pretty solid day. That missed 56-yard kick. Right. Anyway, sorry. Lamar on the ground, only guy with more than 40 rush yards, 14 for 147, 3 touchdowns for him. Philip Lindsay getting it done through the air, 5 for 103.
What did he do? What did he do, Christian?
He God. He got the bonus. He got the bonus.
He got the bonus. Lamar Jackson got the bonus.
And then Mark Andrews, your guy Mark Andrews, tied for 3rd most receptions in this game with 2. So pretty good day for him too.
I should have tweaked the parameters of the bet that you made about singing his stats and included that he had, if he was top 2 in receiving, they would have done that.
Yeah, I mean top 3.
Top three. That's right.
Yeah,
top 3, and he is 3.
Look at that. Baltimore defense, 5 sacks, 10 points allowed. Almost nearly would have been 3 points and a fumble recovery, but the replay officials made sure that was not the case. So a good day stacked up. Lamar, Dobbins, Lindsay in the Ravens defense. Otherwise, pretty low-key game. Not a lot of points in this one, but a fun one at the very least. We got to see some scoring. We got to clown on Drew Lock a little bit, and we got to all appreciate our terrible, terrible decisions when it came to rostering Broncos players. Kenny, what do you think?
It was great to be with you. That's what I think. Shout out to everybody who beat me, including you. Tate K finished a place above me. He's on our ops team. Robbie Noble, CJ, Triggs, Juice J, Dogan, Two-Ton Son. Actually, you love that name. Two-Ton Son. I love that. JSL, Not Pit, Raiders for Life. I'm assuming that's Congo Cab. Brooklyn Bees again. Kruger, Kyle again. D. Griffiths from the ops team. Shout out to D. Griffiths. Shout out to Train Island in 13th place. Fooligan. Boy, if the Thunder don't get you, is 3rd. And number 1, it's Knut, 67. Pretty good from all you guys. Shout out to everybody who came in ahead of me in the contest. That, of course, is the goal, to beat me. So shout out to you guys. Christian, it was fun. I'll see you in the new year, my man.
Man, always a pleasure. Looking forward to it. We got Patriots Bengals in the rain coming up next with Koff in Brandon Cristal. So you guys have that to look forward to. And I'll be back tomorrow at the 2 p.m. sim on New Year's Eve to help start off your day or continue your day of football the right way. Kenny, always a pleasure. I'll see you next time.
Yep, you too, man. Great to be with you. For our entire staff, Daniel, Michael, Andrew, he's Christian. I'm Kenny. Have a happy new year, folks. Won't see you till 2021. So enjoy all those sims tomorrow and the sims we got coming up later tonight. Until next time, so long.
Well, just when you thought, Simper Bowl, my God, what's next for the Dream Stream? This is it. Right back at you with 6 Sims the very next day. Good to have you back along with Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we are right back into Exhibition Sim land. This is not the beginning of a new season. These are just exhibitions. So again, wins, losses, they don't really matter. What matters most, your lineups and your lineup construction. And in the interest of course, getting to the sim right on time, even though we started a couple minutes late, the focus is, my man, what do these lineups look like? What is this game going to look like? You got any gut feelings going into this one?
Well, I made a lineup in the contest that you sent me, the
sure.
DK SimFam free roll, and I was inclined to take more Bengals just because Joe Burrow and his weapons are more tantalizing, I think, than the Patriots. Maybe it's because of real life and how disappointing the Patriots offense has been, as you well know, most of the year. So I loaded up my lineup. I think I've got 4 Bengals, although one of them may be the kicker, and just Cam Newton and maybe Sony Michel. So
what do you got? Do you have it handy?
Just off the top of my head, I picked Gio as my captain, and then I have Burrow, Boyd, AJ Green, and the kicker. Maybe did I give you too many? I don't know. I have it handy.
No, it's
handy.
About
it's
right.
handy-ish.
It's handy-ish. It's relatively close by.
Captain.
So I went with, and I don't know if this is me just willing it to fruition, speaking it into existence, hoping that, the inconsistencies of Simland and the woeful play in real life doesn't translate here. But I have Cam Newton as Cops captain. And then my flex here, I also have Joe Burrow. I also have Tyler Boyd. I have Joe Mixon, CJ Uzomah, and Damiere Byrd. So relative balance after the QBs.
Okay, so I was wrong. Instead of Boyd, I have AJ Green. It was a cost thing. So it's Gio's my captain, Burrow, Cam, AJ Green, Sony Michel, and then Randy Bullock.
Okay, well, we'll see how everybody fares here. It should be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. Our prime time, we back like we never left free roll. We hope a lot of you here in the chat are part of it. We've got 124 people that have decided to take part tonight, which we are obviously always excited about. And there's a lot going on, right? I mean, it's a wild weather Wednesday. This game in virtual Cincinnati here, Patriots at the Bengals, taking place in the rain. So we'll see if that impacts the style of play, maybe a little more emphasis on the run than the pass. Who knows? We got producer Mike, we got Daniel on our technical director, Zach and Tate, the Game Ops crew, and of course a couple of real-life disappointing teams. The difference is the Patriots were expected to be a playoff team by many. The Bengals, even with Joe Burrow, who of course is not playing a full season, knocked out for the year with the injury, but played a good chunk of it, opened up a lot of eyes. But even still, Cincinnati was not expected to be a postseason team, finishing at best with 5 wins anyway, sitting 4-10-1 right now. And we can talk real life as it relates to these two clubs and going into week 17 and anything that people may have questions about, probably not involving season-long leagues at this point. I imagine most of your championships are done, but DFS, we can get into it. And Hayes, a 6-game NBA slate going on too. We can always talk a little bit about that. BK and I have a fun little head-to-head going on. So let's get ready. How's everybody feeling?
Am I supposed to answer for everybody?
Yeah, I guess I gotta wait. One by one, I want to know how each and every one of you are individually feeling in the chat, and I will shout out all of your answers. How are you feeling tonight, big guy?
Log into the chat. I'm feeling good, and so I was looking ahead at the playoffs a little bit, mostly because my work life is going to change significantly because the Broncos season will end Sunday. And I'll have a day or two of wrap-up Zooms, players on Monday, probably Vic Fangio, John Elway on Tuesday. And then the rest of the week, I'm just keeping an eye on if they're going to maybe move on from a coach or two, but that may not happen. If it happens, it'll have already happened. And then I'm kind of looking at the playoffs. I'll probably try to do a bunch more Madden Sims if there's room for me.
I was going to say, on the plus side, you'll be around for the Dream Stream a lot more.
Yeah, and so then it's doing morning updates on, one of my other many jobs, but was looking ahead to Wild Card Weekend. And want to go up skiing, rather my wife and 14-year-old will ski. I will watch all the little kids and watch football. So looking at lodging and all of that. And so I was trying to figure out, there's a lot that needs to happen, but if my hometown Cowboys were to make the playoffs, they would very likely play Tom Brady and the Bucs. That's the number one game of the weekend, right? Automatically, TV-wise. I'm not saying it'll be the best game. So I got a hold of our pal Howard Deneroff at Westwood One just to try to figure out the balance, how it's all going to shake out. And he explained to me exactly what the plan is, at least, not exactly, but kind of laid out what the plan would be with 6 games instead of 4. With 4, it's a little easier to track, right? So basically, they split the games up. ESPN has 1, NBC has 2, Fox has 1, and CBS has 2. CBS has the Super Bowl this year for people that don't know or don't remember or didn't realize that or whatever it may be. But we could see a situation where when it all shakes out and the league sets the games, Tony Romo and Jim Nantz end up maybe calling the Cowboys Bucks. So you get the number 1 historically AFC crew, right, that is CBS calling an NFC big-time matchup, if you will. So it'll just be interesting to see how it all ultimately shakes out, right?
We are early on here, no score, a little more than a minute gone by, opening quarter, again, virtual Paul Brown Stadium. So you brought up the NFC East, and as people know, with that Washington-Philadelphia game in Philly flexed to Sunday night, ultimately that is going to decide the NFC East. If Washington wins, Alex Smith and company, seemingly Alex Smith, onto the playoffs, and that would just be, that's what I'm rooting for, because I'm rooting for the Alex Smith story. It would just be a hell of a story. But obviously, you probably looking in a different direction, growing up a Cowboys fan. If, in fact, Washington does fall to the Eagles, you have the Cowboys-Giants playing earlier in the day, and the winner of that game would be the NFC East champ. How do you ultimately think this is going to go?
If Alex Smith ends up playing, and it's a big if right now, am I correct?
You're correct. I can tell you it won't be Dwayne Haskins.
We know it won't be Dwayne Haskins. If Taylor Heineke is the starter, and that's the way it's looking, right, because Kyle Allen's hurt, then you have to, like the Eagles' chances to certainly stay in the game, if not, of course, win it. The Giants could easily beat the Cowboys, right? We know the Cowboys are plenty flawed, but they played well today. The Giants are certainly flawed. So I would feel good about the Cowboys' chances knowing it's Taylor Heineke for Washington. And Terry McLaurin was banged up last week, so how healthy is he? And so it seems like there's a good chance, even though the Cowboys' O-line's been decimated, they're without Dak, that they end up winning the putrid NFC East, and I get to watch a Cowboys playoff game as a quote-unquote fan.
If you're maybe you're the right person to ask for this, because as a fan, so you're, being the fan, not being obviously an executive like Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones, even potentially Mike McCarthy may have probably not McCarthy, but the Joneses, let's say, might have a different answer to this question than you would as a fan. Would you rather the Cowboys make the playoffs and probably be one and done, maybe best case scenario win a game, but they're not a Super Bowl contender? Or is it better to get that better draft pick?
The better draft pick isn't going to be good enough. It's not a difference of 1 or 2, right? At that point, as a division winner, I don't know if that jumps them ahead of some of those other wild card teams that actually have better records. And that's probably something that's easy to figure out. But you're still picking in the 20s, right? So whether you're picking 20th or say 18th, 19th, and I guess if you miss the playoffs, they'll jump even higher, right? They might be into the teens, like mid-teens, right? 14, 15, 16, because they would only have 5, right? They have 5 wins right now. Am I not? Is it 5 or 6?
Correct, 5.
Yeah, so they have 5, and the Broncos have 5. So I cover the Broncos. The Broncos can go somewhere between 8 and 13. So for the Cowboys, I guess it's kind of the same thing, right? If the Cowboys lose, they and the Broncos are in that same 8 to 13-ish kind of window. Your team can significantly improve with a pick 8 to 13, more so than a pick 24 or whatever, which is, I guess, what the lowest playoff team might be at. I don't know if it starts. I don't know if it starts with, and I guess this year it's 18. So I don't know if it starts with the 19th pick or 18th pick based on record or finish in the playoffs / record, or because you're a division champ, you jump up a little. I'm saying all that to say you got a team full of veteran players as well as a lot of young players that haven't played or haven't won in the playoffs. The last time a lot of these guys were there that stuck around Dallas, they've been around for a few years, they got their teeth kicked in by the Packers, right? And I shouldn't say teeth kicked in. They lost a game that they were favored to win because Aaron Rodgers is ridiculous. So I think you want to play in the playoffs. I remember, and here, this is a good quote, and maybe because Peyton Manning went to a lot of playoffs, whereas the Broncos are trying to win their sixth game.
In the wake of Peyton Manning?
No, well, right. But no, I'm saying this year specifically, the Broncos are trying to have momentum, Drew Lock, young players, win a sixth game, drop from 8th to 13th in terms of their draft pick or whatever, but feel good heading into the offseason. You know, they went 4-1 down the stretch last year, but only won 5 games or whatever.
Yeah.
But Peyton Manning said he would always rather lose a playoff game than win his last regular season game or 2 and not win. And I think ultimately
it's the right mentality.
That's what it's about, right?
Yeah.
How many teams make the basketball playoffs every year where you're like, you know what, they're not winning the championship, but when you're trying to build towards something, being in the playoffs, having that experience, learning how to win and understanding how close those games really are, and even experiencing losing.
Yeah, all the mental and emotional prep that goes into it as well, never mind the physical and the game planning. I think there is something to be said for just being there. Not to say that the mentality is, hey, we're happy to be here, and some teams do feel that way, the teams that, I'm not thinking NFL necessarily, but, you know, some clubs who just have no history of getting there is that aspect of, you know, just being here is an accomplishment. But, you know, it's, and I'm not going to totally derail the conversation, but it's similar to the conversation that happens concerning all-time greats and people who, you know, penalize, whether it's Brady and his 3 Super Bowl losses, or Jim Kelly falling 4 times, or, you know, John Elway falling, multiple times before ultimately winning. These guys that you weren't perfect like Montana. You know, you didn't go 4-0, and therefore it's worse to make it to a Super Bowl and lose it than to not make it at all. It's false. But there are a lot of people that feel that way, and I'm not just talking fans. I mean, talking heads, media professionals. There are a lot of people that believe that.
Well, one of my favorite stories is John Elway, who went 0-3 in his first 3 trips to the Super Bowl. When the Broncos won the AFC Championship game to go to Super Bowl 32, he called his mom and said, "Hey, Mom, we won. We're going to the Super Bowl." And she said, "Oh, do we have to?" Because it was so agonizing the first 3 times they went. And I get that to some degree. But you at least want the chance, because my favorite example is, or as it relates to this, was the 7-9 Seahawks with the Beastquake.
Yeah.
Beating what I want to say was a 10-win Saints team in Seattle. Now it'll be a little different because at most it'll be 30,000 fans, and they may even limit it some to make it feel less like home field and more just like, hey, there's some random people here at Jerry World. The Cowboys would have no business beating the Bucs, but it is a very weird league, and there are guys on the Cowboys defense that will be able to get at Tom Brady, and there are skill players on the Cowboys offense that are as good as anybody that'll be trying to cover them for the Bucs. Right? Amari Cooper is the highest paid receiver in football. CeeDee Lamb was a first-round pick. Michael Gallup has proven to be a very reliable weapon. Zeke Elliott's the highest paid running back in football, or was, right? So,
before McCaffrey.
Yeah, you've got some real deal weapons. I wouldn't pick the Cowboys to win. I'd certainly be happy if they did. But you just want to be in the playoffs, especially when you're the Cowboys, and you haven't been in the playoffs nearly enough for Jerry Jones's taste. I'm about to jump way up, by the way, from 84th or whatever, 75th.
Hey, Koff, is there a game going on? Sure is. Field goal made by Randy Bullock with 1:26 left in the opening quarter. It's 3-0. Celebrate, Bullock owners.
Oh, I'm going from 75th place way up into the teens, I bet, with that three-point banger there.
A similar mentality. You want to weigh in on this? Young Barrymore says, Kaufman, is it better to get married and get divorced, or not get married at all?
I guess it depends on how much stuff you have.
Yeah, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved before. So take that as you wish, I guess, right?
Well, there was a question that came up on our midday show a couple of weeks ago, and I think I knew how I was going to answer it, but it was essentially, if you met the love of your life, you're unmarried, right? You meet the love of your life.
I would hope, sure.
Right. You meet the love of your life, and they say that person over there is the love of your life, and they check every single box. Would you want? But they're going to die in exactly 6 months. 6 months from today.
Oh my God.
Right. It's a tough question.
This is a hell of a hypothetical.
Would you still want to spend that 6 months with the love of your life, knowing they were going to die. They don't know they're going to die, but you know they're going to die, and you can't tell them, I guess, or whatever. Would you still want to experience that? I would think the answer is yes.
I would think the answer.
I mean, for me,
I'm
the
not
answer is
saying
yes
it's-
for me. I guess.
Right. It's to each their own, obviously. Some people would want to spare themselves that pain for 6 months of, maybe 6 of the better months of your life. I get it. But, yeah, I mean, my gut feeling is yes.
I think so, right? Part of
it's not easy.
No, it's a statement about who you are as a person, right? The type of person you are. Are you someone that wants to take risks and have those experiences, or are you guarded and you don't want to deal with the heartache that comes after?
Right.
I'm beating you in our
It's
basketball head-to-head.
Oh, yeah, I haven't even looked. It sort of makes me think of, and it's not exactly the same plot, but it sort of makes me think of that movie City of Angels, Nicolas Cage.
I hate that movie. And if you haven't seen it, spoiler alert, it doesn't end awesome.
But it's similar. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not worried about spoilers. That movie's like 30 years old, but it's
close.
It's sort of the 20-something. It's definitely the 90s. It's sort of that same thing, right? Like he decides to not be an angel and become a human because he wants to be with her, and then she dies like the next day.
Yeah, riding her bike with her arms out, eyes closed.
Right.
It's a logging
Right to a
truck.
Freaking truck. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I remember seeing that, just going, "Whoa! What? Why?
Yeah, it was.
No, not necessary."
I understand that happens in real life. Don't get me wrong, but that movie was a kick in the you-know-what, and I was like, yeah, I'm over this. I've never watched it again. I watched it one time, and I thought, that's crappy, and I stopped watching it. I've never watched it again. Yeah.
Minute left opening quarter. Bengals ball up 3-0. Patriots have done nothing so far. Yes.
But I will say this. He did not know when he was giving up being an angel.
No. He didn't have that. I don't think he probably would have, right?
Right. He'd be like, no, I'll just keep being an angel. She's going to be here tomorrow.
Right.
After she hits that logging truck.
Bad Boys Pop says, Coffin the Kid, good to see you guys. Bad Boys, thanks for, I guess, just the bad boy. You'd only be one of them, but thanks for hanging out. Jordan says, I guess, yeah, I mean, the hidden benefit is you'll never be with them long enough to get sick of them. Well, that's true. But if they're the love of your life, you would hope you'd never get sick of them. I thought you were, based on our previous conversation, trending some sort of way, like if you met if someone said that is the love of your life and you're going to spend, just an amazing decade with them, and then it's going to be a miserable, life-altering divorce or something like that. Like somehow something switches and it just.
A lot of people think they have that. That one's kind of easy. I think most people would take it.
Yeah.
Every divorce should be life-altering to some degree, I think.
Well, and you would think that no divorce should be like there should be a premonition. Yeah, I mean, you would think, and I've only been down this road once. Hopefully, it stays that way. But you would think when you get married, you go into it with the mindset that this is going to work.
Yeah. Very well, right. When you hear the people,
I mean, I know the odds are against you.
No, but there's plenty of people that are like, oh yeah, I kind of knew at the altar. My wife, she was married before me. That's how I had my stepson. Yeah. She didn't take her ex-husband's last name, and I'm not saying that means anything. There's plenty of people who have it. My cousin married. I've got 2 different cousins that are cousins to each other, so it's not like they're sisters or whatever. But neither of them took their husband's name, and they've both been happily married for one almost 20 years and one 12 years. So, but she was like, yeah, I had an idea that. I'm talking about my wife now. Like, it wasn't going to go great.
Did she take your name?
OU, by the way, OU up now 14-0 on Florida. Well, 13-0.
So did your wife, after not taking her ex's last name, did she take your last name?
She did.
Oh, okay. So it's, I think
sometimes she's cool
already on the upswing.
Other times she regrets when people connect that she's related to me and they heard me on the radio, whether they liked me or if they didn't.
Yeah.
Should we run through the stats? I mean, other than Tyler Boyd's 4 for 31 and Randy Bullock's kick. What a terrible throw, by the way. Sorry, I'm looking at the
Boyd
Scott Bowl
4 for 31. That no one else has even as many as 8 receiving yards so far through one quarter. It's
that's why I'm dominating.
Probably tell not a great sim thus far.
I'm in 52nd place.
Jay Barb's here saying, Kaufman, are you cold? Believe it, no, I'm not cold so much as I was outside where it is cold. and I was wearing this, and I came inside, and I just didn't take it off.
Well, and your hair probably doesn't look awesome.
Oh, it's awesome.
Or maybe it looks super awesome. By the way, I saw Rossi.
One way or the other.
I saw Rossi all clean shaven and
talk about unrecognizable, huh?
cleanly shorn. I was like, yeah, who's? Oh, they got a new. I was like, oh, there's a new player. Oh, that's Rossi. Look at him. He's up nice.
Shaved the Santa beard. He's got a nice, fade going on. Good, clean cut look. He had a blazer on for our Super Bowl last night. And the man,
who won the Super Bowl?
So in an almost equally ugly sim to this, the Chiefs knocked off the Saints.
That was my pick. That was my Super Bowl pick going into the year. I'm not picking the Saints right now. I'm picking the Packers and Chiefs.
I like the Packers a lot.
They have just enough on D, and they have Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. And Aaron Jones.
I am sitting 12th in our contest right now, by the way.
Well, I was 54th.
It's No Guts, No Glory 85 is in first by about a third of a point, but that is led by the Pats DST in the captain spot, so we'll see if that holds, obviously. 2nd and 6, second quarter is underway. We've got producer Mike and Daniel. We've got Zach, Tate, Game Ops crew. We say it all the time. Without the Game Ops crew and the production staff, we are not here, I assure you. And these sims are not going anywhere. So thank you all for hanging out with us. We appreciate you. Right back to the full 6 sims for a Wild Weather Wednesday today. And of course, more sims, another full day of them. So many full days coming up of these as the NFL schedule winding down, and no Monday night football, no Thursday night football. It's full scale weekend coming up here tomorrow. If you've not been told, though, important to let you know there are not a full day's worth of sims. That is because it is New Year's Eve. So you will have the first 3, the nooner, the Mad Matinee, and the early bird special, 12, 2, and 4 Eastern time, and then off to enjoy your evenings, folks.
I'm doing the 4 o'clock.
No sims, by the way. Yeah, we'll be together.
Great.
The 2 and 4. Yeah, we'll be together for the 4 tomorrow, Vikings Cardinals. There are no sims on Friday, so mark your calendars, or I guess don't mark them. On your approach.
Leave them empty.
On Saturday, you will have 3 sims again, 12, 2, and 4, and then Sunday it's a normal Sunday with the Sweat leaderboard live and so on, and then on to several consecutive days of a full 6 sims. So maybe you're aware of that, maybe you're not. I hope I'm not bringing anybody down with that information, but that's what you got coming up here.
Well, and then looking ahead to next weekend, and I know the schedule was sent out today, but because there will be 3 and 3 in terms of games, I imagine that there won't be much in Simland for the playoffs on, what are those days, the 9th and 10th, or 8th and 9th and 10th?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Just looking ahead, because you're going to have... because I just looked up the schedule, actually, so if you want to know when those games actually are. 1:05 Eastern, 4:40, 8:15 on Saturday. Same exact time both days.
So, nice grab, by the way, from the 29 to the other 29. 1st and 10, Cam Newton up to 63 passing, a 42-yard grab by, how about this, Marquise Lee, who is basically a non-factor in these sims, a 42-yard pickup. This guy is never involved. He is going to be very, very low.
That's the same Marquise Lee that played at USC and went to Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Is he on the Patriots?
He opted out.
Oh, okay.
He's one of the 8 opt-outs for the Pats this year. But technically,
Sony Michel rolling from
his white. 2 for 18. 5 minutes to go, opening half. Stats good through 1 quarter, by the way. So go ahead, check out your lineup, see how you're faring. But you were saying.
Well, so that's your times. 1:05 Eastern. Pick your time zones, of course. I live in the Mountain Time Zone, so it's 11:05. 1:05, 4:40, 8:15. Saturday and Sunday, wild card weekend. 3 and 3.
Ball to the 10. There's your guy, Sony. 2 for a dozen on the ground. 2nd and 2 on the way. Celtics, for anyone that cares, I do, are hammering the Grizzlies without John Morant.
I got a bunch of Celtics tonight just to aggravate you when I beat you.
In our head-to-head? Well, yeah. if you've got Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in your lineup, they are both doing real well. In the
I do not have Jaylen Brown, but I have Jason Tatum's 29 points. I got Kevin Durant, who's balling. And then I got the Williams kid. He's got
Robert Williams?
Yeah, he's got 10.5 points. I'm beating you 93 to 75 to 58, 75.
Bad news for you on Durant. I have him as well, so anything he does is not going to help you. Or me.
No. No, but you don't have. Do you have Anthony Davis?
I do not.
No, I have Anthony Davis. I got Dylan Brooks.
But I've got
subbing
Luka.
in for
you
John.
got Luka?
No, I have Tyus Jones.
Yeah. I heavily considered Dylan Brooks, and I didn't do it. 3rd and 1 from the 1, halfway through this second quarter. Can the Pats take a lead?
Oh!
No,
he crossed the
wait.
goal line, and we know it didn't get in challenge.
Touchdown,
Sony Michel. Do you have Sony
Okay.
Michel?
I
Do you
don't
have
have
Sony-
Sony Michel. 20th touchdown in Simland for Sony Michel, and the Pats go up 6-3.
People definitely don't care about our head-to-head in basketball. I mean, look, do I want to win the $1,000 that we have on the line? Sure, but
yeah, if only.
But they don't care about that. They care a little bit more about the DK Sim fan contest, where I'm up to 43rd after that Sony Michel TD. I've got all the points.
It dropped
Michel,
to 34th. It's
Randy
Razorback 25 in first right now, with Michel in the captain spot, where he is 8% owned. He's in about 39% of lineups. Michel is one of the. There are a few guys that I looked at that I didn't roster. Oh no, wait, they took it back. Sorry, folks. We do have a touchdown for the Pats, but it's not Sony Michel. It's Devin Asiasi. Oh boy!
I did not roster him. Oh yeah, because it's
touchdown right off the board.
Right, it wasn't a challenge, it was a booth review. This wacky weather is killing me.
So suddenly, if you had Sony Michel, you lose out on those points. If you have Cam Newton, especially stacked with Devin Asiasi, big gain for you. So no guts, no glory, who does have the two of those
I have
guys.
Cam Newton, but so do you.
Right back into that number 1 slot by about 6 points.
By the way, OU may murder Florida. They just picked off, I think it's Trask for the second time. I assume that's Trask. A bunch of the Gators players opted out. And then I think a bunch of their O-line have COVID, but the line swung like 9 points. I think they were 3-point favorites, and then OU became 5 or 6 point favorites here in the last 2 days. So OU has picked them off twice, one for a pick six. There's 10 minutes left in the first quarter. It's 14-0 OU, and they're driving now. Wow, Kyle Trask, you're not winning the Heisman like this, dude.
Asiasi's had 15-plus 6-point, or rather I should say 6 15-plus point games. Maybe well on his way to another.
Can I throw some college football question? Well, one college football question at you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big college football guy.
I'm not asking you to
answer
break anything down. I was just going to ask you, are you going to watch the semifinal games on Friday?
I was going to say, I couldn't even tell you who's playing. That's
really?
kind of my point, yeah.
You want to guess the 4 teams in the semifinals? Just thinking about college football in the world and names you've heard.
I mean, Clemson, Alabama.
They're both in it?
Ohio State hasn't been good in a while, right?
No, but they're playing Clemson, so there you go.
Okay. I know Michigan sucks.
They do suck.
I do know. So, need one more?
Mm-hmm. They're a traditional power who overvalues themselves. Notre Dame. But I want to say that they're
overvalues themselves.
They're like the Boston Celtics of college football. Like, they aren't as relevant as they once were. Their fans think they are, but nobody, none of these kids watching the OU Florida game are saying, oh, man, I hope Notre Dame calls. They're saying, man, OU has Jordan gear and so does Florida. I want to go there. Anyway, I think Notre Dame might have switched to Jordan gear. UCLA did. But yeah, so Notre Dame and Bama, and Bama's a heavy favorite, and then Clemson, Ohio State. Ohio State's only played like 5 games, but Clemson has Trevor Lawrence, top pick in the draft.
Sure.
One game's at 4 Eastern, the other one's at 8, so I'm looking forward to both of them. That is how I'm going to spend my New Year's Day.
2nd and 7, about to hit the 2-minute warning here. It's a 7-3 Pats lead. For anyone out there playing NBA DFS, Jason Tatum already 27 first-half points. I'm talking fantasy points. Giannis has about 25. John Collins for Atlanta has 25. Got some guys off to hot starts. Jaylen Brown, I got to look at his numbers, but I'm guessing he is doing
I have
Jaylen
Brown, I'll tell you. I couldn't decide. He has 37.75.
Yeah,
I was debating between Jalen and Tatum, I knew taking Celtics is the same as like when we go head to head and the Bucks are playing. I know to take Brady and Gronk so that I at least equal you or make you mad.
So I didn't. I have in our head-to-head. I want to have Daniel. I have Daniel Tice, but I don't.
The poor man's Chris Anderson.
Right. I considered Jalen Tatum. He was questionable. I knew he was going to play, but he was questionable going into the game, and just even by virtue of having some sort of a nagging anything, I didn't want to play him, and it's a back-to-back. So Tatum I never really considered. Brown I absolutely considered, and I just didn't do it, and clearly that's looking foolish at the moment because, like you said, he's got almost 40 fantasy points in the opening half.
You have DeAndre Jordan.
Memphis, 66-38 right now.
DeAndre Jordan through almost the end of the second quarter, 7 fantasy points for you. I went with Jacob Poeltl because LaMarcus is out. Oh, touchdown!
Whoa!
AJ Green,
touchdown,
he's on my team.
Bengals, 43-yard score.
I'll take that AJ Green touchdown.
Ninth
Jump ahead of you
for AJ Green.
Well, this is just a exhibition. Are we counting these stats?
All the stats for the sake of their player cards do count. But
okay,
obviously there's no, we're not keeping standings for these games. In that sense, the stats don't matter.
Can I bring up a point of contention?
Bring up anything you want. We're just here hanging out. It's a Wednesday night, man.
Well, so I look over, I've got my Twitter feed going, TweetDeck and everything. Sure. And Walter Payton Man of the Year, which is, and some people say it's the best award to win. I think MVP is. It's probably, in a lot of ways, a lot of prestige. It goes to the community, the person who's most community-minded, right? And every team nominates a player. So there's 32 nominees. And then Super Bowl weekend at NFL Honors, they announce the winner. Last year was Calais Campbell. If you look, especially in the last decade plus, it's always someone who's super high profile or high profile enough for Pro Bowler type.
Mm-hmm.
J.J. Watt, when he raised $30 million for hurricane relief, he won SI Man of the Year. He won all of it, Sports Person of the Year. But the winner is determined by who gets the most tweets and retweets on Twitter with hashtag WPMOY challenge plus, in Denver's case, Justin Simmons. Now, I don't know how you quantify. If you say, okay, Justin Simmons, who's the Broncos Pro Bowler, one of their 2 Pro Bowlers, and the second straight nominee was Von Miller 2 years ago for his Von's Vision. And Vaughn has put eyeglasses on literally thousands of kids in Texas and Colorado. That's what his charity does. But how do you compare that to, say, Thomas Davis? Or I'm trying to think of who some of the other nominees are or winners are. It's hard to quantify, but it seems even sillier in a year where you don't have someone raise $30 million like J.J. Watt. It seems sillier to just let the fans vote on who they think. Like, how can they determine Justin Simmons versus Devin McCourty as the Pats nominee? How do you know that Justin Simmons is better in his community or worse? And how should Twitter be the deciding factor? It feels like that something that's so cool gets reduced to something kind of stupid.
Yeah, I understand it because people always want to leverage the power of social media. I just don't agree with it when it comes to something like that. Because it's almost like you're, and I'm overstating this, but it's almost like you're kind of rendering the award meaningless.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Jarrett Payton. Jarrett Payton's involved with it. I don't think he's the one that's setting up the rules, but he might have an insight. He does TV and radio in Chicago, the former Miami Hurricane and Tennessee Titan, of course, son of Walter Payton. So I'm going to text Jarrett right now and find out why. He may not text me back and he may not give me an answer. But it just seems so silly that it gets reduced to that. And somebody said Justin Simmons is second right now in voting. I don't know. I just, like you said, it totally renders it almost meaningless. And it certainly isn't. It's really cool. And you see Larry Fitzgerald with his Walter Payton Man of the Year patch, or Drew Brees, or whomever. And Drew Brees, who's not the nominee this year, made 2 separate $5 million donations. I get that he has hundreds of millions of dollars, but
still, that's
those are real numbers.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
No, that's 10 million real dollars. So I don't know. I'm going to text Jarrett Payton right now.
Jared Kilgore says, Koff, BK, what's up, fellas? 2021 is right around the corner. Thanks to the Kilgores and all of you for hanging out with us. 10-7, Cincy in front, BK, AK, Mike, Daniel, Zach, Tate, final minute of the opening half, low scoring. See if the Pats, who are into the Bengals territory, can do anything offensively before we hit the break. Maybe a field goal to even things up. I asked you this semi-sarcastically because I can't imagine anybody's doing anything lavish, nor should they. We are still in a pandemic, but you have any New Year's plans?
No. This is the one. Well, I'm working on New Year's Eve in the morning. I've been hosting our 9 to noon show, whatever time of day you want to call that. I guess it's morning. And then I have to cover the Broncos. I'll have a Zoom on New Year's Day with Coach Fangio and have to do some pregame stuff. But tomorrow
Just
night.
the two of you one-on-one?
No, it'll be a Zoom with all of us. My one-on-one's with Bradley Chubb, and then I get one day with one of the Broncos' other linebackers, so Josie Jewell. But so I'll have to do that and get some stuff ready for the game Sundays. They play the Raiders. But tomorrow night, my wife and I were talking about it. Now we have a bunch of little kids, so there wasn't a lot. We're not getting a babysitter. There's nowhere to go in Colorado. But one thing I said today on air, and I'm going to hammer it home even more tomorrow, is I want people that, if you had big plans and you don't have any, and this goes for everybody that's listening to us, order out from one of your favorite local restaurants, right? Mm-hmm. You're not going to spend the $200, $300, $400, who knows, whatever, hundreds of dollars, but spend $50, $80, $100 and order from one of your favorite places, especially if it's a place that you like that you haven't gone to in a while. Help support some local restaurants that are just trying to stay alive so that when things get back to normal, you can go frequent them more. So that is my only plan. And then we spent over half an hour listing all the restaurants we kind of want to go to and grab something from, and we have not come up with a consensus. So I feel like most of the day or the afternoon will be filled with texts back and forth, trying to decide who we want to support with our $100 worth of food purchase.
Incomplete pass from Cam. He had a nice long run to get the Patriots into field goal range and into the red zone. 2nd and 10, 9 seconds left. Clock not moving. One timeout left for the Pats, 14-yard line. AE812 says, I like how they can only read the most generic comments here because it's so toxic. It's not that. It's, I can read whatever I want. It's not like anyone's saying, don't read this, don't write that. It's just, as Cam Newton completes a pass only a couple yards away from him and moves the ball to the 16s, who actually lost yards. I'm not going to bother reading comments about, attacking the sim for a lack of scoring, or, we don't
have any control over
Wednesday,
that.
Or, political thoughts or whatever. This is a safe space, folks. This is a place to hang out and veg and just be amongst your people, all of us together. So I'm just not going to waste my time with any stupidity or controversy or arguing. As we got a last-second field goal to even things up before the half, it is 10-10. Patriots get a clean kick there from Nick Folk at short yardage. Congo Cap says, my man gives us something on the Broncos every time he's on. He certainly does.
I'll be interested to see
how BK for that.
How Congo Cab's Raiders fare here Sunday. It's a team that 6 weeks ago we're having a semi-real conversation about Derek Carr in the MVP conversation on the fringe. And now, and I'm not picking on Derek Carr, the defense has failed them way more than their offense has. But the Raiders are certainly spiraling. After that trip to Atlanta, it has been all downhill. And you wonder, is John Gruden, is there something missing there? They had to switch defensive coordinators. We can talk more about that game. Let's go through these numbers here real quick.
Sure. Cam 108 passing, a touchdown. Burrow, a touchdown, 93 yards. AE12 says, so we're stupid now? Nope, I didn't say that. Plenty of people say stupid things. I didn't call any people stupid.
We also only have so much time in the day. And if I'm throwing silly stuff out, we haven't even asked Koff what your big New Year's plans are with all your kids. And will you stay?
If there were Sims, I'd probably be doing this.
Yeah. If you'd stay up till midnight. See, that's a good thing about living in Colorado or living west, is that I can watch the ball drop on CNN at 10. Now we've got a 11-week-old, so I may be up at midnight.
Does that alter your mentality? Does it feel disingenuous to watch the ball drop and celebrate the new year 2 years before it is actually the new year in your time zone?
No. What level am I celebrating? The quicker we can get 2020 over, the better. But
so Australia New Year's is
sure,
right up your alley.
I'm going to be on the radio tomorrow at 9 a.m. and keeping an eye on Asia. And if my cousin in Tokyo, if it's I got one in Australia and his brother's in Tokyo, I'll hit them up. And whenever it's New Year's for them, I'm going to I guess I can't pop champagne on the air. It's FCC violation. But Kyle Trask just threw his third interception in the end zone as Florida was about to score. 17-0. Sooners still leading at the Cotton Bowl with 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Kyle Trask may throw 9 interceptions the way this is going.
10-10 game through 2 quarters here, which means the second half is on the way. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, all you hanging out with us. We appreciate you. Jared says, the sim is a sacred place far beyond the ugly arm of politics. I couldn't agree more. In fact, Alana, Jared's wife, wishing him a happy birthday. All right,
sure,
Mr. Kilgore, happy birthday to you. And I appreciate all the happy birthdays to me. It's good to share a birthday with each and every person out there in Simland. But in all sincerity, Jared, happy birthday. And to anyone else who might be celebrating a birthday, be it in the last few days, upcoming days, today, obviously.
Let me throw a question at you.
Enjoy. Yeah.
So this was a poll question today on my show because December 30th is the birthday for 1, LeBron James.
Okay.
And 1, Eldrick Tiger Woods.
Do I share any popular birthdays with people?
No, I don't care about that. That's only part of my question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're talking about 2, well, it's actually just a statement at this point. 2 of the most iconic figures in the world of sports ever, right? Tiger in so many ways and LeBron in a bunch of different ways. So then it begged the question, what's another day on the calendar where 2 huge sports figures share a birthday? And we quickly found that February 17th, Michael Jeffrey Jordan,
heard of him,
and 1 Jim Brown were both born, obviously in different years. MJ in 63, Jim Brown, fellow Syracuse alum like yourself.
Yeah.
Born earlier. So the poll question was, what is more significant to the world of sports, December 30th or February 17th? Because you can make cases for all 4 guys and their impacts. It was a very close vote, at least on our Twitter poll. I'm curious, though. You know about LeBron and plus the off-court stuff. Tiger Woods and the growth of golf. It was $1 million purses when he got there. It's $1 million to first place now, $10 million purses, and the growth of the game. Oh, it's kind of stagnated. Michael Jordan, not just the best basketball player of all time in most people's opinion, except for maybe people like LeBron or maybe Kareem or Wilt. And then Jim Brown, I was talking to Jeff Legwald, who's a Hall of Fame voter here in Denver today about this question. And he said when he put together the 22 best players of all time as a bit of an exercise going into the 100th year of football and all that stuff, Jim Brown was the only, he's like, and I talked to 1 million people, and it's approximate. Jim Brown is the only name that was on every single person's 22. There was not one, not even Lawrence Taylor was on every single person's ballot. So, we obviously didn't see Jim Brown, and I don't know how many people on the watched him. He's 80 now or whatever. Do you have an answer based on kind of all of that in terms of data? Plus Jordan, obviously, from a marketing standpoint, revolutionized sports marketing and sneaker culture.
Jared says, I mean, you can make arguments for both, but LeBron and Tiger, what have they done for the Sims? Fair point. So I'm choosing between LeBron and Tiger versus Jordan and Jim Brown.
Yeah. And if you can find me another day, I think Hank Aaron shared a birthday with someone. If you told me, let's pretend Serena Williams and Hank Aaron shared a birthday, but let's just pretend it. Find me another day. And there has to be some. We didn't spend a lot of time looking because once we found those 2, that was enough for the poll. But based on that, till we find another day,
I would say...
You're right, there's not a wrong answer. The question is, what's the right answer?
Yeah, there is not a wrong answer. I don't think there's a right answer either. I think there are only opinions here. I don't feel good about it, but I keep feeling drawn to LeBron and Tiger.
Yeah, and this may be easier to answer in 10 years after LeBron's career.
I think the internet has interrupted our guy BK as best I can tell, or maybe I'm gone as well. But provided you are all here with us, 10-10 game, couple minutes gone by, third quarter, and a short run right there, but good enough for a first out of Gio Bernard, the third down back, who has 5 touchdowns in Simland, 15-plus points a handful of times. Real life coming off a monster game against the Texans. 65 rushing yards, 66 in the air. I believe the man is back. Yeah, you froze on us.
Sorry about that. And I may be
happens.
freezing again. I'm trying to figure out if my connection is. It says it's unstable.
And with that, he's gone. Booted right out of the Zoom meeting. 1st and 10, 44-yard line. You can't make it up, folks. For anyone that wasn't enjoying the story for any reason, as I saw some of you in the chat, it's like the Emmernet intervened. It just said, nope, we're done with this. Get out of here. He'll be back, not to worry. And I'm just giving him a hard time if he is listening to this, even if he's not. 2nd and 10, a few minutes into this third quarter here. Let's take a look at our primetime We Back Like We Never Left free roll with 124 participants. I'm sitting 59, not great. NRMN is in first right now by about 3.5 points with Gio in the captain spot, Burrow, Newton, Green, Asiasi, and Bullock. Interesting build. I like it. Successful so far, obviously. 3rd and 10. Burrow, strong over the middle, completes a pass, another first down, moves from the 45 out to the 39. Burrow, 109 passing, he's got the score. 2nd reception there for A.J. Green, who has reached 50 receiving yards. He, as mentioned, has that touchdown earlier. It's a long one, 43-yard score. Thanks all for hanging out here with us on a Wild Weather Wednesday. The two of us will be right back with you for Madden After Dark coming up. It's the Jets and Bills. That's the sim that's supposed to be a bucket of yuck, not this one. That's why we called it that, the free roll. And if you haven't filled out the free roll, get on in there and create a lineup, folks. You got the time to do so. That sim is about an hour and 15 minutes away. Around 400 people watching the Dream Stream on YouTube, the thousands more across our other platforms. We appreciate you. If you're with us on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Excellent. Growing our follower base there by the day. Appreciate you. Thanks for interacting there with us as well. Butler a sack. Adam Butler brings it to 2nd and 16. Ball to 33 as we are midway through this third quarter. Again, Brandon Cristal will be back along shortly. I am Adam Kaufman. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Tate and Zach, our game ops crew. It's been a full day of sims, which I'm sure the people, all of you, enjoyed after a couple of days of lesser action. Significant in terms of wins and losses, but lesser by the numbers. Just a couple of sims back on Monday with the conference championship games that we had, NFC and AFC. And of course, yesterday, the Super Bowl that the Chiefs were able to win pretty much going away against the Saints. For anyone that hung out for that broadcast, talked about this a great deal within it, but if you weren't here, just couldn't appreciate all of you more that are part of the DK Sim fam and have been going back to the start of this thing on March 28th. And, that is one of many championship games that I suspect we will do. Obviously, we've, done a couple now. The preseason tournament that happened with the move to Madden 21 just before the start of the NFL season. And naturally, we have got the Madden Holiday Tournament. And who knows, maybe there'll be a postseason tournament that takes place. And when I say postseason, I mean after the season, once the NFL season wraps up at the beginning of February, if everything stays on schedule. 10-10 game here still, 4th and 11 on the way from the 28. So I suspect a field goal try, and yeah, we'll get one from Randy Bullock. So for anyone that has Bullock in their lineups, as we talked about earlier, can he get his second field goal? Kicks up, end over end, and it is good. It's a long one, too. Success there for Randy Bullock. That'll allow people to pick up a quick handful of points. 13-10, the Bengals in front. Folks, I haven't said it yet. Smash that like button, would you? Sitting at 270. What an ugly number. Hit the like on YouTube. Let's get to 300 by the end of this quarter. In fact, let's top it if we can. We appreciate you. So AE42 says, going back to BK's conversation before, says just found 2 birthdays not in the top 20 that weren't on the list, and these 2 changed their sports dramatically and will not be forgotten. Dale Earnhardt and Andre Agassi, April 29th. That's a good submission, absolutely. I mean, in fairness, maybe just because their sports are more niche by comparison. I wouldn't say they are Jordan and Brown and LeBron and Tiger, but absolutely a significant duo. No question about that. Not much.
Any scoring?
I was just saying that Randy Bullock stepping up again. I was just saying there was another duo presented April 29th, Dale Earnhardt and Andre Agassi.
Earnhardt Sr.?
That I couldn't tell you.
Okay, well, I guess we could look that up pretty fast. Because Dale Sr. won all those Cup titles. Dale Jr. won none. Won some big Daytonas.
Chris Houston says, sorry, this is unrelated. Says,
yeah,
sad
Dale
day for the Bruins, hashtag Chara gone. Yeah, Zdeno Chara, apparently, if you want to believe his Instagram post, and no reason not to, the Bruins told him they were moving in a different direction, going with a younger group. And
he's too tall? Is that what it was?
Yeah, they only wanted shorter guys who didn't work out as hard, who were not in nearly the same shape as the 40-plus-year-old who was, still puts all of us younger guys to shame. Chara is now a Washington Capital, signed a one-year deal worth a shade under $1 million. In fact, a little less than $800,000. So, dawning of a new day, and I think we can all expect Patrice Bergeron will be the new Bruins captain. Plenty of people were kind of calling for that even when Chara was still here. So, that feels like
Cam Neely?
inevitability. Not Cam Neely. He will still be overseeing the operation. But yeah, you cannot thank
Ray
Zdeno
Bourque
Chara enough for his nearly 15 years of leadership, determination, work ethic, service, all of that, and of course winning a cup.
Yeah, good for him. Good luck to him in Washington, where he'll still be really tall.
It does not change.
Do you like the way the hockey schedule's set up? I mean, I don't pay that much attention to hockey because I'm from Texas and the Stars got there when I was in 9th grade. But you're divided up into 4 regional divisions, and you're going to play every team 7 times or whatever.
I believe, isn't it 8 times?
8 times.
8 times.
7 teams, 8 times, or whatever.
Yeah, and maybe it's 9 times in the
There's one
division.
Yeah, the one division that has less teams.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I appreciate the sports, hockey, baseball, basketball in particular, that have been kind of more willing, maybe more forced to experiment, obviously, here in these pandemic times. And this is just another case of the NHL trying to do something with health and safety protocols in mind to limit travel. And, obviously no one's crossing the border. And,
I know why they're doing it. I'm just saying,
but how
many times do you want to watch the Bruins play the, I don't know,
Penguins?
Not the Rangers. Yeah, the Penguins, I guess. Or the
Devils,
Flyers.
Whoever. Yeah, I mean, I guess the point that I was driving at, though, is that I appreciate that they're kind of doing what they have to do, and I just don't even feel like I'm in a position where I could say, that's terrible, I hate that. It's more, I feel like I would be more apt to feel that way in a reactionary sense to a lack of change. For instance, with the NFL, when that schedule came out, there were all those reports. I believe John Clayton was at the front of it, and he was wrong ultimately.
Yeah,
but
about how they're going to sub out weeks.
Well, no, about how it was going to be very front-loaded with division games in the chance that the season couldn't finish, and they wanted to, as best as possible, accurately figure out playoff teams, and so kind of run through all your division meetings and then figure out everything else, related to other divisions. And I liked that. I actually liked that a lot. The NFL didn't do it, and as time has played out, didn't have to do it. But that was something that I thought was a pretty forward-thinking idea.
Yeah, and it just got me thinking as we're talking about this about next year's NFL schedule. Let's take if you want to give these numbers out, you can, and then I can tell you. I want to actually give the NFL props here in a second.
Yeah, 13-10, Cincy in front. Fourth quarter on the way here. Bernard has 47 on the ground. He is the leading rusher right now, so no one clearly has even reached 50. Both QBs are doing okay, but neither one is going crazy. N'Keal Harry, 59 receiving yards. A.J. Green is 59 to touchdown. Asiasi, 24 in a score, so no one has, even reached 60 receiving yards to this point. As you can tell from the 23-point total.
I'm in 5th place, by the way.
Thus far. Are you?
Yep.
Good on you. I'm 73rd. Not great.
So I'm higher. I'm much higher.
Bottom half. You are definitely higher. What? So what do you got? Shout out the NFL.
Sorry about that. Yeah,
That's
so
okay.
we are on the cusp of getting games 241 to 256 played, right? This week, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that they were able to bang through the entire schedule and have 256 games played is really, really remarkable. Without, I know there's some schedule shuffling, but without having to cancel games, right? I think it's a credit to them that they forged ahead even when the Broncos couldn't field a team of quarterbacks or the Browns couldn't field any wide receivers hardly the other day, that they put their head down and said, as long as an entire team can't go because of COVID, we saw what they did with like the Ravens and the Titans and all that, and it got a little dicey there, but that they are going to not only finish the season, but on time in week 17 on their schedule without it moving into a week 18 into January, screwing up the playoffs. And screwing up a relative term because they're a slave to their own schedule. We understand teams are creatures of habit and you want to have the combine if you do have a combine, and you want to have pro days in the draft when you have it. But as we saw this year, especially with so many other sports, and we're talking about with these other sports changing their schedules, that you can have some flexibility and you'll still get the games in and people will watch. Maybe not as much in the bubble and all that stuff in August as they hope. So if you started the season late or drafted a week or two later, people will watch it. Nonetheless, it's a credit to Roger Goodell and the 31 owners in the Packers ownership, however you want to divide that up, that they are getting it done on time and starting the playoffs on time, on their own schedule, the time that they've set forth for it.
No, I totally agree. I mean, it's not that long ago that we were having conversations about, will the NFL have to add a week 18?
Sure.
Will the playoffs be pushed ever so slightly? Will the Super Bowl move back to
President's Weekend?
Mid-February, right, exactly. 3rd and 5 from the 9. Cam, he's taken off. Is he going to throw? He's running laterally, now throws across his body, completes a pass to the 1 down. Oh, Julian Edelman so close in the Drew Bledsoe throwback. 4 for 30 for Edelman.
I would like to see him hand the ball to Sony Michel here so I can get points that you cannot get.
I would like to have seen Cam run for the touchdown right there, which he had a wide open lane to do.
In our $1,000 NBA showdown that you and I are playing, you have surged ahead thanks to James Harden.
I don't have Harden.
Oh, then that was a different game I clicked on. Oh, those are settled. Sorry. Yeah, that was one you beat me on.
First and goal from the 1.
I'm crushing you. Sorry. 158 to 115. Is that Sony
There's
Michel?
A rushing touchdown. Who is it? Who is it, folks? He's celebrating, man. The space it is Sony Michel.
All right. Well, I wasn't 10th. I bet you.
Lost the one before. He's got it now.
So I was 10th.
Sorry to everyone who was calling for James White in the chat. Didn't happen for you.
I'm number 4.
As for you getting all cocky over there about leading me in our head-to-head, just remember.
You got Luka.
Well, not just that, but it's always important to look at minutes remaining.
Okay.
You've got 198. I've got 247.
Sure. And part of those 247 belong to Luka. But I've got Anthony Davis.
Yeah. No, that's. Do we know yet if LeBron is playing tonight? I know that he was.
I haven't asked. I haven't asked him. Let me call him real quick. Speaking of people I'm reaching out to,
get him on the line, would you?
Jarrett Payton did text me back and said that the Twitter vote is a factor, but it's not the determination for the winner. However, the person that gets the most tweets gets an extra, I think, $25,000 for their charity.
Oh, nice.
So I'm a little more okay with that. Then it becomes a popularity contest, and whoever gets the most tweets, however the teams help them do that, and in bigger markets, you're going to have a better chance, right? Odds are the person for the Jags isn't going to be able to do that necessarily, right? But, so if the player gets an extra $25,000 for their charity, it's all going to charity, but I'm glad to know that it doesn't determine the overall win.
Right.
I still don't know how you quantify it in a year that doesn't have a J.J. Watt raise $30 million. Like, how do you decide Devin McCourty's charity is better than Justin Simmons or vice versa?
Yeah, that I couldn't tell you. That's just all superficial.
No, but my favorite is the Jets nominee is Pierre Desir. That should have been a I don't know what that was. Pierre Desir, who is not a Jet, is the Jets nominee. He was cut by the Jets, or waived by the Jets. And I want to say he's in Baltimore now. So the Jets' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee is a guy that's not even on their team currently. Doesn't sound like the most Jets thing ever.
It's pretty appropriate. 2nd and 10, and that ball is completed. Did he get the first? He did. Out to the 38. Burrow, 124 passing. I can't remember, and I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you play Madden?
Yes, not as much as I'd like. Yeah, not as much as I'd like. I usually try to get in a game a week or two. I'll play the Cowboys matchup and the Broncos matchup.
So you go against the computer, not your son?
No. Well, if he ever wants to play, he's so in on Fortnite, though, that I can't get him to play very often. Joe Burrow smothered that Winovich.
You don't. So you like to play exhibitions of upcoming real-life matchups. You don't have a franchise.
No. I've done that before. Last year I did it where I traded Lamar Jackson to the Broncos last offseason during the pandemic. I was pretty bored, and Lamar set a lot of records.
As you'd expect.
And Tyreek Hill ended up on the
Do you remember what the
Broncos
trade was?
No. You can literally just trade
you just switch
Drew Lock for Lamar Jackson. Yeah, the computer doesn't override it.
Oh, okay.
Depending on the mode you're in. So I'm excited, though, because we are getting a PlayStation 5 at some point.
Nice.
It's just a question of finding it. However, and I don't think I told you this, the big gift from my wife for Christmas was the NBA Jam retro game that both that and Golden Tee have come out, and they're anywhere from $200 to $400 depending on where you get it. It's a lot smaller than a full-blown arcade deck, if you will, or whatever those are called. What do they call them?
Fumble. That's
cabinet.
Yeah.
They call them a cabinet. Like, I have an actual Golden Tee from 02, and I'll send you the picture of the two of them next to each other. It's kind of silly. But the gameplay, it has the first NBA Jam, the second one Tournament Edition that Barkley's on. That's my favorite with Barkley and Marley. And NBA Hang Time. They have all three games, and you can play online. So I could play against you if you got it.
So how well, I do want to see that picture, but for the people listening who won't get your picture, ballpark,
I can put it up at the end of the quarter on my phone.
True. Because now that we're talking about it, I kind of want one.
Yeah, and for a few $100, look, if you wanted to buy the real NBA Jam, like a real cabinet, you're looking anywhere from maybe $1,500 if you're lucky to more like $2,000 to $4,000.
No.
It has all the components.
More simple, like you're talking about.
It has the components from 1993 or 94. This has a much better processor. Like I said, you can play online. Everything's a little smaller, but if you're not trying to jam 4 people in, you could easily play against a friend and fit fine. And it's probably a 15-inch screen. But I'll send you the picture right now.
But you could do 4-player if you wanted to.
You could do.
It'd be really cramped.
It would be cramped. You would, if you had 4 adults, and we'll just for the sake of this conversation, 4 adult dudes, odds are it wouldn't be super comfy. You could do it. You're much better off playing with 2 or even 3 because a third person in the middle, if you're playing 2-on-1, could kind of shift where they're sitting and play their arms to the side. But I'll send you the picture, and then I will hold it up here right at the end of the game before we get into stats. It's cool, though.
To go fourth quarter, Pats are ahead. Yeah, I mean, the more you talk about it, because NBA Jam, and I'm not alone in this, like, that was the game.
Best game of all time.
I loved NBA Jam. Like, I went out and got, this was last year, but got the kids for Nintendo Switch NBA Playgrounds, which is
fun.
Fun, and it kind of it wants to be like NBA Jam, but it's just not NBA Jam.
Sure. Just like NFL Street is not NFL Blitz.
Right.
So I sent it to you if you grab your phone.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look.
Well, like I said, the gameplay feels the same. You just don't have to worry about any lag or any of that because it's a brand new processor.
So it's okay. So it's not enormous, but it's not tiny.
No, it's not tiny. It's just small, and it comes on that deck or that little box. And my sister-in-law, who does woodworking, is going to build me another box to make it a little higher. And if you look at the original game,
that's the box that comes in. You're saying?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but I'm saying that little box on the bottom that says NBA Jam,
Right.
it actually is even smaller because I could send you a picture of my 2-year-old next to it, and it's basically his height. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would. I guess that would.
Well, here, I'll
that
send
would
it
be
to
the
you.
true. That would be the true relative comparison of how tall is a child next to this.
Yeah, I mean,
next to this thing.
I just sent it to you. But you see that it's right. It's not minuscule. It's just smaller. And
keep smashing the like for obviously the most interesting conversation you've ever heard.
But I encourage everyone.
300.
I encourage everyone to check out both the NBA Jam and the Golden Tee retro games because you can get them for a few $100s versus a few thousand.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And they play the same.
Well, one, cute kid, and two,
thanks.
Yeah, like, do you have to be on your knees to play this game?
No, because the picture I sent you, it is raised up on a 1-foot box, so it's higher. And then my sister-in-law is going to build me a 3 or 4 inch riser to set that on, and it'll be about the same height as the Golden Tee that's right next to it.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's also flat, like the control panel's flat, whereas the original game it was kind of slanted.
Right.
At like a 45-degree angle.
Yeah,
Fun
like a
NBA
typical
Jam. I got
arcade
2
machine.
NBA Jam stories for you, though, real quick, that relate. One just to me and 2 to our pal
We're
Damon
here, what the
Amendolara. DA.
Yep.
So DA comes to town a few years back. He's doing a little trip driving around Colorado, comes in and out of Denver, go to a Rockies game. There's a couple of arcade bars here called the One Up, and they have NBA Jam. So we go to play it at the one right next to the ballpark. And the controllers are all sticky, and it doesn't work. It's not great. So we play one game and we leave. And we actually played against some other guys. Then we go to the other One Up, and now there's a third one. And we start playing it. And he may have beaten me the first game, but I beat him like 5 or 6 games in a row. He's getting madder and madder. And after we're done and we're in the Uber home, I'm like, dude, why are you so mad? He goes, I own this game in my parents' basement and have since high school or college or whatever. And, now we're at this point in our mid to late 30s. I guess it was shortly after my wedding. So, yeah, mid to late 30s. I was 35, he was 34. And he was livid that I beat him 6 straight games. But as I told him, and later would show him when Sports Illustrated did a Where Are They Now, I have been playing NBA Jam at a competitive level almost since the day it came out, because at the Jewish Community Center in Dallas where I worked, there was a free NBA Jam. So I would be there, my buddy would be working, and we'd work there in summer camp, and he'd be there every Sunday. I would play, it's like the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours rule. I've definitely played 10,000 hours of NBA Jam. So when SI did a Where Are They Now, a writer friend of mine knew, because we had played one time after a Rockies game, he put the writer from SI in touch, and I'm quoted a couple times in the Where Are They Now, like with Shaq and Gary Payton. So I don't know.
Great.
I don't know when I'll be able to use my NBA Jam skill to win any kind of real money, but it's a nice little feather in my cap. And my buddy who has the game here in town, that I wanted to play it before I bought it, I went and played him, and I think I beat him by like 3 or 5, and then we played one more game, and I beat him by 30. So
That's so great.
yeah, you get it though. We can play online.
Yeah.
When's your birthday? I mean, you missed Christmas and Hanukkah. So when's your birthday?
Next month.
Well, I know your
Humble.
birthday's every day. Oh, this Patriots D.
No, my birthday's every day. My real birthday next month.
Well, there you go. So
Yeah.
send
Happy birthday to me.
Send the info to your wife. You can get it at all your big box stores. Online, whatever.
I'm gonna need
It
the
ta-
info
it took me
from
about-
you.
Took me about
Find
an
out
hour
where to find this thing.
Took me about an hour to put together. Maybe more.
Loved it. So big fumble there as the Patriots had to get rid of it. The Bengals had an opportunity to maybe go ahead, but nope, here comes the Pats DST, and good on you if you played them. 1st and 10 from the 33, and a kneel down with about 45 seconds left.
Sorry.
Bengals
So,
taking
you can get it for
the lead
about
here,
$400 or
or,
$500
Pats
bucks
taking
right
the lead,
now.
pardon me.
Amazon, GameStop, $4.99, $4.87, or the original first version, $34.95.
So they sell that on Amazon.
Yeah, you can get it on Amazon, delivered to the house. Amazon right now, the price is $541. I know my wife got it for less, which is cool. But
Was it on
here's
sale for a certain period
yeah,
of
it
time?
was, because of Black Friday.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah, but it lists, GameStop, Best Buy, Walmart, So I would just check all their websites. But here, I'll send it to you right now.
3rd and 13, final 30 seconds here.
Oh, and I guess I do need to hold the picture up for anyone that's interested. Now that we spent 10 minutes talking about NBA Jam.
Brewster says, if I gave my wife NBA Jam for Christmas, I'd be divorced. Sure hope that included some jewelry. No, what he's saying is his wife gave it to him.
Yes, my wife bought it for me. I did not buy it for her. I bought it from her for her. Yes, we'd be divorced.
Maybe not divorced, but it definitely wouldn't be.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great.
You know, wouldn't have been a good conversation.
No, we did have. She had a good Christmas. We had a good Christmas. Thankfully, I hope everybody did. Good Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. Have a happy New Year. You haven't told us your New Year's plans. Can you do that before the game ends?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even imagine it's going to involve anything interesting. Like I said, I've got a couple sims tomorrow at 2 and 4, and I mean, we're not going anywhere. You can't really go anywhere. So probably get some, like you said, takeout food from somewhere, and you know, probably show that what we did last year. It was a little disingenuous, but I mean, at a certain point in time, you just gotta. I think we queued up the ball dropping in Australia on YouTube for the kids, and sort of simulated New Year at like, I don't know, 9:30, something like that, which is still later than they typically go to bed. Made a big deal out of it. Happy New Year, and send them to bed, and then, you know, we actually had a little bit of alone time, and as is typical, my wife fell asleep before the ball dropped. That's just kind of how it works. And then I watch it sitting there with, you know, like laying in bed while she's sleeping, and I'm just like on my phone checking Twitter.
Okay, that sounds like a great New Year's.
On to 2021.
Yeah, which everyone is looking forward to, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe Patrick Mahomes, although he might win another Super Bowl. But I maintain he's the only person that had a really good 2020. The rest of us were all just getting by. And I even had a kid and still say that.
Yeah, right. Brandon says, I won the free roll, Cough, and Boop's here. Boop! Love you, Boop. Thanks for hanging out.
How did I do?
I still sitting 72nd, which is
Fifth.
Probably where I'm going to finish.
Says
fifth. Look at you.
Let me show the picture, though, to anybody that can see.
And not even just fifth. Fifth and only like 3 or 4 points off the lead. Yeah.
There's NBA Jam next to a regular size golden tee. And they make a golden tee like this that has has 99, 2000, 2001, I think, or 98, 99, 2000. The same company that does NBA Jam does golden tee.
Man, gotta think about that. Gotta look into it. Yeah, that looks good. So what do we have? So let's see. I mean, nobody, even the leading lineup, really went off. You had Gio Bernard in the captain spot, had about 16 points. Dozen for Burrow, Newton 15, Green and Asiasi 14 apiece.
So what was the best lineup? I see in our contest, but what is it in the big one?
Yeah, I'll take a look at that here. Let's see. So 8-way tie for first in our $500 free contest with about 14,000 entries. Asiasi in the captain spot. Burrow, Newton, Bernard, Green, and Michelle all cracked double figures. Nobody hit 20 points unless you include Asiasi in the captain spot. Who is your
so what was the score? What was that winning score?
82.45.
Okay, so the one in ours was 78.7.
Yeah.
I guess the player of the game has to be Asiasi, right? He captained the winning lineup in both contests that we're aware of.
41 with a touchdown.
The one in ours had Gio.
Right.
Okay.
But
yeah, we'll give it to Asiasi because of the value.
Sure.
The value of Asiasi. He's your player of the game. And then, I don't know, can you give it to everyone else?
Yeah, right. Who was the big letdown? Let's see. Well, John Ross. How about John Ross? He was about 50% owned and didn't have a single catch.
Wow, really? Okay, then that's the winner. That's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on 50% for sure.
Yeah.
I actually felt better about this lineup than the next game. So we'll see.
Next game's lineup I haven't made yet. I need to do that still.
Are we going to get to a point? What's the consensus? Because I obviously haven't been on for a few weeks. Will Le'Veon Bell ever become a Chief?
It could happen. You know, if in fact
maybe when we get into the actual playoffs,
some roster updates at some point. I don't think that's happening anytime too soon. David says, "Cough, let me win before I break holes in the walls." I have no control over that, David. If it makes you feel any better, I haven't won either. I've finished
Yeah.
Top
I just embarrassed
5, but I haven't won.
Oh, I've won.
I
think maybe I finished second.
I'm just reading you guys in the chat. You're good. You're all fun. All right. Well, we're going to go, but we are both going to be back with you for more of all of this for Jets and Bills coming up for Madden After Dark in about 45 minutes. We want to thank everyone who will be sticking around with us, but we're going to thank them anyway because this sim doesn't happen without them. Producer Mike, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach and Tate and Game Ops, of course, for BK. I am AK. Thanks for hanging out, and don't go anywhere. Keep tuned into the Dream Stream, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us, and we will return in, let's call it about 40 minutes. Talk to you then. What's up, DK Sim fam, and welcome back. We got a fun one ahead of us. Well, maybe not. I guess there's a reason I called it the Bucket of Yuck free roll here for Madden After Dark. It is the Jets and the Bills, quite frankly, in Simland are just not nearly as tantalizing to the eyes as they are in real life. But among the things that we will explore with Brandon Cristal, I'm Adam Kaufman. Lineups locking momentarily. Welcome back, buddy. Let's dive right in. What's your lineup look like for this one?
Well, you're right. The excitement, other than beyond Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, which I think brings more excitement in real life.
Yeah.
When you're captaining Devin Singletary, as I did, it's just not that exciting. And his 12.6 average that he's got in terms of points here in these sims. So I went with those 3 Bills. And then I believe opposite of it, it is, let me look quickly. Oh, that was the last game. I don't know. It was maybe Perriman and the kicker for one of the teams. I don't know. You're right. It's hard to get excited.
You'll dig it up. I'll give you
hard
mine
to get
right
excited.
Here. It is hard to get excited. In fact, I don't like my lineup at all. I decided to because, like you said, Josh Allen's kind of the only play you really feel good about. I decided to captain Josh Allen, but considering he makes up basically $20,000 worth of your salary, doesn't leave you a whole lot of room for much else, especially if you want to pay up at other positions, which I also did. So I have Allen with Sam Darnold and Le'Veon Bell, and then really just a crapshoot the rest of the way through the other half of the lineup with Cole Beasley, Chris Hogan as a real punt play, and Tyler Bass.
Yeah,
so we'll see how that works out.
When I saw Beasley's points were 3 or 4 or 6 a game, here's my lineup.
Dreadful.
Singletary, Allen, Diggs, Perriman, Bills D, and Sam Ficken.
Okay. Well, sorry to let you down in advance. Sam Ficken generally stinks in about the worst ways imaginable in these sims. The Jets.
I guess they could have taken the other kicker.
Feels like the Jets are always good for a, like 1 or 2 50-plus yard field goal tries a game that Sam Ficken has no earthly shot of making.
Well, but, and in the snow in Buffalo, it's going to go great.
Right. Yeah, at least we have that going for us. We got some snow on the field here, folks, as we take you to virtual Bills Stadium, no longer New Era Field. That place has changed names from time to time.
Which is weird because New Era as a company seems like they're probably doing okay, but I don't know. I guess I haven't looked at their financials. When I went to Buffalo last year for Broncos at Bills, I made it. I literally, the bus dropped us off at the hotel, so all the Broncos getting off the bus. I'm on the media bus. I hand my bag to one of my guys I'm with, our producer, and I run the 3 blocks, walk, because we got there at 5:45. The store was closing at 6, and I went to the New Era factory store. It's not factory store. It's like the headquarters store. It's about the size of a Lids in a mall. It was a little underwhelming, and I bought nothing, but it was cool talking to them. They didn't have, like, what do you have here that you can't get anywhere else? He goes, absolutely nothing. He goes, actually, a couple Sabres and Bills hats. I said, well, I'm good on the, so he goes, but everything else here, you can just order on. Well, you're a heck of a salesman.
Look, man, goes full Dante from Clerks. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Jets, Bills, we're ready for kickoff here.
Yeah, I was in my suit, and, I told him what I was doing, and so then we started talking Broncos and Von Miller and stuff. He was a big Broncos admirer, not a huge Broncos fan, but anyway, yeah, that was my exciting trip to Buffalo, where we went for wings for dessert after going to a steakhouse with a bunch of our clients. Went and got wings at the Anchor Bar as dessert.
There's no bad time in my mind to get wings, and if you're in Buffalo, there's certainly always time for wings. 1st and 10. As the clock now running here from the 25. Speaking of running, that's what Sam Darnold's doing, and slides well short of the first out to the 30, picks up a handful, 2nd and 5 on the way. With Brandon Cristal and Adam Kaufman, we got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, our great game ops crew, Zach and Tate. Crooked Tooth says, you're always smiling, Koff. Well, I'm a happy guy to be hanging out in Simland. I'm feeling pretty good after this Celtics win as well. I know the Grizzlies had nobody going for them tonight, especially with John Morant out, but a win's a win, folks. And Jaylen Brown, career high in points. Tatum was good. Peyton Pritchard looking like the real deal as a solid backup point guard presence. This is, I'm not about to call him the GOAT like Jaylen Brown did the other day, but the kid can play a handful of games into his NBA career, so it's nice to see. Jared says, Koff, you ever see the original ending to Clerks? I'm not sure I did. Is that something you can tell me about in the chat and I'll be able to read it, or is it just too Kevin Smithy that I can't really get into it? Have you ever seen the alternate ending to Clerks?
No, I didn't know there was an alternate ending. Is it in color?
Good question.
When I was in New Orleans,
Jared, we're leaning on you, pal.
When I was in New Orleans 2 Marches ago, they were shooting that new Jay and Silent Bob movie that probably never came out.
Sure did. Jay and Silent Bob reboot.
Oh, they did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can watch it. Well, so funny story about that. I guess not a funny story. Interesting story maybe about that, depending on your perspective. They sort of had a real kind of college campus release mentality to it. Kevin Smith and other cast members, obviously Jay and Silent Bob. They took it city to city and did a screening of the movie, and then also came out for a hour and a half long Q&A after the fact. And I went to it when it was in Boston with a couple buddies because we love the Kevin Smith movies, and it was just everything View, Askew, and beyond, and it was great. And I mean, they were funny as hell, and it was just a really good time. The movie, if you do want to watch it for any reason, and if you like the first one, if you like Kevin Smith's movies in general, I would encourage it. I think it's pretty good. It's actually on Amazon Prime, so you can go check it out.
Maybe I will. There's plenty of stuff that I thought I would have gotten to in the pandemic, and then sports started, and that slowed it down significantly. I still watch a lot of shows and a movie here and there with my wife, and a lot of times it'll be double screen with the laptop open to Monday Night Football or a bowl game, and we're watching episodes of the West Wing.
Like, is she desensitized to that at this point, just knowing who you are and what you do, or is that annoying? Like, why can't you focus on the same thing we're watching together?
No, because either one of us or both of us will also have our phone out, unless it's something. Honestly, there's nothing that's come along where we're like, wow, we both need to focus on this. Maybe when a show we really like will come out. Queen's Gambit, I wasn't doing it. There's only 7 episodes, but I didn't have Monday Night Football up. I don't think. I may have. But it's off to the side. It's not like right in front of our face. It's like down on the floor. If it's not a team, that obviously covering the Broncos is one thing, but I guess so. If we're the Cowboys, I might be a little more into it. When it's Jets, or who was it on Monday night? Patriots and Bills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've got on the laptop basically.
What a game.
Yeah, I've got on the laptop, down to the side. She's not even aware of it. I'm not reacting beyond seeing if any of the things that I picked hit, right, or whatever, and or fantasy or whatever it may be. And so, yeah, she's fine with it. It's that I have 4 TVs right behind me, and she won't come down here and let me watch 3 games while we watch a TV show or a movie.
Yeah, that seems reasonable, though. Mainly because it might be distracting to her eye as well.
Well, that's what it is. It's not distracting to me. I'm able to do it just fine. So, whatever. I do it on my own.
Steven says the chance. Celtics win. Now Madden After Dark. Good evening to all. Couldn't agree more, Steven. 1st and 10 as the Bills pin deep in their own territory. Josh Allen, an incompletion, 0 for 1 as we remain scoreless. A few minutes gone by, opening quarter. 6-yard line for the Bills. Safety territory. We'll see if we can get there. In the free showdown, by the way, Allen has owned about 87% of lineups, 30% in the captain spot. You mentioned the West Wing. I just finished the binge. I never watched it when it was on originally, and I
probably
just
surged past us.
I just in the last few days finished up, and I miss it. I miss it already.
Now you can go to HBO Max and watch the thing they did at the election special. They did 1 episode.
Yeah.
That I haven't watched yet intentionally. Although I guess I could now because we passed the episode.
Right, yeah, that was an episode in season 3. So
sure,
you could go back and watch it now. But which I did at the time. I watched it after I watched the original episode. But I may go back and watch it again.
My wife doesn't know who from the cast in real life is alive or dead or was killed off on the show, and there's no reason to bother her with it till it occurs.
Yeah, don't ruin it for
real time, and then we'll go back and watch the other one. We are in the beginning stages of season 4, 1 episode away from the debate, which is maybe my favorite episode. So that is very likely to be viewed within an hour, less than an hour, because we were in the middle of the debate prep episode.
Just
From the time we finished this sim.
I love them walking off the debate and him just saying,
You'll be back.
Yeah, you'll be back. Don't worry. Just annihilated him.
Yeah, and look, it's a TV show that's written to have a winner and a loser, but right off the beginning where he says, well, unfunded mandate is 2 words when he asks for the money back.
Oh, man. Halfway through the opening quarter, we are still scoreless. Bill's trying to move the ball, but not too far here. 4th and 11 from the 19, punt on the way.
And final thing on the West Wing, it doesn't have to be if anybody wants to chime in or tell us that they hate what we're talking about.
Well, William might be wondering, because William says, what do you think these dudes get paid? To just hang out and talk to each other like they're on the phone, gabbing like schoolgirls.
Right.
I added that part.
But this is essentially the conversation we might be having otherwise.
Right.
I'm not going to take full credit for getting you to watch it, but I told you that we started watching it again, and then we'd have to take breaks at various points because my wife didn't like a functioning White House. It was aggravating her. And you could argue to the level they were functioning. But anyway.
Sure.
But so, did me talking about it urge you to get into it? And you just said you missed it, so I think I know the answer. How much did you enjoy it in Sorkin's writing and the storytelling, the character development? Because the final 3 seasons, it's Sorkin inspired, but he didn't write those.
Final 3. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he was gone after season 4, and
as was Rob Lowe.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, for different reasons, but yeah, Rob Lowe I fell down a real rabbit hole after finishing. It's like, reading articles after the fact, like an oral history of the West Wing and things like that. And
there's a podcast that accompanies it too that Josh Molina did.
Oh, is that right?
They go episode by episode. He had Sorkin on a couple times.
Oh, no kidding.
As Bradley Whitford has.
Did they do the whole series?
Yeah, they did the whole series.
It's got to be a 155 episode podcast?
I guess it's called the West Wing Weekly. But if you have favorite episodes, you can just jump to that one. Or if it's one where they have Allison Janney on to talk about an episode, you jump to that. You don't have to go through every single episode of the podcast because they're all kind of self-contained.
Matthew says, no mention of that 80-yard punt that just happened. That's commonplace here in Madden, man. I mean, we see these long punts out of these kickers, he's technically a kicker, all the time. I think we're desensitized to the 80-yard punt. David, I'm not going to tell you how much we make. I appreciate you asking. I mean, I could obviously, as I can about most topics, go on for days about the West Wing, but in its briefest form, love the show. It was obviously very different and written differently after Sorkin. I think they really felt it in season 5. It was a hell of a time for him to leave, with them basically handing off the White House to a Republican president for a brief few moments there in the middle of that kidnapping scandal and all that stuff. So it was sort of a weird time to transition as like new showrunners and writers and things like that. But, season 5, I didn't think was very good. Season 6
got a little better. Alan Alda's edition and even Jimmy Smith, especially Alan Alda. And then I think
started to pick up.
And I think it
second
finished,
half of season 6 into season 7 was a strong, very West Wing-like finish.
It finished strong, but I'll tell you this because it's happened to me just by chance. My buddy Mike, one of my best friends from growing up, who's a celebrity trainer out in LA, kind of made his fame for training our high school pal Jessica Simpson, much more his pal than mine. He used to train Kristen Chenoweth. And so I was in LA actually living on Mike's couch for a little bit in, call it 06 or so. And we're at an event, I'm talking to Kristen Chenoweth, and I just want to talk to her about the West Wing from the get-go because she had just got done being on it. And I said my biggest bone to pick is the way they start the final season without getting into detail, but, meeting at the presidential library and the setup that obviously gives you for what should have been a more dramatic 7th season.
Which is one of my, I'm glad you brought that up because it is one of my 2 biggest gripes of the entire series. That season 7 opening scene.
Scene. So it's worth noting because Kristen Chenoweth used to date Aaron Sorkin, and in fact, some people will make the case that the Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip Sarah Paulson character is based on he and Kristen Chenoweth, the Matthew Perry dynamic, because of their different religions and this and that and different personalities. Anyway, but she said when she told Aaron Sorkin that, he lost his mind. They weren't dating at that point, but he was so beside himself that was how they chose to start that season. That she said, I was worried that he was going to hurt himself or someone else. That's how mad he was. And that was in some ways a relief to hear that you knew that he wouldn't have started it like that, but that he was at that visceral of a reaction.
What was so bad about it was that it foreshadowed everything about
the whole season, right?
The entire season. And the only thing that might have redeemed it is if they at least went back to it at the very end of the season, and they never did. It just died on the vine right there. Right. Whatever. People don't care about this, but we can definitely talk about that at some point in another Zoom at another time, because it was that and Rob Lowe's departure that they just have him running for office and never revisit until the very 4 years later is the most aggravating thing in the world.
That was
Darnold,
your second,
82 passing yards.
Biggest that was your second biggest gripe other than the start?
Yeah.
Mine is also Rob Lowe related. I'll tell you after you give us these very low numbers.
Bell, 17 yards, rushing, very low. We are scoreless through one in the snow, by the way.
I'm in 71st place.
I got to check mine. Jim says, hey, Kaufman, trying to win your contest back-to-back. Go for it, Jim. See if you can pull it off, obviously. I'm
34 points. Somebody have both defenses?
I can't imagine I'm in a great spot.
Yeah, top lineup has both defenses.
Yeah,
it's 30 points.
Makes sense. I'm 70th out of 130, so not good.
You're just ahead of me.
Yeah, not good.
At this point, it's anybody's game, though. So you got to feel good about
6, 2 for 38 for Herndon. So yeah, but what's your quick gripe, and then we'll move on to football.
So 2 things. One, in real life,
just jumps off a ledge.
Rob Lowe is a huge Lakers fan and has great stories. If you listen to Rob Lowe's podcast, which can be entertaining at times, he had some amazing stories. He had Magic on, and he traveled with them in the 80s. And Pat Riley at one point banned him from the team hotel because he was a distraction, if that makes sense, from his partying to the women that would be around because he was Rob Lowe, to how it affected some of the Lakers players and their wives that wanted to hang out with Rob Lowe. And so he's a legit, real deal, old school Lakers fan out of the same mold as Jack Nicholson. He used to have those seats right there. So his character, who's from Orange County on the show and is a huge Lakers fan, and mind you, the show is shot in LA, his representation of the Lakers in a West Wing office in the White House is a Lakers t-shirt at an angle on the wall. It'd be one thing if I found out they shot it in Atlanta or shot it in Canada or New York or DC, but they shot it in LA. We're acquiring a Lakers poster and framing it, or a Lakers picture of some sort, and putting it on the wall would have been very easy to do. But the fact that for 4 seasons you just had a stupid Lakers t-shirt pinned to a wall.
Yeah.
If I ever do meet Rob Lowe, I'm going to bring it up because he is a Lakers fan. Because no, just give me a Magic poster, right? Magic throwing a sidearm pass or whatever, kind of a no-looker, or Kareem skyhook poster. Any of those, just a Lakers logo poster. That's a touchdown for Sam.
Darnold going to get there, yes, sir. Slips and slides his way in. The only thing missing is the snow angel. First points of the game belong to the Jets. Sam Darnold with the rushing score. Hope you got him, folks.
It's going to be interesting to watch how you just suck me up from behind on our basketball contest, where you have 83 minutes left and I have 24. So I'm up 30-something on you, but that'll just quickly dissipate.
We'll see. Again,
I do have Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and Lucas so far has been very quiet.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's all right.
Is Luka the best 21-year-old of all time? I heard Bill Simmons say that the other day on his podcast.
Jeez, I mean,
well, when you look at his production,
I've never thought about it, but probably.
I mean, MJ obviously didn't get there. LeBron was in year 3 at 21, but didn't do what Luka did or is doing.
So 7-0 Jets. Let's see where we are in some of our. Let's see. I jumped up to 37th. We got Salorenzo 88 in front by about 2 points. That for Darnold.
Oh, that's my other lineup.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Yes.
Darnold, who has the real-life 8-9, which is a terrible touchdown to interception ratio this year, has 36 passing touchdowns in Sinland with a few on the ground as well. Actually, I should say 35 on the ground, 4. Let me start again. 35 in the air, 4 on the ground. Try and make some sense of these numbers. Let's talk a little real football. And
sure. Where do you want to go?
We don't expect him to be back there with New York next season. In
No.
fact, there's a lot of I don't know if it's national or regional speculation, but it's been brought up by national people and focused on regionally. The idea of Gase becoming an offensive assistant with the Patriots next year, given his relationship with Josh McDaniels. Yeah, you brought it up, and among others, Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, was talking about it the other day. It's become a larger topic around here. Would Patriots fans like to see Gase and blah, 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 blah. We can get into that if we want. My question really for you pertaining to the Jets is, now that they have really effectively blown this great situation that they had going, where they were 0-13 and just decided, you know what, as Cole Beasley, boy, that would have helped. Beasley down at the 31-yard rack right there.
He's got 6 or 7 points there.
Man, touchdown would have been fantastic. Now that the Jets have won their last couple of games against the Rams and Browns.
Like idiots.
They're like idiots and are still not going to the playoffs for the 10th straight year. And who knows, maybe they'll go out and beat the Patriots on Sunday. That's entirely possible. But either way, I believe they're locked into the second pick in the draft. What is the move? I mean, now that it's not Trevor Lawrence, what is the move? Do you take Fields? Do you keep building around Darnold, but, maybe trade that pick and get more, more picks, more value? Singletary down to the 1.
It's my captain.
Coming. I mean, obviously, the main thing that team needs is a capable head coach. Again, with disrespect to your buddy, but we know he doesn't done a good job there.
No.
So from there, I mean, what is after the coach? Because to me, that is priority number 1. What do you do with that second pick?
I think. Did they put Moss in? Good. I'm glad he lost all of yards. I think it's a big Joe Douglas question. It has to involve the Johnsons. And I don't know what role Woody will be taking back over for his brother, assuming he's done being an ambassador here in 3 weeks or whatever. And so the Johnsons and Joe Douglas are going to have to decide, is Sam Darnold, whom they invested the 3rd overall pick in.
Got it, by the way. John Brown, touchdown.
Because he's rostered a lot. The question is, what a play. Sorry, I'm looking at the cotton book.
Say what, he's rostered by our leader. He's in a quarter of lineups, actually.
Do you believe in Sam Darnold enough to keep him and trade out of the number 2 spot and bring in a haul of picks, which is what you need? Now, I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure both. I know for a fact when Washington traded for the number 2 pick to St. Louis, they gave up 3 number 1s to draft RG3. That was a Dan Snyder call more than a Bruce Allen, more than a Mike Shanahan call, because Mike drafted Kirk Cousins in the 4th of the same draft. And then I feel like the Eagles gave up 3 firsts to go up to get Carson Wentz. Does that sound right? Maybe it was something like that. I guess
something like that. Yeah. I moved the top 5 with that touchdown. By the way, continue.
That feels like the going rate, right? A haul of picks. And the quickest way to get your team better is to not have 1 first-round pick at number 2 and have to rebuild around a quarterback, although you would get him for 5 years versus Darnold. We're going to have to pick up his 5th-year option by May, and you'll pay him, chump change this year, but $20 million next year. But if you trade back to somebody that really falls in love with Justin Fields, you can do what the Raiders did, where they had 5 number 1 picks, and and I'm exaggerating a little, but multiple number 1 picks in multiple years is how you can replenish the cupboard, if you will, restock the shelves quickly. And so I think that I'd be more inclined, if I'm Joe Douglas, to continue to find a quarterback that likes Darnold's traits, and plenty of or coach rather.
He's got it.
And stick with Darnold.
Wow.
Is that Chris Hogan? Look at Chris Hogan.
First Beasley, now Hogan. Couple of long catches. You gotta love that.
The fix is in. Okay, so the Eagles got. Well, who cares what the Eagles got? The Browns and Eagles swapped from 8 to 2. So the Eagles sent the number 8 pick along with the 3rd round pick, a 4th round pick, a 2017 first rounder, so back-to-back first rounders, it was swap, and then a 2018 second rounder. So while that isn't the 3 number 1s that Washington sent, again, that was Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen making that trade, not Mike Shanahan. 5 picks for 2 essentially, but a first, second, a third, and a fourth. 2 firsts really, a second, a third, and fourth. That's what it would take, give or take. There's a framework of a deal. Those 5 picks could make the Jets a lot better than just adding Justin Fields, I think, unless you're in love with Justin Fields. So that's the way I would go. I know it's a long answer, but I think you build around Darnold or continue to grow with Darnold and get him some help. Because the only real good players that are there are Becton and maybe Denzel Mims. And that's it on either side. And Williams, Quentin Williams.
Is there a particular coach, as the Jets here in Simland have first and goal from the 3, is there a particular coach that you think would be a good fit to lead that organization?
Well, you hear Dayball's name because of what he's done with Josh Allen. So when you talk about building a culture, it's tricky. Adam, I think, had the same problem both places. Do you have Le'Veon Bell too, dude?
Sure do. Touchdown, Le'Veon Bell, and the Jets take the lead.
Adam was quick to run out guys that weren't on the same page in Miami. In New York, it came off the rails, but it was bad from the get-go with the way they built that staff. He and Greg Williams should have never worked together, especially when Greg brought his son and Adam brought his father-in-law, who basically dimed Greg Williams out to the NFL on Bountygate. So after they worked together, Joe Vitt, Adam's father-in-law, lets the league know what was going on with Bountygate. Joe Vitt ends up interim head coach for the year Sean Payton's out, and he and Greg Williams hate each other. Now they're all on the staff together. So from the get-go, you had a marriage that was doomed. And so that's a toxic culture. Then they do all the stuff with the GM, with Tannenbaum, and then he brings in Joe Douglas because he and Joe worked together for a little bit in Chicago. Now Joe Douglas, who's his friend, is going to have to fire him, along with the Johnsons. And so between the roster turnover, not wanting Le'Veon Bell, and Jamal Adams being unhappy, it's just none of it has been good. What did they get? Did they get Seattle's first rounder for Jamal Adams?
I believe so, yeah.
Did that just happen, or is that coming up?
That I don't know. Have to look at that.
That was weird. My Siri watch Siri. 2 first
Steven
rounders.
wants to know. It's not related to the question you just asked, but it is related to something near and dear to your heart potentially here. 14-7, Jets in front. 3 minutes to go in the opening half. Bills getting the ball back. Steven says, "Hey Brandon, one of the sports shows in Boston this morning, they were talking about the draft and quarterbacks, and part of the discussion was whether the Broncos are going to stick with Drew Lock. Any thoughts?"
I have many thoughts, but I'll try to condense it before we get to halftime.
Okay, fair enough. You have 2:57 to work when the clock is counting.
And it is not just $1 million question around here; it's a $100 million question. But whether you ask Chris Harris Jr., who I talked with a bunch before the game last week, and then in text the last couple of days for various reasons, or Shelby Harris, Broncos defensive lineman, who I asked yesterday, or Josie Jewell, who I asked today, their linebacker, or Vic Fangio, or Drew Lock himself, or John Elway. Everyone sees that's a Stephon Diggs touchdown.
Oh my God. Stephon Diggs looking like he did during Monday Night Football in real life. 75-yard score. Celebrate Josh Allen owners, and most especially those who stacked him with Diggs. We're about to have a tie game.
I did that. Maybe that'll get me into the hundreds. But they all say, and Vic Fangio keeps saying it, that they've seen enough flashes and enough throws and good plays that very few people make. Now, I'm not saying the elite quarterbacks don't make, but very few people can make some of the plays that he makes in practice and in games. But then they also see him make really stupid mistakes, like the interception he threw as they were going in for some sort of score, whether it was a field goal or likely a touchdown or likely a field goal in the red zone on the first drive against the Chargers, and he throws across his body, and he's doing it in week 16. So he's rolling left, throws back, to Deshaun Hamilton, who's reaching back, and it gets tipped and picked, and that's that. And I understand the throwing across your body thing. John Elway did it. Mahomes does it all the time. But look at when Mahomes does it. And I was having this conversation today at Broncos games. When Mahomes throws across his body on some of those late throws, the receiver's never covered, or the back is never covered, right? So the only thing that can happen is it's a bad throw and it bounces to him. But it's not in single, double, triple coverage with various levels. So Drew knows his mistakes. And, you know, when I talked to Vic Fangio, by filling in this week, I've been able to interview all these guys on our mid-morning show, or 9 to noon show, whatever you want to call it. And so he knows the mistakes he's making. Vic said they're going to continue to drill at home. But, by the way, I've said all that, and it's only been 13 seconds of game time. Pat Shermer's return in year 2 with the Broncos. Certainly there's nobody beating the door down for him to be their head coach. And Pat Shermer isn't reinventing the wheel calling plays. He's shown a little more creativity in recent weeks at times. But Drew Lock, going back to high school, has had 6 different offensive coordinators in 7 seasons. And the Broncos, in Pat Shermer, have their 5th offensive coordinator in 5 years. So, consistency, while you don't want consistency just for the sake of it, but you'd like to see with a normal-ish, and we'll see what the pandemic allows us to do and what the Players Association negotiates. But we'll call it a normal offseason where you're just reinforcing the same things and adding layers versus the baseline. And you get Cortland Sutton back, and Jerry Jeudy learns how to catch the ball again, or remembers how to catch the ball. And you help Drew Lock with all of that and coaching him out of these bad habits some more. But the last time that he had a coordinator from year to year, Josh Heupel, old OU quarterback, speaking of the Sooners, we're on TV right now, and he won a national championship for Bob Stoops. Josh Heupel, who's now at Central Florida. Sophomore to junior year for Drew Lock. All he did his junior year was set the SEC touchdown mark with 44. And last time I checked, even though Vandy and Kentucky are in the SEC, there's a whole lot of NFL talent on all those defenses, right? And he threw 44 touchdowns, setting a mark despite a league that Danny Werfel played in, that Johnny Manziel, that Eli Manning, Peyton Manning. He threw the most touchdowns. And I understand the game's changed a little compared to some of those guys. But they see enough that they want to keep him around. Had Sam Darnold become available, somebody or does become available, somebody John Elway really liked, then they might have to look really hard at it. But as you said, 8 to 9 touchdowns, interceptions, that's where Drew is. He's like 14 to 13 or something like that, or 16 to 15 this year. So you look at Josh Allen, who's running onto the field on the screen. He was really bad as a rookie in terms of numbers, 52% completion, 58 last year. This year he's an MVP candidate. They have a different skill set. Believe it or not, Drew Lock's almost a full second faster, a full tenth of a second faster, in a 40. They run differently. Josh has a bigger arm, but Drew can make every throw. So Drew Lock will be back as the starter for now. They're not going to trade for Matt Stafford because they'll blow up their cap. They might sign an Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, and let them compete with Drew. But, and I don't even know if Mariota's available, but someone like that, Ryan Fitzpatrick. But he is still their plan A for now. That could change, and if he's terrible again against the Raiders on Sunday, then maybe the plan changes more quickly. But again, a long answer with still a minute left of game time. To say that the plan is for almost everybody to be back. Special teams coach is certainly up in the air. Pat Shermer back. Mike Shula, the quarterback's coach. Drew Lock, all of his weapons. Vic Fangio back for year 3 with his defense. John Elway in the final year of his contract. And what does that look like? So I do think Drew Lock will be back. It's confounding because he keeps making silly, stupid mistakes that he shouldn't be making at this point of his career, even though he's only going into his 18th or 19th start this week. But the expectation is that he'll be back as the penciled-in starter. Not written in ink, penciled-in starter for now.
Going to be a lot of interesting offseason moves coming up here, obviously, in a matter of months, not right around the corner, but a lot of these teams are going to be planning for next season if they aren't already, coming up, Monday. Who's out? Who's out the door on Monday? Who's Black Friday going to hit here?
Because so many of these coaches have already been let go, I think Adam...
We've already seen Bill O'Brien move on, obviously.
Right.
Gase seemingly
Dan Quinn.
We talk about this game. Yeah, Dan Quinn's gone.
So I think
who
Adam's
follows?
gone. I think Doug Marrone ends up being gone, not because he hasn't done a good job, although he really hasn't enough. Some of it his fault, some of it not his fault, some of it Coughlin's fault, some of it, I guess, on Dave Caldwell to some degree. But I think they're going to want everything new there, new GM, new coach, and let them work together. The question is, how many places will the model be more where the coach has final say on the roster, like Gruden, like Pete Carroll, like Bill Belichick, like Andy Reid, where the GM works hand in hand with them to get their type of players versus the GM is their boss, right? The owner is both of their bosses, but you can only have one face of your franchise, save for the Cowboys, which are, Jerry's technically the face of the franchise, right? But beyond that weird situation, you mostly want your head coach to be your face of the franchise. He's the one meeting the media all the time. It's maybe tricky in San Fran to some degree in that John Lynch is John Lynch, but he and Kyle really work together well, and they were hired together. In general, though, I'm hiring my head coach and pairing him with a GM that he wants to work with if I'm Shad and Tony Khan. And I don't think Doug Marrone's gonna survive it. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to college or he and Bill O'Brien end up working together somewhere. They're college roommates. I don't know if they really worked together much in the last decade and a half, if at all. So does one of them take a college job? Because I know people are beating down the door for Bill O'Brien in the pros right now.
Unrelated, by the way, Cole Beasley has just gotten the Bills into field goal range. See if they can go ahead. Long kick. 49-yarder from Tyler Bass in the snow. It's up. It's away. Doinks off the post. No good. So close. Had the distance, just wasn't straight enough. Off the right post. Killer to those of us who have Tyler Bass in our lineups. What a bummer. Could have used those points. Tyler Bass about 30% owned. Might have been enough to put me in first place if he had hit that, or close to it. Maybe second place. Ah, well. Timeout here for the Jets as they've got the ball with just 2 seconds left. Herndon a catch, 4 for 57. So they've got time for one big play if Sam Darnold elects to air it out here before the half. Slow moving opening half. 14 all, a lot of stoppages in the snow. We're almost 40 minutes into this game. What you gonna do, Sam? Takes the ball, keeps it himself, looking long throw, does so, down deep into traffic, and incomplete. That takes us to the break. 14 all, Jets and Bills. Virtual Bills Stadium. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, thanks for being with us. We'll take a look at some of the stats in a moment here. And obviously, we have explored in quite a bit of depth, courtesy of you, the current situation, the future concerning the Jets. And I should mention, producer Michael sent us the details before. The Jets get the Seahawks 2001 first-round pick, 2001 third-round pick.
2001?
2021. 21 for both. The 2022 first-rounder in that Jamal Adams trade. So they've got 2 firsts this upcoming year as they look to rebuild and reinvent themselves. And obviously that's a good thing, as long as they don't screw it up. What we haven't explored is the other side of this game and the Bills and what's a very promising future with what we've seen this year. We can dive into some of that here in the second half as you see snow falling on your screen, folks. We never quit getting inventive on the Dream Stream. Where's Glash to eat some fake snowflakes when you need them? Herndon 4 for 57. Hogan 3 for 82. Beasley 2 for 84. Who would have guessed these two flirting with the
Apparently
bonus?
You would have.
Get there. Well, guessed is
you
the
got
right
some
word.
inside info.
Diggs 1 for 75. He's got a score. Brown 2 for 20 and a touchdown. So Diggs, just that one catch got him a quick 15 points. Pretty good.
I'm in 118th place.
I am sitting top 5.
Well, considering how well I did last game, where I finished, I think 4th.
Did you finish 4th?
I don't know. I got to double check.
You definitely finished well. I know
5th.
that much.
5th.
All right.
So there's your bar. 5th.
All right, let's see if I can top it. Similar number of entries as well. I think they both right around 130.
Yeah.
On to half number 2.
I was texting our pal, well, we're responding to a text. Tiki Barber is calling the Broncos game this week, so
nice.
Give him some insight. He was offering to come on with me tomorrow, but I already have 4 guests for 6 segments. Is that right?
Sorry, Tiki, yeah. I'm good, pal.
Well, I told him I want to talk to him next week because we can preview the playoffs, but I also may even have John Elway as a 5th guest in 6 segments tomorrow. So
yeah, it'd be tough to turn that down if he wants to come on.
Yeah, well, Elway comes on every week, so
okay.
It's just whenever he feels like doing it. Boy, OU is rolling Florida. It's 41-13 now with 4 minutes left in the third quarter. You never answered my question last sim when I asked you, after finding out who the 4 teams were, Trevor Lawrence being the star of one of them, Ohio State and Justin Fields being the star of the other. So you'll see likely the number 1 pick versus number 2 pick. And then Alabama with pros all over the place. And Notre Dame. Yeah. Are you going to watch any of the games Friday? Are you compelled? Now, you don't want to see what Justin Fields versus Trevor Lawrence looks like.
I mean, if
you'll wait till it's Jets Jags next year.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if I'm around, and like literally lounging around, then maybe I'll pop it on for a few minutes. It's far more likely that I'll be helping the kids with their new Madden franchises that they've created.
Okay. Well, so looking back at that Jets trade real quick, going back to the Jets since we're looking at them.
Yeah.
First rounders in 20, so first and third. Oh, no, that's what came this way. Bradley McDougald, a first rounder and a third round. Oh, yeah. So first and third in 2021 and the first in 2022. We know that the Seahawks are a playoff team, so that pick's going to be in the low teens, early 20s, right? Somewhere between 18 and 24 probably. And if they end up going farther along, it could be as low as 30, 31, 32 if they get championship game or Super Bowl. But when you've got your own first pick at 2, you've got the Jets at 30, assuming you like Darnold enough, you can trade back from 2 and pick up multiple first-round picks and have 3 first-round picks this year and next year potentially. Or 2 and 3, I guess. Right? Because you could pick up someone's first-round pick this year. Let's pretend it's the 8th team. Not even know who that team is. Let's pretend it's the 8th team. Because that was what the trade that was made with Cleveland. You could pick up that team's 8th pick this year, so you go from 2 to 8, where you're getting a starter. You've got the pick at 30. You're probably getting their second or something this year, so maybe you're picking 30. So you're picking 30. If it's and Seahawks are way higher than that, so let's call it 20. So you're picking 8, 20. Your high pick, second in the second round, and then the team you just traded for is high pick. And then you would have the pick next year, if not more. So you could remake your roster really quickly if you like Darnold enough. Now you have to pay Darnold sooner. But if I'm Joe Douglas and I look at this terrible Jets roster, I need 5 good players. And unless I think Justin Fields is the next Patrick Mahomes, and nobody thinks that, I'm sticking with Sam Darnold. Because if you're really bad, you'll have all these good players and you can draft the quarterback again. You can draft a Sam Darnold again or something like that.
Right.
But you screwed up. You're not getting Lawrence. Your team won. They screwed up by winning. You figure out who played really hard, who actually could make a 53-man roster in a normal year. And then you build around Williams, Becton, and Denzel Mims, and probably Darnold. I guess
what is your? I'd have to pull up the draft to remember everybody. But what is your revisionist history view of the Jets taking Sam Darnold in the first place?
Well, a lot of people had him as their first or second quarterback. You look in that draft. Baker goes 1, Saquon goes 2, Darnold goes 3. The Colts got the Jets to blink. The Jets jumped and leapfrogged the Broncos. The Broncos called the Giants, but they wanted Saquon, and they didn't trust that he'd be there at 5. The cornerback from Ohio State goes 4 to the Browns, which surprised everybody, including the Broncos. So then Bradley Chubb falls to the lap at 5. A lot of people thought they were going to take Josh Allen. John Elway's board had Darnold 1, Baker 2, Bradley Chubb 3. And no mock drafts did the Broncos do that had Chubb to them at 5. 6 was Quentin Nelson, who feels like a Hall of Famer. And then 7 was Allen. 10 was Rosen to the Cardinals, I want to say. And then all the way down at 32, Baltimore jumps back in for Lamar Jackson. So revisionist history, you say, at this point, even though Lamar Jackson was the MVP last year, talk to me after the playoffs, but Josh Allen feels like the best of the 5.
Because I don't even think, when I say revisionist history, I don't even feel like it's fair to include Lamar because he went at the very end of the first round, which was amazing to me that he kept slipping that far. But, I more think about, like, all right, you had the 5th pick. So you had the 5th pick, Le'Veon Bell gets the 3rd pick. So Le'Veon Bell gets to the 4. So, at that point, you're kind of more reassessing the top, like, 5, 6, 7.
He was more polished, but who was the quarterback there before Darnold? Geno? I can't even swear it was Geno still at that point. And someone can help us out. But say they take Chubb at 3, right? And Chubb's starting in the Pro Bowl this year, even though he has 7.5 sacks, because he's looked like Von Miller at times where he's pulling double and triple teams and still 4th in the league in pressures. So you could have taken Chubb at 3, Denzel Ward at 4. They weren't gonna take a corner at 3. The Jets weren't, not with all those quarterbacks. But you could have taken Chubb and say, hey, we have a generational type pass rusher potential. So the only answer, because you weren't going to take Lamar at 3, just nobody had him that high on their board. You could have taken Josh Rosen, and did he just sign with the Niners maybe? Practice squad? Or you could have taken Josh Allen, and Josh Allen would have been bad for 2 years just like he was in Buffalo. He wouldn't have been better with the Jets. He might have been worse.
Jets going 2nd and goal here, trying to get in, retake the lead for the 3rd time. Let's see if it's another handoff to Le'Veon Bell. Last couple haven't worked out. Darnold's going to keep it himself, rolls out. Is he going to go it? Whoa, he just flipped it last minute.
Denzel Mims.
Oh, my God. What in the world?
Oh, not Mims.
Sure I've never seen that before. Perriman touchdown. Sam Darnold could have walked it in with ease. He could have crawled in, and instead just a polite little, here you go, to Perriman to put the Jets on top with 3:39 to go in the 3rd quarter. My goodness.
It's some generosity right there.
Wow.
And that's going to jump me up from 113 into the top 100.
Smash the like for creativity on the part of the Jets, folks. Up over 300. Around 500 watching the Dream Stream on YouTube. There are likes to be had. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well. It's much appreciated. A lot of people in the chat go, WTF, OMFG, Sammy Dudu, that was a Mahomes play. What in the world?
He's just being generous. It's a holiday season, season of giving.
I guess so. I certainly don't have Perriman. I do have Darnold, and that has moved me... less than a point off the lead, tied for 2nd right
Good
now.
For you.
As things,
How's yours moved, but mine hadn't moved?
Give it time, man. Give it time.
Yeah, I still got 14.
That mass field goal earlier. 21-14. See what you got in you, Josh Allen, who was already approaching 30 points in the captain spot for anyone that's got him.
Wait, I don't understand how your lead could change, but mine can't. Like your score changed, but mine didn't.
Do you have Darnold?
No, I have Perriman.
Well, I have Darnold.
I understand, but mine still says 14-14 with 4:59 left in the 3rd. Obviously, the score has changed.
That's interesting. Well, it'll be updated.
I hope.
Not to worry. Manual scoring, as we know.
Right, but I don't understand how yours would go up and mine wouldn't. So.
Well, maybe it hasn't changed. Maybe it's where it was sitting before and I didn't look at it. I don't have all the answers.
Oh, yeah, so the score didn't change, but yeah, that jumped him up. Man, my team sucks. With that touchdown, which was included, just the score didn't change. I'm in 117th place.
Okay.
Could use a Sam Ficken field goal here. Or Singletary house call. Oh, he almost had it.
Nope. Yeah, so close. 5 for 20, 2nd and 8 coming from the 40.
Yeah, it's 4 yards of carry. Give him the ball more, Brian Dayball.
Lucky for you, not that Anthony Davis was good tonight, but Luka, garbage for my lineup.
When you sent me that, I was leaving Broncos practice, and you said, hey, I'm sending you an NBA lineup for tonight so we can talk about it to really annoy people more than the other stuff we already talked about while we're on here. And so I had Luka as one of my plays, and I didn't finish my lineup. And I was talking to my buddy who does daily fantasy every day for NBA. Just a couple lineups, $5 here, $10 here. So who do you like tonight? He goes, I don't know. Talk to me in a couple hours. So he texts me while we were out running errands, and I forgot to set my lineup, and it's 4:57 my time, not realizing our contest locked at 5:30 my time.
Right.
So I panicked, but he's like, hey, play Pirtle because Aldridge is out, and with Ja, play these two Memphis guys. But I took Luka out, and when we talked on the phone, he said you don't get as much value for Luka because he costs so much, even though he's been great.
Sure.
Like Joker, when you play Joker right now with all those triple doubles, he's costing top dollar. So I didn't play Luka. I ended up playing two Memphis guards, and as of now, I'm beating it. But we'll see how it goes. Which is cool because I could use $1,000.
I think it's going to hold because
who
you're
you
done.
The Blazers?
I'm down 18 points, but I've just got Jones from Portland, who, he could have a good second half, but so far he's been incredibly quiet. And I'm guessing, without having it up in front of me, that given that it's a blowout, Luka's not playing the rest of that Mavs game.
Pirtle got me 20.25. Anthony Davis only 38.
Yeah, quiet day.
Sucks.
Quiet day. Wesley says 34th in the Koff Sim game. Best of luck, man. See how you do.
I just find it interesting that you won't even check in on the top two quarterbacks, considering how much the NFL is a part of your life. I understand you're helping kids set up Madden lineups and all that, franchises. Do they all do it with the Patriots?
No, they just got Madden for Christmas, so they're kind of getting their feet wet. And one
they started filling out any lineups on any sim lineups.
No. One's the Pats, one's the Bucks. Though to answer your question.
And Brady's somehow the quarterback of both.
Yeah, right. No, actually, for whatever I mentioned this the other day. For whatever reason, my 6-year-old who picked the Bucks is Darnold incomplete. I don't know if it's like residual anger over the fact that Brady left, but he wants desperately to just cut Brady and trade for Ryan Fitzpatrick. And I can't for the life of me understand it, nor will I allow it.
Well, you should explain to him that, with no real restrictions, he should trade for Mahomes.
Yeah.
Trade Brady to the Chiefs for Mahomes.
Yeah, which he could do. Lamar would be the guy that he would opt for, though, I think.
Are they starting franchises separately under different profiles, or are they starting something where they're going to be in the same ecosystem, if you will?
No, they're in different franchises. I don't even know how to do that, and I'm sure it's very easy.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can do multiple franchises in the same world, if you will. I don't think you can. I think you could.
Well, then how do people start, leagues within groups of friends?
Oh, yeah, maybe you can.
You must be able to. I just don't know how to do it.
It's probably not that hard. I just think about with my franchise, like going in and having to do all the stupid draft stuff and re-sign guys. Like the idea that you're doing that for multiple teams seems silly
and exhausting.
But they can set up rosters where they can play against each other, and like as long as they load whatever Kaufman #1 roster, their teams will be what their teams will be. So
yeah.
But
fair point.
I don't know.
We've reached the end of 3, folks, and the Jets still in front, 21-14. Mike calling for a buy stream trash. We could do that. We haven't done that all night. Why don't you review some stats and I'll pull some movies off the wall.
Okay.
All right.
I can't do the conversion to points, but I can read.
That's okay. You can read.
Okay. I went to the Derek Zoolander School for Kids Who Don't Read Good. Sam Darnold.
Or do other stuff good.
Sam Darnold, 18-24, 220 yards, that 1 touchdown, no picks. Josh Allen having a better day, just 7 of 14, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns. So his passer rating is a little higher. Le'Veon Bell, a touchdown on the ground, plus 55 rushing yards. Devin Singletary, 7 for 23, should have had a touchdown. He got taken away. Sam Darnold, your 3rd leading rusher in the game, or 2nd, I guess I should say, for the Jets. Josh Allen, more yards on the ground, 3 for 32. Zach Moss, that 1 carry for -6. Jameson Crowder on end around, 1 for 8. And catching the ball, Le'Veon Bell, 4 catches, 8 yards. Not as impressive as his teammate, Chris Hogan, 4 for 92. Rashad Perryman, 4 for 40 plus a score. Chris Herndon, 4 for 57. Darnold really spreading it around. Cole Beasley, 2 for 84, that big 40-yarder down the right sideline. Singletary, 2 catches for 8 yards. And then John Brown, 2 for 20, including that touchdown. And I imagine if we scroll down, we will also – oh, no, we already did Perriman. Ryan Griffin has 1 for 7, the backup tight end.
JD says, fourth quarter, let's make it an exciting sim, hopefully. But first, buy, stream, trash. All you folks out there, you know how this works by now, I hope. Here's
Did you
the first.
totally just grab 3 random ones, or you kind of do it with a theme?
Nope, these are random. Not at all related. Here's the first. Air Force One.
Okay.
Okay.
It's kind of thematic, because we were talking about presidents.
That's true. We
with
did
the
do
West
the West
Wing.
Wing
In fact,
earlier.
I'll throw something at you after we go through this.
Fair enough. Next, the Great White Hype.
Okay.
Sam Jackson.
And Peter Berg was the boxer and the director.
Correct. Along with Damon Wayans.
Right.
And third one, School of Rock.
Okay, which I've seen both on Broadway and many times on.
Okay.
Including a couple nights ago, it was on HBO late at night.
Really? So how are you going to rank those? Air Force One, Great White Hype, School of Rock.
In reverse order, I am buying. Well, I guess sort of reverse order, but buying Air Force One, streaming School of Rock, and trashing Great White Hype, only because I wanted Great White Hype to be so much better than it was. And that was kind of in an era when there were some boxing movies that were coming out. It was post-Rocky, but like Gladiator came out, which I thought was a better boxing movie.
Gonna rank these. Air Force One's the buy for me. That's the buy.
You can watch Air Force One anytime it comes up.
I kind of might put it on after the sim tonight, actually.
Highly watchable.
And then I think just because I agree, it's not as good as I wanted it to be, but I think I'm still going to stream the Great White Hype and trash School of Rock. And School of Rock's it's a very good movie, but one's got to hit the skids here. And I think that's the move that I'm going to make as we're into the fourth quarter, 21-14. Jets are leading. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, thanks all for being with us. Well, I want to hear what you had to say too. I'll just tell you that I watched the trial. Speaking of Sorkin earlier, I watched Trial of Chicago 7.
Haven't watched it yet.
Last night.
I need to.
Really enjoyed it. I mean, it's one of those, if you like Sorkin, you'll like the movie. If you don't like Sorkin, you won't.
Well, and Sacha Baron Cohen, right? He's basically
he was
Borat.
Star of the show. He was fantastic.
He did not. He's
really
a
good.
Borat type character.
No, definitely
not. Okay, so Harrison Ford in Air Force One. I don't remember what his president. Oh, he's Jack Ryan. Right? Isn't he President Jack Ryan? Okay.
Yeah.
Martin Sheen as President Bartlett. Michael J. Fox in The American President, which is also Sorkin. Go down your list of TV and
Michael
movie
Douglas
presidents.
was the president in that movie.
Michael Douglas is the president in that movie. I can't remember his name. Kevin Kline and Dave.
Dave, yeah.
It's not a buy, stream, trash. It's a rank. Who is your favorite movie or television president, maybe of all time? Bill Paxton
Pullman, or Paxton, yeah.
Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton.
Pullman.
Bill Pullman. In Independence Day, as also a fighter pilot.
Yep.
So, and anyone can throw these in on the
let's
chats as well.
Let's we're gonna bore people with West Wing chat earlier. Let's
your
find
favorite
out movie or TV president ever.
Do you have one?
So I think it's become, maybe it's recency bias, but I think it's become Jed Bartlett.
It's hard not to. The dialogue they give him and Martin Sheen is so great.
I will tell you, before I ever saw The West Wing, though, I probably would have answered that question as Tom Kirkman, Kiefer Sutherland in
Designated Survivor, which I didn't realize they made the 3rd season on Netflix. So at some point I need to go watch it because I finished
it's not great.
The 2nd season.
It's not great. So they lost some cast members. I mean, still good of it. Yeah, we got
President Palmer in 24.
Great.
I want to say is what, Dennis Haysbert,
obviously.
right?
Yeah, the man from the Allstate commercials.
And Pedro Serrano from Major League.
Yeah.
Yes, Jesus, I like him very much, but he's not helping me hit curveballs. You trying to say Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
Believe you, Joker. I do this myself.
Danny Glover in 2012. I never saw 2012. I got the idea of what it was.
More
President Palmer's coming in.
Terry Crews is President Camacho in Idiocracy.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I might be the one person that doesn't like that movie. I know it's very well reviewed, and I watched it on the chat's recommendation, actually, at some point during this quarantine. And I don't know. It wasn't for me.
Another president. President Palmer's come 4 times just in a quick glance.
As it should.
I was talking to somebody the other day. Kiefer Sutherland was supposed to be killed off at the end of the first season of 24, and they were going to change out the storyline every time and make it about the 24-hour story. But Kiefer was so popular. Yeah. Julia Louis-Dreyfus as best VP, and I guess at various points presidents on the show Veep. She was fantastic.
I never watched Veep, but that's another one that
because you're in a bit of a political swing. Different writing, but very snappy, crazy funny. I would, instead of watching Air Force One, put on the first episode of Veep tonight, and you will not be disappointed. You'll probably end up staying up watching 3 or 4. Okay. And then as it gets in, and it really found its stride in multiple years, year 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Veep it got better as it went along, and then the last season was bonkers.
7 seasons.
Bad Boys of Pop BK. I was talking to someone the other day. Well, that's how my stories start because they don't pop into my head. I was talking to somebody about 24. I don't remember who it was.
Field goes good for the Jets. I mean, I do like Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I like Tony Hale.
He's great.
Fame, obviously.
She's great. Tony Hale's great.
Oh, so these are shorter seasons. I forgot it's HBO. So only 65 total episodes.
You'll fly through it, dude, and you will not be disappointed.
Is it an hour show or a half-hour show?
Half hour.
Yeah, you can get that done.
You put it on tonight. I bet you'll text me by the end of the night. What a good call.
Oh, Gary Cole, little comment.
Gary Cole's in it. Gary Cole's outstanding. The actor whose name escapes me, he plays the dad in Transformers, the Shia LaBeouf. You know that guy's character.
Oh, Matt Walsh?
Yeah, no, not Matt. Matt Walsh is in it, but no, Matt Walsh isn't in. I'll tell you.
Kevin Dunn?
Kevin Dunn, yeah. Dark-haired, yeah.
Yeah.
It's outstanding. It is. I almost, when we get done with West Wing, I may talk my wife because she never saw Veep. I may talk her into watching Veep.
Why the heck not, right?
Well, and they would space out when the seasons went. It wasn't always like, every March or every. You know how HBO is sometimes. So didn't want.
Oh no!
Josh Allen
lost the ball, and the Jets get it back. McClendon with the fumble recovery. 10-point game still, and the Jets getting the ball back.
The Jets' momentum.
Brutal.
Oh, Pop got ejected tonight. Pop got ejected. Becky Hammond, acting head coach.
Like it.
Well, her credentials are better than Tim Duncan's.
I envision watching these Sims until we're old, gray, and retired. Love that warm feeling. I'll comment on how back in the day there was a pandemic, and we watched these Sims and these kids. You can watch with your kids and their kids, your grandkids.
How about that? Becky Hammond, acting head coach. Kind of cool.
Great.
But I do feel like Tim Duncan's qualifications are as good, if not better.
My God, by the way, Chris Hogan into the bonus, 5 for 112.
If you don't win, I'm never going to let you let it down. It's just a damn cough, man. My friend was a bartender, and he went to the bathroom. She said, that's Kiefer Sutherland you're talking to, right? That's cool.
I had a 30-minute conversation with him and didn't even know it was him.
That's awesome. He's been known to have a good time. Transformers president John Voight. Independence Day speech, epic. It's not how you spell epic, but anyway, Sean Preston, I get your point. American president, Mr. Douglas. Okay.
I haven't watched The American President in a long time.
It was all right.
That'd be a good one to throw on again.
Yeah. Annette Bening, right, plays the
same category.
Yeah,
Annette Bening.
But that's basically what that movie helped Sorkin convince NBC to let him do The West Wing.
Yeah. No, I was reading a thing the other day. Well, it wasn't even his idea. He had the poster up on his wall, and somebody came over. He was having a party or something. Said, "Hey, you know what you should do next? You should make a movie or a show like that, but from the staff's point of view instead of the president's.
Sure.
Like have it be about all those characters." And he was like, "Yeah, maybe." And then he went into he had a pitch meeting the next day that he kind of got roped into and wasn't planned for it, and he had no ideas at all. And they said, "Okay, we're going to give you a series. What do you want to do?" And he goes, "How about like The American President, but from the staff's point of view?" They said, "We like it. Green lit."
Must be nice.
Right?
I remember the controversy around when he did Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip,
which I loved, by the way, and it was such a shame when that was canceled.
But the controversy was that he was doing a behind the scenes of a Saturday night, late night variety show,
right?
Sketch show.
Although I think
on NBC,
I don't think it was Saturday, right? Was it maybe a Friday night show?
Yeah, it was Friday night show. It was Friday night show. But on NBC, which was obviously the home to SNL, when apparently at the same time Tina Fey had been developing 30 Rock, and so they had to make 30 Rock a little different in that it was, you know, the girly show or whatever the name of that show was, TGS, with Jenna Maroney, and then they added Tracy Morgan's character, Tracy Jordan, but they had to kind of tweak it. And then you look at the success of 30 Rock, that's a top 5, top 10 kind of comedy, depending on who you ask, that still holds up. Yeah, Lorne Michaels wasn't happy as it was being developed and greenlit before the 30 Rock project. OU scored again, by the way. 10.5 minutes left. It's 47-13, the Cotton Bowl. I don't think the Bills come back in this one.
Becky Hammond, you brought her up, by the way, said she found out she was taking over for Popovich after he was ejected when he pointed at her and said, "You got it."
All right.
27-14, final couple minutes here of this fourth quarter, Madden After Dark. A sim that has taken longer than most. We are over the hour mark, 27-14 game.
Air Jordan 2345 says, I like the newsroom more than the West Wing. Jeff Daniels was epic. Jeff Daniels was great. Sorkin quit doing that show because he got burned out. I think similarly to Studio 60. When you become the only writer on a show, a weekly show, even one like that, it's only 10 episodes. It's a lot. The fact that he wrote basically 88 episodes of The West Wing by himself, pretty bananas. When you look at the depth and nuance of the B and C and D stories and how they all intertwine.
Oh, completely agree. Allen off to his left.
Oh, Sean Preston lets me know Epoch in Characters, Life, the movie is epic speed. Oh, Epoch. Okay, got it. What place are you in?
Tied for second, a little less than 2 points off the lead. We got Mantinelli is in front right now with Hogan, captain, bold. About 20 points there. And that's actually, actually this is still a little skewed because Hogan is showing 5 for 82, and he has since hit the bonus, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he has 112.
Maybe you're winning.
Stats are still going to change here.
Maybe you're winning. It'll be your first ever win.
That'll be the day, my friend. 4th and inches, they're going for it. You got to. And a first down pickup here for the Bills and Singletary. 8 for 25. Quiet day at the office for him. For folks thinking and looking ahead to tomorrow, as mentioned, we have a few more sims coming your way to put a cap on 2020. Can you believe it? Incomplete pass. So for the nooner, you will have Emerson Latzia and Reed T. Fowler, Cowboys, Texans. 2 Eastern, the Madden Matinee, Raiders, Colts. I'll be with Christian DeAndrea, and then BK and I together again for Vikings, Cardinals for the 4 p.m. sim.
Fun.
As we affectionately call the early bird special.
Could be fun. Yeah, I was going to have to do that from the radio station after Broncos practice, but I will be home in the broadcast locale here in the basement.
Good to hear.
Getting ready for a wild New Year's Eve. Or maybe I'll get to play NBA Jam if my wife goes to bed early.
I was spending some time looking at that in between the sims, and
you let your wife know that's what you want for your birthday? She's going to buy it for you?
No, she was in bed reading a book. I figured I'd leave her alone. But I'm starting to think about. I'm already to the point with where would I put it?
Yeah.
3.
So there you go.
Long pass completed. Stephon Diggs. Remember, folks, the game is over for all intents and purposes, but your lineups are not, obviously. 30 seconds left, and we'll see if the Bills can pick up any more points to alter where we stand right now.
We never really came up with a consensus because similar to that question I asked earlier about which date is a more significant birthday. By the way, Andre Agassi and Dale Earnhardt, April 29th, is definitely third on the list. No one even thinks of Agassi as the best tennis player. He's really good. And Dale Jr., when you've got Jeff Gordon, you got Richard Petty, you got Jimmy Johnson. It's too much of a logjam. Anyway, we didn't come up with a consensus there. Did we come up with a consensus of best TV movie president? It's hard to pick. President Palmer got a lot, which is interesting because Dennis Haysbert's cool, but he wasn't that dynamic.
Allen into traffic, comes down, and got it! Touchdown! Stephon Diggs, a 51-yard score! A wing and a prayer, a Hail Mary at its finest. Completed with 4 seconds left. Not going to lead him to a win, but that could definitely shake up the leaderboard.
Well, I'm sitting 75th before that throw.
Who's got them both? Fred Smith said, I can't believe I'm tied with Koff in this contest. I'd say great minds think alike, but I'm not sure that applies. Amen to that, brother.
Oh, yeah, you're way down, dude. You're not winning.
No, I fell to somehow I dropped down to 15th. That many people with Stephon Diggs.
But Hogan
was hit the bonus, 3 for 147, 2 touchdowns. A monster 30-point effort for him.
79.
27-21 with just a few seconds left.
Bills D.
Virtual Bills Stadium.
Oh, no, I'm going up to 73rd. Bills D got me 0 points. Sam Ficken, though, got me 9. You were
pouring his manuals, so if you see anything that you're waiting on, like the Chris Hogan bonus, it'll all be taken care of once this game is completed and everybody is able to take a look at completed stats, obviously, so we appreciate the patience. Onside kick attempt, no good.
You were critical
run out the clock
of my Sam Ficken pick, and he got me 9 points.
Yeah, no, I went the other way with Tyler Bass, and just 3. Not so good.
Terrible. Hey, tomorrow, because we don't have enough time now, I'll tell you what media coverage of the Super Bowl is going to look like, because I got a little insight. Remember, I mentioned that I talked to our pal Howie Denwell.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what covering the game, not the week. The week is all Zooms. Teams aren't even getting there until Thursday. But what Super Bowl Sunday will look like from a coverage standpoint as of now, unless something dramatic were to happen with vaccine rollouts.
Will you be there as you typically are?
I will not. Like I said, I guess I could tell you now. I could just tell you. I mean, it won't take that long. You know how normally there's a full press box, and then we have sat in the auxiliary media sections at various points. Of course, I like to move down lower because those seats suck, but I don't have to type about the game because I just talk about it the next day. Anyway.
Yeah.
No auxiliary media in the stadium at all. The 45 people in the press box are in the press box. It's going to be mostly people that cover the teams and then people like Peter King, Albert Breer, people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else will be in the convention center across the street watching on television and then participating in Zooms from their workstation.
Hard pass. No thanks. Watch from home.
Yeah, exactly.
Allen 274 passing in this one, 3 touchdowns. Darnold 273 with a score. I have to assume that Stephon Diggs probably gets your player of the game honors, granted even on the losing side, as he went for
what was his captain number?
Captain number I couldn't tell you.
I'd probably tell you pretty quick.
Let me see. Captain at 5% of lineups, owned in 51%. Although Chris Hogan exceeding, I think he's probably right.
49.05 for Diggs as a captain. 49.05. I feel like when you're touching 50, it's pretty good. But Hogan, what was Hogan's ownership?
Owned in 35% of lineups, but less than 1% in the captain spot, and 5 for 112. So he's still got the bonus to factor in there.
So even though Diggs got 30 more points, can you make Hogan because of the value, the player of the game?
Sure, absolutely.
Let's
People
do it.
Do it all the time in your seat.
7-Eleven. Hogan's always open, right?
That's right. That's
nickname from Miami Hard Knocks. Mr. AFC East himself. I'm giving it to Hogan. Diggs is supposed to do that.
Who's the bust? Who let you down here? Let's see.
Well, Singletary was pretty terrible.
Yeah, Lee Smith was in a quarter of lineups, had 1 point. The Bills DST finished with 0, was about 20% owned.
I had Lee Smith
40% owned and captain at 13%, only had 5 points.
I had Lee Smith in our showdown on Monday. Didn't he score twice?
I don't remember. Once, maybe?
Yeah. Something like that. What was Singletary's ownership numbers?
About half the lineups only had 5 points.
Yeah.
So you can certainly go there.
I think that's where I'm going. Maybe Zach Moss, because his numbers were even worse.
Yeah.
What was his
Moss isn't
numbers?
supposed to be good.
Yeah. So
yeah, there you go. Lee Smith on the Singletary on the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award. Very good.
Yep.
All right. Perfect. Well,
now I got to come up with new stories for tomorrow because I told you how media day is going to go, or media Super Bowl coverage is going to go.
Something tells me we'll find more. 27-21, the Jets victorious here in this one at the Bills because it's Simland, which is the only place that the Jets would beat the Bills.
Are we
Tomorrow's
getting dressed
schedule?
Up?
What's that?
New Year? Are we getting dressed up for New Year's Eve?
I mean, we certainly could.
All right.
We'll text. We'll coordinate.
Sure.
Tomorrow's schedule, you got 3 sims, as mentioned, coming at you. The first one, noon Eastern, Emerson and Reed, Cowboys, Texans. The next one, I will be with Christian for Raiders, Colts. Then the two of us back together for Vikings, Cardinals to help you usher in 2021. I know people can't be done with 2020 soon enough. But if there's one good thing among, probably many, but if there's one good thing to come out of 2020, certainly the Dream Stream and all these Madden simulations. And we are eternally grateful for all of you being with us. We can get more emotional about all that good stuff tomorrow. In the meantime, we want to thank our excellent Game Ops crew, production staff as well, obviously. Mike and Daniel, thanks for doing what you do. Tate, Zach, everybody. For Brandon Cristal and everyone who came before us today. I am Adam Kaufman. If you're not with us tomorrow, have a very happy New Year. If you are, we look forward to spending a part of it.
You still have a happy New Year.
Yeah, you still have a happy New Year. You just don't need to have it yet. We'll talk to you again then. Have a good night.